Summary: blessed with unlimited mana, Noah travels the worlds and sees rampant corruption and injustice. Have you seen countless icebergs fall asunder? Have you watched a dragon despair? Follow one man as he overturns the order of the worlds. Author note: this is a story of fantasy and fiction. Events or names used have no relation to the real world. Chapter 1, Awaken. I was looking at a glistening book on the table. Skill book, albeit a very low-ranked one at that. Fireball, an F-ranked spell that only the most unfortunate beginners start with, but this skill book took a majority of my remaining inheritance, and all of my savings. I was known to be a fairly smart guy before everything went to shit, so I planned ahead before spending most of my money. In the worst-case scenario, I still have enough funds to last me at least a few months. In the best-case scenario, as planned, I would consume this skill book and hope for a semi-decent talent when I awaken. Getting this skill book was not easy, but it was the only way to awaken if you did not awaken naturally. The rich had no problem awakening themselves, their children, and their children's children. I look at the skill book again before stealing my resolve and picking it up. Bringing it close to my chest, I close my eyes. A few seconds pass before I see a flash of light, even though my eyes are closed. Opening them, the book in my hands had disappeared, and at the corner of my eyes something else had appeared. Noah, Vitality, 10, Focus, Strength, 10, Skills, Fireball, shining with blue light. The words brought confusion more than relief to me. Where the hell were the numbers for focus, from the released knowledge, ever since the apocalyptic event that killed more than 1 billion people occurred? A new magical world took its place. People that are termed as awakened appeared, and others could also become awakened through learning. Skill book, that can be dropped from killed monsters. Yes, monsters. Magical beings that most commonly reside in dungeons, and occasionally come out whenever a dungeon break occurs. Since more than a year has passed, it became common knowledge that those who are awakened are able to use skills, whether inherently gained or from skill books, to perform amazing feats and vanquish monsters. These awakened beings can increase their strength by killing more monsters and absorbing the life cores they drop, which add to the 3 attributes: vitality, focus, and strength. Sigh. So why the fuck is my focus empty? I try not to become depressed as I feel my body change somewhat after I awakened. I seem to have become slightly stronger, and can instinctively cast the skill I just learned. The problem is, can I even cast skills if I don't have any focus? Why the hell is there no number though? My exhilaration of awakening was slowly fading away as I couldn't figure out the numbers, or lack of thereof, on the blue screen in front of me. Looking back, nothing like this seems to come to mind from the news and everything I have been paying close attention to. Sigh, I'll have to figure it out as I go. Vitality, and strength, are average, and focus. What is required to cast skills and increase the damage you do, is black. Can I even cast Fireball, if I don't even know how much focus I have? Usually, most average awakenees can cast F-tier skills 5 times before they completely deplete the energy in their body. The larger your focus, the higher tier the skills you can cast and the more times you can cast them. Since awakened mages are extremely powerful, focus cores are much more in demand than vitality cores and strength cores. Awakened mages can shoot their skills at a long distance and not even give the monsters a chance to retaliate, while awakened berserkers and awakened knights have to get up close to fight. I was hoping to awaken to become a mage. Sigh, without wallowing in melancholic thoughts anymore, I try the last Hail Mary the first can, actually casting the skill I just learned, Fireball, a common F-rank skill that many F-ranked awakened have. I step out of my small apartment and head to an empty barren field behind the apartment complex. Rent had become increasingly more expensive nowadays, as buildings that had high security where you won't suddenly lose your life were high-priced. I had to move quite a distance to get to the barren field before I could begin testing my first skill, and possibly my last. Hyping myself up, I raise my hand in front of me and call out, Fireball. A small ball of flames came to light in front of me. Much to my shock and disbelief, along with the shock came exhilaration. I can still cast skills even though my focus bar doesn't show anything. Putting my shock aside, I command the fireball to move forward before it exploded a few meters from me. wanting to test to see if I can at least cast the average 5 fireballs that normal F-ranked awakened can cast. I keep on going. Fireball, fireball, fireball. 3 more fireballs were shot and exploded in front of me, increasing the shock and happiness in my heart. At least I have average skills, even if it doesn't show on the stat panel. Weirdly enough, I did not feel any less energy in my body. Well, my focus was blank to begin with, so I didn't really feel much. I focus once more as I cast what is probably my last fireball until I rest for a while before I can cast again. Fireball. The 5th fireball flew out and exploded just like the ones before. With a smile on my face, I wiped the perspiration on my forehead while feeling relieved. Being average is not bad, at least with this. I can count myself among the top of many people in the world today. I was still confused on the fact that no numbers were showing on my focus, though, which meant I couldn't get a gauge on just how much energy I had and how many times I could cast my skill. I hesitantly raised my hand again to see just how many times I could cast. Fireball. Fireball, fireball, fireball. The more times I cast the skill and more fireballs flew and exploded in front of me, the more shocked I became. Fireball. The shock soon turned into incredulousness, as I had counted more than 50 fireballs flying from me and exploding. This 10 times the normal amount of energy an average F rank has. I try to breathe to calm myself down. 10 times. That means my energy nears rank D awakened. That was extremely rare, as long-distance awakened with skills like fireballs can easily take down an F-rank monster, and 3 to 4 fireballs or equivalent skills can take care of E-ranked monsters. D-ranked awakened individuals also triumph over D-ranked monsters fairly easily with good usage of their skills. Am I actually one of the talented Awakenees? I try to push down the pride that began rising before calling out another fireball, because I still didn't feel like I was out of energy. This both scared me and made me extremely hopeful in the future. When I kept casting the skill, I didn't really feel any energy leaving, nor did I feel exhausted. When I reached 100 casts, my shock increased. When it reached 300, my head was pounding from this unknown situation. When it reached 500 casts, my whole body shook. I breathed heavily before looking around me. I was fairly deep into the barren field and had the cover of trees behind me, glancing around and making sure there was nobody around me. I rushed back to my apartment to try and calm my nearly exploding heart. 500 times I had cast an F-ranked skill, and I didn't feel any exhaustion. What exactly was going on? Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 2, Hunter License. As soon as I was back in my apartment, I took deep breaths and analyzed everything that had happened so far. No numbers were showing for my focus, something I have never heard about before. Yet, I could still cast skills that require focus. I did not feel any exhaustion while casting F-ranked skill over 500 times. My goodness. Taking another deep breath, I continued thinking. The most important question now is, do I just have an abnormal amount of focus that surpasses most people, or something else? This was the biggest thing on my mind, as even the strongest B-ranked awakened individuals cannot cast skills that many times without exhausting themselves. Alright, with that in mind, I need to test just how many times I can continue to cast skills before I can't anymore. Which also means I need to get my hands on higher ranked skills that consume more energy. With that in mind, a smile bloomed on my face. Just the fact that I could cast an F-ranked skill more than 500 times meant amazing things. As long as I am not brain dead, I can easily clear an F and E-ranked dungeons. Even if I'm alone, D-ranked dungeons might be a stretch, as the strength of monsters increase and I would need higher ranked skills besides Fireball to take them down, but there's no problem taking things slow. I pull out my phone and look at the remaining balance in my bank account. $5,867, enough money for rent and food for a few months, and the remainder of my savings. I convinced myself to buy the F-ranked skill book, Fireball, for $20,000. After this, most of my inheritance money was now gone. A year ago, when the apocalypse began, my parents were not so lucky to survive. I was stuck in the bas.edm.e.nt of my old house asleep and escaped the onslaught of monsters that were taken care of by the government and newly awakened people after a few days. As time passed, more information was released to the public. Monsters had appeared. Most of them congregated in dungeons. If they were left alone, they would increase and something called dungeon break would occur. This caused monsters to leave the dungeon and indiscriminately attack everything on sight, but never fear, awakened people are here. Able to use powerful skills and great strength to protect everyone else, and now, I was among those people too, the first order of business. Obtain an awakened license that will allow me to enter dungeons. Without a license, you cannot bypass the security that allows the awakened to clear dungeons. You can get a license fairly easily, as you just have to be examined and exhibit skills. I was itching to get started as soon as possible, so I grabbed my backpack and rushed downtown. With the advent of monsters and heroes, many of the populations were condensed onto a few protected cities. Almost everything was close to each other, so the awakened center was not too far away. A few minutes and I was already there. On the way, I saw the usual people with sullen faces and occasional awakened individuals rushing about. The awakened center was vibrating with life, as long lines of people visiting shops could be seen, with even more carefully selling monster cores to the authorities. Many people chose to first consume the cores and get stronger themselves, but many more also sold them to the government and other markets as they went for high prices. Vitality Core S and Strength Core S went for around $1,000, while Focus cores were almost double that price because of their demand. I moved my eyes to another section of the center, which was dealing in the selling of skill books ranging from F to C. Obtaining a C-ranked skill book was a dream for many people, as they were extremely rare and went for more than $500,000. Looking at the skill books that I greatly desired, I shook my head and moved towards the registration hall. The receptionist was very welcoming, asking for my name, date of birth, address, and bank account information. As soon as she had everything down, I was told to head toward a certain door where my ability would be observed. There were 3 people standing behind thick glass in an open area with testing dummies. After hearing the directions, I stood a few meters from the dummies and cast Fireball consecutively 8 times, making sure to look like I was struggling to get the last few out. Wow. Judge 1, a peak F rank huh. Judge 2, drawing a few surprises from the observers behind the thick glass. Everything was completed successfully and I received my license. It was a golden card similar to a credit card with my name, age, and rank. The surprise from the observers was most likely due to the fact that high-ranked awakened are extremely rare, with there being only one B-ranked awakened in this city that is known publicly. There are a few tens of C-ranked awakened, a few hundred D ranks, and thousands of E and F ranks. Most of the hunters were F-ranked, so being at the peak of this rank at the starting point was a good thing by itself. One can slowly raise their rank by absorbing Core S, but unless you were in the army where they were provided for you by the government or in a rich household that could buy them en masse, you would rise very slowly. There were some slight changes to the panel on the corner of my eyes as I walked out of the Awakened Center and received my license. Noah, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 10, Focus, Strength, 10, Skills, Fireball, 8. A new occupation had appeared, marking me as an official Awakened Hunter, and, oh, I was surprised because I didn't see it before. But the proficiency of the Fireball skill had quickly risen to 8. There was an extremely fast process when it took people weeks to raise their proficiency with their skill. I guess it is understandable as I was able to cast the skill more than 500 times, and most people have to use their skills over a period of weeks to reach that number. My next course of action after getting my license was the nearest beginner dungeon in this city, Ape's Paradise, boasting 10 floors. Each floor held 10 to 20 monsters, with the last floor housing a huge black ape 3 meters in size. This dungeon was regularly cleared by parties of F and E ranked hunters, who could take on the monsters and the boss without fear of casualties if everyone was doing their jobs. Parties consisting of 2 knights who put their focus on their vitality, 2 berserkers with their focus on strength, and 2 mages with their focus on focus, were the most common for this dungeon. The knights act as tanks to ward off coming monsters. Berserkers use their high strength to strike down and protect the mages that are the brunt of the firepower to kill everything on sight. Equipment from dungeons was extremely rare, so most people had to make do with newly designed machetes or metal pipes and iron shields as their first equipment. Only the boss of the dungeon had a chance to drop, skill book, S and, items. Any item dropped from a dungeon was highly sought after, with their prices not being too different from the skill book, S. My goal today was to enter Ape's Paradise, and alone at that. My heart was pounding at this crazy idea. When the thought was forming in my head, I had to ask myself multiple times if I had gone insane, but it will not be that dangerous. Seeing how I can cast my skills so many times without feeling any fatigue, the rank of my focus, even though I can't fuckng it for some reason, should be nearing B if not A, and any rank B hunter can easily clear rank F and E dungeons, though they don't care to, and put their focus on higher ranked dungeons. Now, with me being the only F ranked hunter entering and clearing this dungeon, my heart was pounding from the possible rewards. Usually, rewards are split between the many members of the party, but I would keep all the core S and possible skill book S and item S that drop. Just the thought of it made my heart excited. I steeled my resolve and heading towards Ape's Paradise, visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 3, Ape's Paradise. A huge monolith structure was surrounded by high walls. There was security at the entrance and heavily armed soldiers on the walls. Even though this was only an F-ranked dungeon, it made up for millions of dollars of revenue every day with a large number of people entering, clearing the monsters, and selling the resources they receive inside. This monolith had a blue color, indicating it was a normal dungeon with little danger of a dungeon break. If the color changed to orange and then to red, it meant a dungeon break was imminent. Regularly clearing the dungeon kept the color at blue, turning it into a treasure trove with capable people farming it. You always had casualties every now and then from hunters that were either too full of themselves, bad teammates, or just plain unlucky. Now, I sincerely hope I don't make myself on the category of being too full of myself. Gathering my wits, I show the guards at the metal entrance of the enclosure my hunter ID before heading in. Inside the walls, there were a few hunter teams getting their gear in order or just talking. A few people were standing around looking to either form parties or invite others to their party. At the center of the blue monolith, there was a square, door-like structure. This door-like structure was how you entered the dungeon. Those in a group would have to touch the door with a few second differences, but under a minute, to be transferred to the first floor of the dungeon together. There was a party prepared to go into the dungeon in front of me already, so I reined in my curiosity about the other hunters around me and stood a few feet away from the ingoing party. It didn't take long before a few hunters noticed a lone man waiting by himself. Oi, is that kid thinking of going in alone? Hunter A, bro, another one with a death wish. Hunter B, just ignore him, who knows, maybe he's one of those prodigies that can solo an F-ranked dungeon. Haha. Hunter C, ignoring the laughs around me, I wait patiently as the entire party in front of me disappeared in a flash, and waited the required minute before going forward and placing my hand on the square door. In an instant, I was transported into a large cavern, where I had just caught the attention of two 1-meter-tall black apes. I brought myself to full attention and observed both the apes and my surrounding before I began my first dungeon hunt. Fireball, a single fireball, and then a second, and a third, and a fourth quickly flew towards the two apes. When the ball of fire exploded on their faces, they were already incapacitated and letting out dying screeches. They would not survive after that, and a second fireball hit them at the same location, quickly finishing them off. I breathed heavily as I felt the adrenaline course through my body. Two F-ranked monsters, easily taken care of by me. This was a feeling I could get used to. Usually, F-rank hunters would use their skills sparingly, making sure to cast them all either on the boss or on emergencies. I did not have such reservations. I went towards where the apes fell and grabbed a glistening, strength core, that dropped. It was small in size, smaller than a pigeon's egg, and yet they went for $1,000 on the market. I placed the core into my backpack and ventured farther in. I didn't have to walk far, as three apes were quickly rushing towards me screeching after hearing the death screams of their brethren. With a thought, fireball was cast one after another, each not missing its targets that were rushing forward. Another, strength core, dropped from these three. Core S were not guaranteed to drop every time a monster died, and getting 2 from 5 monsters was already fairly average. Placing the newly acquired core, S in the bag, I rushed down the path of the cavern, meeting another set of 5 apes that I quickly burned. I had to force myself to calm down as I so easily and quickly took down the monsters and collected, core, S. I never imagined myself being able to do something like this and had to pinch myself a few times just to make sure it wasn't a dream. Forcing myself to remain calmer, I cleared the first floor quickly and headed down the winding steps to the second floor. The apes came in batches of 3 to 5, and just ran towards me when I neared. I didn't let them get any closer than 4 meters from me, hurling balls of fire towards them as soon as they were in my sight, and just like that, an incredulous sight occurred in the F-ranked dungeon, Ape's Paradise. Without a moment of rest, an F-ranked hunter cleared the second floor, and the third. And the fifth. All the way to the end of the 9th floor with ease. I lost control of my emotions as I let out a triumphant shout before the boss room. I had never imagined something like this to be possible. Without a single issue, I had effectively taken down groups of apes, collected multiple, core, S, and reached the boss room all by myself. I reeled my emotions in as I let out a confident smile. And went further down to the boss room. A huge ape awaits me in the circular cave that is the last room. Roar, the cave lightly shakes from the scream. My smile does not leave my face as 5 fireballs fly towards the ape that is now charging towards me. The first hit its chest, stopping it on its tracks. The second and third smash its shoulders, knocking it backward. The fourth and fifth explode on either side of its head, effectively finishing it off. As soon as the ape crashed down, a blinding light flashed in the last floor and a green crystal rose in the middle. Touching this crystal will allow you to leave the room and appear at a random location near the entrance of the dungeon. I slowly revel in my first ever completed dungeon hunt, a solo one at that. I then go towards the now dead ape to see any possible drops. By its side, a few F-rank, core, S are present, along with a skill book. I grab the core, S and put them inside the bag, before reaching out for the skill book. Minor Heal was now in my hands, giving me quite a shock. It wasn't the rarest of F-rank skill books, but it was one of the more expensive ones as it easily took care of any cuts and minor injuries. I also placed the skill inside the bag and proceeded to sit down and think while staring at the green crystal in front of me. The problem at hand is how I should handle myself from now on. An F-rank newly awakened hunter clearing an F-ranked dungeon in under 30 minutes was unbelievable. It would have to be someone who was B-ranked or above to be able to carry out the same thing. I made sure not to show too much of what I could do when I took the licensing exam because currently, all I have going for me is the fact that I seem to have a large pool of energy to cast skills. This does not mean I am powerful, nor do I hold the power of someone rank B or higher. Even a rank D or C could easily sneak behind me and take me out as long as they're faster than me. So my plan was to stay low-key until I could buy more skills, preferably higher ranking ones that would match my large energy reserves. Sigh, and that required money. Another plan was forming in my head though. Looking over at the gains just from clearing Ape's Paradise, once, I had in total 1 F rank, skill book, and 40, core, S from the more than 160 apes I had killed from the 9 floors before. This alone made me bolder to make some accelerated plans. Just from one dungeon run alone, I can make more than $60,000, in under 30 minutes. This alone gave me a great shock. Normal parties would have to split the loot, and it would take them more than 2 hours of intensely fighting monsters in close combat, which brought them exhaustion and made many parties recuperate for a few hours after each dungeon run. Most parties would go into the dungeon once or twice a day. With each person making around $10,000, the life of a hunter can be considered very luxurious, so, assuming the boss drops either a skill book or possibly an item, I can make around 60 grand each run. This made many ideas dance around in my head wildly. I've already spent many months observing hunters and researching every knowledge available to the public about them. I've researched even more into all the known, skill book, S, and item, S that can be dropped from boss rooms. For someone with a large energy pool like me, I already had a few books in mind that would work very well. Of course, I also have to keep on testing just how much focus I really have. A wild thought keeps appearing in my head that I do not want to entertain as it is too grand. The possibility that because my focus appears blank, and I can repeatedly continue to cast skills with no feeling of exhaustion, could mean that I can simply keep on casting skills as much as I want. Boom, it felt like something had exploded in my head as this idea came and my mind entertained it more and more. My heart was also beating fast that this could even be a possibility, but, why not? From what I've seen so far, there is no value for my focus attribute. Is it more logical to think that it is just a really high number that I somehow cannot see, or that because it is blank and I can still cast skills, I can simply continue to cast skills without any problem of depleting something? I took a deep breath to calm my nerves before I came to terms with a new plan. It was somewhat risky, but it will be fast and reduce any possible future problems, whether it be from monsters or hunters. The world after the apocalypse was vastly different, but still the same. Now even more filled with dangers and deaths. A hunter could easily be killed by monsters, robbed by other hunters, or killed by the government if they do not fall in line. To secure my safety while rising up, I will need a highly defensive and offensive skill, as well as a speed supporting skill. Something of C rank or above would be highly effective, and yet the cheapest C rank skills start off at $500,000, so, how do I go about this? Chapter 4, Is that a rookie, or, an idea solidly formed in my head and took root. I knew what I had to do. I didn't want to cause too huge of a commotion, so even though I will have to go in a roundabout way, I can still keep on diving into dungeons today. The plan was to head to another dungeon after leaving Ape's Paradise. As much as I wanted to enter the dungeon again, I know I would easily be recognized the moment I head towards the entrance again. I won't repeatedly dive into dungeons with such a fast clear speed until I have some measure of confidence to be able to protect myself from most threats. The goal for now is, power close to or equivalent to rank B. There was a single B rank hunter in this city. And he was a known celebrity. The strength he showed made many people fearful, as even bullets and snipers were ineffective against someone of rank B. The city I'm in though, Outer Bank X, was only a small-sized city with a few dungeons, the highest rank being C. Other cities that are further inland have way more powerful hunters with even greater level dungeons. My next stop will be at the rank E dungeon, Frozen Wasteland, which many hunters did not frequent. With the extremely cold characteristics, this dungeon held 20 floors, with various beasts of cold attributes appearing. It should be even easier to clear with my constant casting of Fireball, before I head to the Frozen Wasteland, though. I do want to continue testing just how many more times I can cast my soul skill at the moment, Fireball. From the previous 500 times, I've cast it 200 times while clearing this dungeon. Wrapping my thoughts up, I moved a distance away from the green crystal and began my experimentation of whether I could endlessly cast skills or if I just had an abnormal amount of focus that I could not see. Thus, a weird scene unfolded on the last floor of Ape's Paradise, with a man all by himself continuously casting fireballs. They exploded a few meters from him, and more followed right after. 20 minutes passed. I was still casting Fireball, without stopping, causing my wildly beating heart to be leaning towards that insane idea. Approximately over 1,000 casts in the last 20 minutes, let's continue some more. 40 minutes later, I had gone past the excitement, ran over fear, got over the whole ridiculous idea, and taken it as a fact. This was something out of my wildest dreams, and I did not even understand how it could be possible. In the last hour, I had cast an F rank skill, Fireball, over 3,000 times. Not even someone of rank A, or the highest known ranking hunter, Steel Mikhail, would be able to do something like this. This both scared me and gave me a wild hope to someday stand up not far from them. Over the span of the time, the balls of fire that came out gradually became more condensed, and their explosions more pronounced as well as traveling much faster. In the last 10 minutes, instead of usually casting one fireball every second, 2 rushed out per second, they were apparently becoming smaller, faster, and more explosive as I continued to cast them. This should be my proficiency rising at a stupid crazy rate because of how many times I am casting the skill. My current panel looked like this: Noah, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 10, Focus, Strength, 10, Skills, Fireball, 59, the proficiency for the skill, Fireball, had amazingly risen all the way to 59, a crazy figure to wrap my head around. As far as I knew, there were very few people who had their proficiency higher than 30, as hunters continuously improved themselves and got higher ranking skills with the passing of time. An F-rank hunter using Fireball as their first skill would move on to using an E-ranking skill as soon as they gained the funds to buy one. No one spent that much time using one of the lowest ranking skills for an extended period of time. Looking at the high proficiency, it made me excited about what would happen if I continue to cast and raise it even more. The power of the Fireball skill should currently surpass any other skills of the next rank in the damage and speed that it flies at. It's most likely nearing rank D in its offensive ability. I was itching to continue my test of endless casting but brought myself to stop and move on to the plans on my agenda. I moved towards the still glowing green crystal in the middle of the room and placed my hand on it, which instantly teleported me outside the monolith. I appeared not too far from the entrance, with a few people glancing my way with surprised expressions. Did his entire team wipe, or do we have a ranker here? Hunter F, ha. A ranker? Have you ever seen them dressed like that with a flimsy backpack on them? My apologies, kid, I hope they weren't your closest friends. Hunter G, a few people noticed the abnormalities as someone finished the dungeon and was transported out alone. My current attire really did not match anyone of rank C or higher, as many people quickly noticed. Most of the people that were there an hour and a half ago when I went in the dungeon were either gone or not paying attention. As the surrounding compound of the dungeon was a fairly large space, I ignored the pitying gazes of hunters who thought the rest of my team was gone and headed towards the gate. Funny enough, I was becoming more and more used to ignoring other people's gazes as this day went on. Outside the gate, there were a few stalls and people rushing about. I went towards another section where there were a few cars lined up and planned to use the hunter ride system. There were many people making their living driving hunters from dungeons to the Awakened Center or to their lodging. It was a very dangerous job as you can always have an unstable customer, but this time they're superpowered people who could either blow you up or snap your neck with a twist of their hands. One man quickly came up to me with a smiling expression and asked if I needed a ride. I nodded and quickly got on the parked Dodge Charger in front of me. Our destination, Frozen Wasteland. In the 25-minute trip towards the next dungeon, I kept on thinking of any things that I missed and went over my plans for the next few days. Time quickly passed and we neared another huge monolith, this one with a slight tinge of orange. Many hunters did not like clearing this dungeon because of the extreme cold, resulting in mandatory cleanup by the government routinely. I would take my time in this dungeon though, as there were significantly fewer hunters, and even a single run would probably net me more than double the money I made in Ape's Paradise. I paid the high fare and got out of the car, flashing my hunter license to the guards at the door, who didn't bother with me after giving me a second look and shaking their heads. Hey, I promise you I'm not just a hunter on a suicide mission, alright. I look around the enclosure of this dungeon and head towards the entrance. There wasn't even a team on standby to be entering. With a few hunters CLU.S. tiered on some stalls and shops selling food and equipment, nothing held me back as I quickly went to the entrance and placed my hand on one of the square doors, which quickly transported me to the first floor of the Ranky dungeon, Frozen Wasteland. I was quickly besieged by the cold that drove many hunters away, and quickly cast 2 fireballs that did not fly away from me this time but circled around me. Doing this usually required hunters to continuously provide more energy, but nothing like that could be felt from me. As soon as I commanded the fireballs to circle a few feet away from me, the cold was majorly offset and nowhere near where it was before. There wasn't a pause to be given though, as I soon heard the growling of animals that quickly showed themselves. Clear white wolves were rushing towards me, their glistening white teeth flashing menacingly in the white wasteland. There wasn't a single hint of fear in me though, as I moved forward confidently. Condensed fireball were quickly rushing from me at high speeds, exploding on the wolves' bodies and blowing masses of meat away. The group was quickly taken care of in the first volley of fireballs, and all that was left for me was to pick up the core that dropped. I looked forward to the misty cold path in front of me as I rushed down this 20-floor dungeon that would be the beginning of my journey. Chapter 5: How many fireballs to take down a huge polar bear. In the first 5 floors of the Frozen Wasteland, packs of white wolves appeared. With the fast velocity of the ever so damaging fireballs, they were mowed down quickly. aside from casting the skill towards the enemies that appeared, I had a few of them rotating around me, and randomly cast the skill even more as I moved forward, even if there were no enemies near me. I wanted to increase the proficiency of Fireball as fast as possible. I could only imagine what these monsters felt, as they would hear sounds of an explosion that quickly pulled them toward me before they met a grisly fate. Killing all of these monsters did not have that much of an effect on me. I was looking at them like the mere monsters that they were. They would not hesitate a second to rip my head off if I gave them the chance. Not to mention the hatred that everyone has against monsters for all the massacres on the early stage of the apocalypse. The first 5 floors were quickly cleared, and from the 6th floor, monsters with a similar shape to foxes began appearing. These ones much bigger than the wolves before them. Their size surprisingly did not make them any slower, and they were rushing towards me while ferociously growling. The further condensed fireballs were shooting out from me without stopping. I was doing my best to adjust to the ever so increasing speed while aiming for their heads and limbs. As soon as there was an impact, an explosion followed and chunks of meat flew. The Arctic foxes were then taken down just as easily as the wolves. This continued until the 15th floor, where huge musk ox began appearing. They looked like huge bisons, but with a lot more fur. I stopped aiming at their limbs, as it seemed their thick coating provided some protection for them, and focused on throwing the fireballs only at their heads. At the speed they were rushing towards me, I actually had to move back to avoid being rammed into. Whenever I ran into a group of 4 or 5 musk ox, they required more fireballs to be taken down, and if there were many of them, then at least one would be able to get within a few meters. This pushed down my ever so increasing confidence a bit, making me slow down and stop my incessant casting that caused explosive sounds that alerted the monsters when I neared. As soon as I met another group, I cast as many fireballs as I could and kept them around me without losing my focus, before bombarding the group when I neared. Just like that, I smoothly cleared all the way until the 20th floor, which held crystal glass stairs heading downwards. I took a deep breath and prepared myself, casting the maximum fireballs I could keep circling me before I lost control and they exploded, which was about 10. Any more than that and I would lose concentration of a few that would fly away and explode. I went down the stairs and was met with a wide cave that had cold winds rushing about. At the center was a huge slumbering mass of a beast. As soon as I stepped in, 2 bright shining eyes opened, giving me a shock. This was the first ever monster that actually made me feel somewhat suffocated, mostly due to its size. I didn't waste any more time before commanding the fireballs around me to rush towards the huge beast, which was now standing on its hind legs. Damn, all 10 fireballs rushed towards it, with a few more appearing around me a few seconds after. The beast that seemed like a huge polar bear crossed its thick arms around its face as the fireballs came and a huge explosion occurred. Boom, dust filled the room, but I didn't even bother waiting and checking if it was still alive or not before I threw the next 10 fireballs in the same direction. Whoosh, I let out a scream as I quickly moved back. The bear was not dead and had rushed a few meters close to me, its arms mangled and burnt, but its huge jaws with pristine white teeth wide open. The last 10 fireballs I had haphazardly thrown out saved my life, as they quickly exploded on the open jaws of the bear and blasted its head off. Damn. Damn. Damn, I was breathing heavily while calming myself down. That was close. If I had waited a single second, if I was just a tad bit more overconfident, I would have had my head chewed right off. Damn it. Throwing those last fireballs without checking for anything just saved my life. I stumbled down and reeled my emotions in as the dust cleared and the room returned to serenity. I closed my eyes as the events in the last few minutes played in my head. I was rushing things. I only had 1 F-rank skill, and I alone attacked an E-rank dungeon. Stupid. It doesn't matter that I can cast it repeatedly if it cannot quickly take down huge bosses like this. Even with the increased proficiency of Fireball, it wasn't enough for me to comfortably take down a rank E boss. I also did not absorb any of the core S I had collected so far because I planned on selling all of them to quickly buy a higher tier skill book. Also stupid. If I absorbed some strength core S, my muscles would be reinforced and I would be stronger and quicker. If I absorbed more Vitality Core S, my defenses and health would be further increased so that a single attack won't kill me. I took a deep breath as these ideas flowed in. Okay. No need to rush. Plan ahead carefully first. My original plan was to dive into these dungeons repeatedly today until I gained enough money to purchase a C-rank skill, but that might not be the smartest of ideas. I would need to repeat Frozen Wasteland at least 3 or 4 times alone if I wanted to collect funds nearing $500,000. Ape's Paradise alone had given me materials worth around $60. 000, and I had gained close to a double that amount in here, with 100 Core S in the last 20 floors of this dungeon. A new plan quickly formed and I stood up to check what the boss had dropped: 1 skill book, and a few rank E Core S that were slightly bigger than a pigeon's egg. The skill book I picked up was called Arctic Armor. Happiness quickly came to my face as this was one of the categories of skills I was planning to buy. Skills like these greatly complement the current me, as some armor skills are timed, and some stay as long as you provide the energy. Tanks usually cast this skill when fighting against bosses, granting them another layer of increased protection. If the tank doesn't have a high enough focus, though, he might run out of energy for the armor and quickly be taken out, so his team members had to act fast to kill the boss. Arctic Armor would stay active as long as you provided the energy for the skill. I wasted no time learning it and quickly activating it. A thin crystal layer of ice quickly formed all over my body, giving me a cooling feeling. Almost all of the cold winds that were rushing about in the cave seemed like a breeze to me. Wow. I was already in love with this new skill. As usual, I didn't feel like I was using any energy or depleting anything from my body as the skill was actively on. A confident smile quickly came back to my face as I collected the rest of the Core S and placed in my now heavy backpack. I turned to the green crystal that rose after the huge bear's death, deactivated Arctic Armor, and touched the crystal. It was already night outside, the cold air emanating from the Frozen Wasteland monolith increasing some more. I passed by the few people that were there and went towards the roads where many cars were parked. Someone quickly approached me and I got in the car, my destination now being the popular hunter lodging at the center of Outer Bank City. Many hunters did not have a permanent residence they stayed at as they moved around a lot, so luxurious hotel businesses were started that were specifically for hunters. Most paid to stay there by the day, as the cost was nowhere near what most hunters made from killing monsters day in and day out. Almost getting my head bitten off woke me up somewhat, even though I thought I was thinking very clearly when I was planning everything. I was calling it a day for now. I'll sort through the Core S that dropped and see how much money I can make by selling them, and how many I should absorb myself. We quickly arrived at the hunter lodging called Pristine Residency. I paid the fare and went towards the entrance of the hotel. I would go back to my little apartment some other day to grab my valuables. Now I just needed some rest. The Pristine Residency had a luxurious look with shining lights all around it. Being a hunter lodging, there were many services for hunters that were offered. Beside the extravagant dining with specially cooked monster meat, small shops that sold and bought Skill Book S, Item S, and Core S were also here, although they wouldn't be anywhere near as extensive as the shops in the Awakened Centers. Selling your items at Awakened Centers would usually get you more profit and you would be able to find rarer skills there. Places like the Pristine Residency were more of a business while Awakened Centers were under the government's wing. And the government never stopped buying all the items dropping from monsters in bulk. I went to the reception area where a crazily dolled-up woman was flashing the sweetest smile and presented my hunter license. The smile never left her face as she quickly processed a room for me and gave me the keycard. I didn't bother checking any of the shops in the huge building and went straight to the room which was on the 10th floor. All I wanted to do right now was lie down on a soft bed. Chapter 6, Choosing New Skills. The room of the Pristine Residency was fairly huge. Hunters preferred resting in these specially made lodgings because of the safety that was guaranteed. Nobody wanted to be the rich and renowned hunter that was killed in their sleep. There was a platter of fresh fruits on the side and a thick bed in the middle of the room. I sat down on the bed and emptied the Core S in my backpack to get a grasp of just how much funds I could get tomorrow. There were 38 Focus, 54, strength, and 48, vitality, cores, mixtures of FE rank. This many cores were only possible if you were a very high ranker soloing lower dungeons or from partying with others of the same caliber to attack high-ranking dungeons. Just the cores alone would probably net me a grand total of $180,000 were I to sell all of them. I wouldn't be able to even come close to purchasing a rank C skill, but I could probably get one rank D skill or two rank E skills, if I choose to sell the minor heal I got from the boss of Ape's Paradise. That's another $20,000 to $30,000. But I was keener on learning that skill myself after the fight with that bear. I was absent-minded as I looked at the core S in front of me. Doing something like this was always a wish of mine, but never in my wildest dreams had I thought it would ever become a reality. My mind quickly went back to the period of confusion, when monsters were first introduced to the world. The last thing I remember saying to my parents was, "You guys have fun." They were going to their anniversary date, finally some time away from their son who hadn't yet left the house. Those were the last words. Tears unconsciously fell from my eyes as my mind went back to that time. I remember the rage I felt. The powerlessness as I hid in the BAS.M.nt. Away from the screams and growls that were clearly heard as if they were next to me, all I did was clutch my phone and watch the news updates as it went from monsters had appeared, to advice for the people to hide in their homes, to superpowered humans and the military stepping in. I hid in that BAS.M.ent for 2 straight days before I even had the courage to go upstairs and eat something. The weeks that followed were just confirmation of many people that did not have their loved ones returned to them. I was scared and ashamed at that time. My parents, who had done everything for me, were massacred by monsters while I cowered in fear. Time after that seemed to pass by in a blur. With the money my parents left behind, I was able to live off of it comfortably. It took months before I began to direct the rage and helplessness towards the things that did this, but I still wasn't able to do anything about it. The months after that I spent learning every little thing I could about monsters, dungeons, awakened hunters, and the reality of our new world. Only today did I learn a skill book and awaken myself. I wiped the tears off my face as a resolute expression came back. I couldn't do anything then, but I can change what I do now. I set aside some F rank, vitality, and strength cores for me to absorb and grabbed the phone near the bed to order room service. I then learned the minor heal skill and tried the skill for the first time. A green light washed over my body, reducing some of the fatigue I felt. I also made Arctic armor to be active at the same time, as its proficiency would increase the longer it was used, and its defensive properties would further increase. I then began absorbing some of the core S I set aside. My food arrived not too long after, 2 plates of prime ribs with some water. I paused everything when I grabbed the food from the door and ate the steaks waiting for me. I turned on the T.V while eating to check if there was anything newsworthy that happened today. There was a bearded anchor in a suit talking to a celebrity hunter. "Mr. Doyle, you've just come back overseas from doing hero work over in Country Z of the United Federation. Just how differently do the hunters live there compared to our great blessed empire?" News anchor: the work was fun, but it was definitely a new environment. Things are done very differently there. Dungeon diving is very strictly regulated, with hunters having to mandatorily hand over more than half of their earnings over to the government. It was truly eye-opening to see. Celebrity hunter, my goodness. How can hunters live under such oppression? I would rebel. It is nothing like our great empire, where hunters are given the freedom to grow and prosper. It's why we have such amazing heroes rising up over the years. God bless this great nation of ours. News anchor: well. Celebrity hunter: I quickly turned the T.V back off while shaking my head. Nothing noteworthy seems to be going on, just the usual propaganda being hurled at the common news watcher. The blessed empire, are we truly blessed? Compared to the United Federation, hunters here have a much higher death rate. The occasional dungeon breaks also cause mass casualties as response times were usually slow. Though I'm definitely lucky to be where I am, over the years I've to be skeptical of many of the things I hear. Hunters from the United Federation lead vastly different lives, but from what I've seen in online forums they're happy with the way things work. Of course, there are still many issues, but nowhere near as horrid as all our news networks make it out to be. Even the good things you see online could also be a false depiction though. So I guess I'd have to visit there myself to see how things are in the future. As soon as I finished eating my food and absorbing about 40 vitality and strength cores, I went towards the bed to get some rest. Before sleeping, I made sure to activate Arctic Armor. NOAA, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 30, Focus, Strength, 30, Skills, Fireball, 81, Heal, 1, Arctic Armor, 5, morning came. It was around 6 a.m. when I woke up. The bed had an outline of frost from where I was sleeping. I checked my panel to see that Arctic Armor had its proficiency rise to 61. It became slightly thicker and now looked like there was almost an armor of ice all over my body. I felt extremely comfortable sleeping with the skill activated, my body feeling a cooling sensation throughout. I grabbed a quick shower and cleaned up, and then went to grab some breakfast in the dining area. After finishing the food, I checked around the hunter shops in the hotel just to see if the skills I had in mind would be there. But I wasn't so lucky. There were a variety of rank CF skills, but none that fully fit the guidelines I had in mind. I went out and hailed another driver to bring me to the largest Awaken Center in Outer Banks. This center was as large as a stadium, with many hunters and normal humans rushing about. It was already packed early morning, with many things being sold or traded. I first went to trade in the core. I did not absorb in one of the shops, and my account soon had an extra $155,000. Even after I absorbed more than 40 core, the remaining was still enough to bring me this much from just diving into 2 dungeons. This money brought a smile to my face, even though I knew it would soon be gone. Ignoring everything else, I went to the shop that had a huge sign of skill books. There were hundreds of skill books laid behind thick glass with their descriptions written out. On either side of the entrance were 2 hunters who seemed to be rank D or above. I went into the shop and sure enough, there were a few books that fit my criteria. The first skill that fit exactly what I wanted was the rank D skill, Flames of Torment. The skill allowed you to cast a pillar of flames at a maximum distance of 10 meters and would last as long as energy is applied. The skill neared rank C in power but was neglected by many hunters because of its high energy usage characteristic. It fit perfectly with me. With its high damage, the pillar of flames would continue to be concentrated into a line of fire that burns anything in front of me. The next skill that matched what I was looking for and I actually had enough money to buy was another rank D skill called Safeguard. This was a very peculiar skill that caused headaches for many tanks. Casting this skill greatly boosted your defense, and even fully absorbed all damage from lower ranking skills. The only downside was its high energy requirement and the fact that you could not move while this skill was active. Bosses regularly move and attack anything that damages them. If they see their attacks aren't getting through a tank that is standing still, they will simply move to attack other party members that are causing it harm. Tanks who first used this skill caused the death of many spellcasters, as they were too late catching up to the monster after being able to move again. You also never want to be a mage with your flimsy defense to cast this skill and stand still. As soon as your mana runs out you will be surrounded and, because of all this, a D rank skill book that normally goes for around $100,000, I was able to buy for $60,000. With the Flames of Torment being $90,000, I had effectively used almost all the money I made the day prior. Now, it was time to go back to the Frozen Wasteland. Chapter 7, Too Easy. I called for a ride as soon as I was done and I was driven to the Frozen Wasteland dungeon in 20 minutes. I still had that same backpack with me as it should be more than enough to carry core that drop even if I dive multiple times. I placed my hand on one of the squares of the monolith, and I was back onto the cold floor with rushing wolves once more. Rank E dungeon, 20 floors, just how fast would it take for me to clear you now that I have rank D skills? I quickly activated Arctic Armor and Safeguard, as I wanted to ascertain just how useful the skills were going to be. I immediately felt like my entire body was rooted to the ground as I couldn't move a single muscle. A transparent layer of energy quickly formed on top of the Arctic Armor, and the rushing wolves arrived. The nearest one took a swipe with its huge claws, but I didn't even feel an impact as the wolf was bounced back. The rank D, Safeguard, provided almost absolute defense against lower-ranking monsters and skills. This held true. With both defense skills on, I watched as the wolves rushed at me and tried clawing, biting, and anything else they could think of, but they didn't even touch my clothes. With my confidence slowly coming back, I then cast a skill I was very much looking forward to, Flames of Torment. A blinding ray of flames quickly sprouted in front of me, piercing two of the wolves that were standing opposite me. The flames literally incinerated the area where they touched the monsters, leaving holes in their bodies. The two remaining wolves beside me let out frightened yelps, but I didn't give them any time and had two condensed fireballs quickly explode on their heads. I deactivated Flames of Torment, Safeguard, and could move again, and I went to check out the wolves pierced by the pillar of flames up front. A burnt smell was in the air, as the wolves had almost half of their bodies burnt away. The blood remaining on the other half of their bodies was even bubbling and sizzling. Damn. I kept my amazement inside as I rushed forward, wanting to see more of just how this deadly new skill was. I only kept Arctic Armor active and continued indiscriminately throwing fireballs in front of me so that I could increase its proficiency. Now that I was becoming more familiar with skills, it seems that the closer the proficiency nears 100, the closer the skill becomes able to deal just as much damage as a skill of the next rank. As the F rank, Fireball, neared 100 in proficiency, its speed and damage was almost the same as an E rank offensive skill. I didn't want to completely abandon Fireball, now that I had the rank D skill, Flames of Torment, as it was still very effective when used well. On the next floor, as soon as the wolves began appearing, I initiated Flames of Torment. I made the pillar of fire move horizontally instead of just shooting straight, causing it to literally melt the beasts in half. All 5 rushing wolves dead from one attack. Ha! I was already falling in love with this skill, feeling the rush of easily overpowering these monsters. I rushed down the floors even faster. No matter if it was the wolves, the foxes, or the musk ox, Flames of Torment did not discriminate and easily burned holes through the beasts with its extremely high heat. The feeling of adrenaline slowly faded as I stood by the stairs to the boss once more. I was decent enough to leave in one piece yesterday, but I was gonna be sure to take it out even more thoroughly today. I went down the stairs and watched the slumbering mass of a beast get up once more, its bright red eyes trying to pierce through me. Without wasting a beat, a pillar of flame sprouted in front of me like a blooming red flower. The rising bear raised its huge paws to protect its body once more, but this time there was no rest from the flames. Grah! A mournful howl was released as the beast's limbs did not last even a second, blasting them apart in an explosion of flesh and bones. Continuing onto the body of the bear, a sizzling hole was quickly apparent at the center of the beast's chest, stopping its howls short, and causing it to plummet back down to the cold hard ground. Boom! Controlling my breath, I looked down at the huge mass that was now burning in front of me. Something that gave me fear the day before, did not even manage to come a few meters near me now. I closed my eyes as I relished this feeling, and then went forward to grab the core, S and O. It wasn't a skill book this time around, but an item. I was quickly able to identify the equipment beside the huge bear. Swift boots, increased the speed of the wearer. The item brought a smile to my face, as they rarely dropped and could fetch a high price. The best thing about items is that you can use, reuse, and then sell them without them ever losing their value. I put the boots on, feeling my body get noticeably lighter. I dashed around and confirmed that I could more easily move around, swiftly clearing the Ranky dungeon, Frozen Wasteland. A sense of accomplishment rose as I went towards the green crystal. Before going out though, I took out a few of the Vitality and Strength cores that I had collected in this run and began absorbing them. Rank F, Core, S allowed a hunter to be strengthened up to 50 attribute points, Rank E, Core, S up to 100, Rank D up to 150, and on and on. The hunters standing atop the world currently had their attribute points nearing 300. It didn't matter how many F-ranked, Core, S you consumed, if you wanted to go past 50 on your attribute. You had to absorb Rank E cores, with the process repeating for higher ranks. Absorbing Rank E, Core, S while my stats were still under 50 only made them rise a bit faster. I stopped absorbing once, vitality, and strength, both reached 50, and as usual, focus, was blank so all those cores were saved up in the bag. I wrapped everything up and approached the crystal to leave the dungeon. As I touched the crystal and I was transported outside the monolith, I debated whether I should repeat this dungeon, or go towards one of the few rank D dungeons in Outer Bank X. I currently held 2 rank D skills, one of which was shredding the monsters in this rank E dungeon as if they were paper. The other, once activated anyways, would make me almost impermeable to any damage below rank D, and provide huge defense when facing monsters of equivalent rank. For time efficiency, it makes a lot more sense to head to a higher ranked dungeon, which will mean more floors, more monsters, and better drops. This time around though, I couldn't be reckless, since I was already at Frozen Wasteland, though, and it took me less than 20 minutes to clear everything. It shouldn't be an issue to repeat this dungeon once or twice. There will be no surprises and my safety is guaranteed, as well as the fact that there are so few people here. I made up my mind and approached one of the squares of the monolith again. Placing my hand and disappearing right after, the second run of Frozen Wasteland today brought me more core S, with the addition of Blade Strike. With a swing of your sword, unleash a deadly strike upon your enemies. This skill wasn't that useful for me, so I threw in the backpack and went in again for the third time today. The third run of Frozen Wasteland gave me a similar amount of core S, this time with a fairly rare skill, Summon Golem, summons a single partner to fight on your behalf. Many hunters would buy this skill as soon as it hits the shelf, as it allows casters to effectively have another tank, or the knights and berserkers to have a partner to take the damage for a few seconds. It doesn't really go with my style though, as it will be a slow-moving golem, and I rush through these monsters fairly fast. All that it meant for me was being able to receive more money for a skill, fourth run, only, core S, not a single skill book or item. This run bummed me out. Fifth run, more cores, and one item, Kenshin's sword. As simple as that, it was a sword. I wasn't planning on getting near any monsters, so this would be getting sold too. My backpack was nearly overflowing though, so I will be heading to an Awakened Center to sell the things I've collected so far. I was looking forward to this, as my profits now would easily pass 500,000, meaning I can finally grab myself a rank C skill. Noah, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 50, Focus, Strength, 50, Skills, F, Fireball, 96, F, Heal, 10, Arctic Armor, 79, D, Flames of Torment, 31, D, Safeguard, 8, Equipment, E, Swift Boots. Chapter 8, Offense is the Best Defense. In an unknown mansion somewhere in Outer Bank X, sir, we noticed an abnormality in one of the dungeons today. Butler, oh. And what happened? The butler observed the disinterested look on the man in front of him and continued. The E-rank dungeon, Frozen Wasteland, has suddenly gone from a risky assessment of moderate to low. Oh, so someone is doing my job for me while I'm busy with the C-rank dungeon? Yes sir, but the problem is, this change occurred in the span of 2 hours. As soon as the butler finished these words, the eyes of the man he was talking to flashed. Who was it? A team or a ranker that just appeared? We don't know sir. We're currently checking. Butler, good, let me know as soon as you find out. Are the girls ready? The man's attention quickly moved to the floor above him where he could feel some movements. Yes sir, all newly awakened. Yes sir, good, don't bother me for the next hour. The butler in a clad black suit watched as the man climbed the stairs. His major worry right now was the fact that a dungeon had moved from a moderate risk level to low in a period of 2 hours. This required a dungeon to be cleared by a team of highly skilled hunters, or one very skilled ranker, multiple times in those 2 hours. There was currently only one hunter in Outer Bank X who would be able to bring a specialized team to clear a dungeon at such high speeds. And he was looking at him now heading to perform some activities. The butler bowed towards his benefactor and then turned around to find out just which new hunters had appeared in their city. I was back in the central Awakened Center of Outer Bank X, currently selling the items I didn't need along with the core S I didn't absorb. Before coming down here I made sure to absorb the E-rank cores until I hit 70 attribute points for vitality, and strength. I slowly adapted to the newfound power my body felt as I moved around, exhilarated at my fast progress. The remaining cores, items, and skill books were all sold and I soon had an extra $674,000 deposited in my account. This was something unbelievable unless you were a high-ranking hunter. The receptionist handling my order was shocked as the number of things I was bringing in did not match the rank on my license in any way. I had the plan to be tested and increase my rank today anyways. A jump from F to D wouldn't be too out of this world, right? This was something I was hesitating on as it had only been 2 days since I was registered as an F-rank hunter. Heads will definitely be turned my way if I jump ranks this quickly. I still didn't feel comfortable enough to parade myself as someone strong when my highest skills currently were rank D and I was just about to get a rank C skill. Increasing my rank can wait for now, there's no rush. I was heading towards the skill book shop to buy a skill I had already seen yesterday. But I couldn't buy. Rank C skill, Arcanist Sphere of Protection. Arcane energies protect the caster from all harm, but at a great cost. There were very few rank C skills for sale, as the highest C rank dungeon was regularly being cleared by the only B rank hunter in Outer Bank X with his own team. Over the last few months, many of the C rank skills came from them. Arcanist Sphere of Protection provided absolute defense to any attacks of the same rank thrown your way along with a high defense against skills of a higher rank, did not have any movement effect like Safeguard, but required a large amount of energy to be kept active. My heart was about to leap out of my chest as I bought this killer skill. I've heard the proverb that offense is the best defense, but right now looking at this skill, defense was definitely the best defense. There were other spectacular C-rank offensive skills on display that I wanted to buy, but they would have to wait after I dive into dungeons a few more times and raise my funds once more. The offensive skills would definitely decimate everything on sight if I were to spam them, but they won't guarantee my life. So defense first, offense later. On top of the defensive rank C skill, I also bought rank D, Danger Sense, which quite literally let you sense anything that might take your life a few seconds before it happened. It was an invaluable skill that also had high energy usage to be kept active all the time. Arcanist Sphere of Protection cost me $550,000, with Danger Sense taking away another $100,000. I gave a look at the rank C offensive skills that I couldn't yet buy and left the Awaken Center to head towards my apartment this time. I was planning on spending the night there and grab my laptop along with other essentials. After giving directions to the driver, I relaxed in the back of the car and learned Arcanist Sphere of Protection and Danger Sense. I immediately activated Danger Sense, but nothing felt any different. I'm assuming I would feel something if my life was ever in danger. We arrived at the dilapidated apartment complex in half an hour. I gave the place a glance before heading towards the room I've been living in for the past months. Opening the door, I was shocked to find out there was someone in my apartment. The moment that person turned, a loud ringing sound went off in my head. This was dangerous. The man was decked in clothes that let off a blue light, which means they were all item S. He spoke as soon as his eyes landed on my face. Noah Osmont. Parents deceased, living alone, has been a registered hunter for about 2 days. The man was flipping through some papers while speaking. I had recognized his face. He was a celebrity in Outer Bank X. My face quickly became stern and I activated Arcanist Sphere of Protection. He looked up and gave a surprised look before continuing. Dungeon diving history includes Ape's Paradise and Frozen Wasteland. Has been observed to enter both dungeons alone and clear them with some of the fastest clear speeds. Now, why would a man like you be hiding your power? He wrapped up the papers and gave me a piercing look. My entire body felt like it was on pins and needles. I took a quick breath and calmed myself down while remembering I had a C-rank defensive skill activated right now and said, I didn't want any trouble the first few days after awakening. Trouble, huh? Well, it always manages to find us. He stared around my apartment before continuing. I won't be here long, I'm a very busy man. I came to offer an olive branch. He walked around my apartment and continued talking in that arrogant tone. The highest dungeon in this beautiful city of ours requires me and a team of others to regularly clear so that a dungeon break does not occur. Looking at your past 2 days' history, and the fact that you can comfortably keep that defensive skill active after all this time, means your power should be upper rank C, even possibly nearing B. He gave a smile as he said that last part. This man was the top ranker in Outer Bank X, B rank hunter, Cohen Anderson. We need more talents like you to keep the safety of this city and its citizens. We have casualties every now and then and are in need of another powerful hunter in the team. The next dungeon dive is 3 days from now. We gather at Soliel's castle at 10 a.m., be sure not to miss it. He finished the last few words, looked around some more, and walked out the door without giving me another look. I felt anger quickly boiling up inside me before I squashed it down. How the hell did they find me so fast? I closed the door of the apartment and went towards a chair with a horrible expression on my face. Cohen Anderson. The most powerful hunter in this city, and the one at the forefront of the defense against the C-rank dungeon, Soliel's castle. The dungeon monolith always showed a deep orange hue, showing that it could shine red at any moment and cause a dungeon break. Cohen forms a party to clear this dungeon twice a week. The hunters that form this party always change though, as there are casualties in almost every dive. That was how hard a C-rank dungeon was. Even with a B-rank hunter leading the team, there were still casualties. This information was commonplace in the local hunter platforms. New hunters were regularly recruited to help in the defense of the city, but there would be a memoriam at least once a week for a fallen rank C hunter on the team. I wanted to increase my strength slowly before doing what I can to help without the risk of death, but I guess that's out of the window. My anger was kept in check as I recalled his tone that felt more like a command. Arrogance, that was all that I felt from him. Sigh. This was what power could do to you. Cohen was widely known to be arrogant, but he was the strongest hunter in the city and could be relied on to prevent a dungeon break from Soliel's castle. It looks like I will be visiting a C-rank dungeon faster than I thought, but there was one thing he was wrong about. My power was definitely not upper rank C or nearing B. As soon as I learned the appropriate skill book, with my endless casts nothing will stand in my way. A ferocious expression rose in my face as old plans were thrown out and new ones formed. Noah, occupation, hunter, vitality, 70, focus, strength, 70, skills, F, fireball, 96, F, heal, 10, E arctic armor, 79, D flames of torment, 31, D, safeguard, 8, D danger sense, 5, C arcanist sphere of protection, 2, equipment, E swift boots. Chapter 9, Reflection and Planning. I reviewed everything I had been doing so far and looked for what I could change. I was going to keep farming, Frozen Wasteland, tomorrow, but I would also be heading towards one of the rank D dungeons in the city, Goblin King's Abode, for at least a few rounds. I just learned a C-rank defensive skill that most hunters can't even use because of its high energy requirement. There shouldn't be any surprises that might pop up to endanger my life. Along with the rank D, Flames of Torment, I should be able to clear the 30-floor dungeon without an issue. Another thing was the usage of my skills. If I really can cast endlessly, then I need to use this to my advantage even more. Arcanist Sphere of Protection, and Danger Sinise, were still active. I sat on my old bed then closed my eyes, activating both, Safeguard, and, Arctic Armor, 2, a few minutes passed and I calmed down some more and realized what I might have missed. Frozen Wasteland wasn't as actively cleared as other E-ranked dungeons and had a tint of orange. What would happen when it was cleared multiple times in one day? A change would be very noticeable. Sigh. I looked to my ceiling as I realized how full of mistakes I still am. Today I'll rest, tomorrow I'll start moving for real. The man adorned with rank C, item, S sat in the back of a luxurious car heading back to his manor. He had a distasteful expression on his face as if he had just swallowed a bug. There were very few people he hated in this world as he stood above the masses. Noah, the newly awakened hunter he just visited, landed near the top of the list of the most irksome people. It wasn't whether he was strong or weak, it was his attitude. He looked down on people with such a pathetic attitude. Wanting to lay low and evade danger after awakening to a powerful ability. Distasteful. You should use your God-given talents to help the other pathetic masses to live in this world a little longer. The strong ruled the weak in this era, and I do not want a weakling in my city. Either he falls in line or, a phone quickly connected in the car and Cohen spoke. Revise his danger level. Make it B. He was able to use a defensive skill that would have taken me a few attacks to destroy, and it remained active the whole time I was talking to him. Find out which skill matches the description and gauge his power. He is most likely a naturally awakened individual with an inherent skill that adds a large amount of focus, allowing him to jump over rankings. There was silence on the other end of the line before a reply came. Yes sir, he was the only B rank hunter in Outer Bank X. He held the city's life in his hands. He could do whatever he wanted with nobody batting an eye. The local government could not control him. Nobody else in this city could contend with him. And that is how things will stay. As soon as I got up in the morning, I compiled everything I knew about Cohen Anderson. Besides his unstable attitude, he was the only one in Outer Bank X holding a rank B skill. A few months back, when his team that was made up of rank C hunters took down the boss of Soliel's castle, with half the team wiping, he was lucky enough to receive a rank B skill book from the boss. Bosses rarely drop any skill books or items that are a higher tier than they are, but this chance increases when it is bosses from high-ranking dungeons. A rank C dungeon is filled with hundreds of beasts of that level, along with a huge boss that earns the title of a Titan. These huge bosses are extremely powerful and have the chance of dropping something that is of higher rank than the dungeon itself. Anderson was that lucky. He joined the ranks of B-tiered hunters and took his position at the top of this city. His team never remained the same over the months, with rank C hunters having a high mortality rate from the dangers of Soliel's castle. I would soon be joining them a few days from now. I thought over everything and began moving, hailing a ride and heading down to Frozen Wasteland, for the last time. Since they already know I cleared this, I'll clear it a few more times to raise the fund for a skill I didn't think I would need. I spent around 20 minutes for each run yesterday. And it took me less than 2 hours to clear it multiple times and bring in more than $500,000. I'll only need $400,000 to get the skill that I have in mind though. This time around I was even more efficient. I entered the dungeon and immolated the huge bear another 3 times, giving me a multitude of core S and 2 skill books that were only worth selling. In less than an hour, I had finished with Frozen Wasteland, and went down to the Central Awaken Center to fully start my next phase of plans. The core S and skill book S sold for $447,000, and I went towards the skill shop to buy the skill that will allow me to let loose with no reservations. The skill was still behind the thick glass, which I quickly called the person at the front desk and bought. Rank C skill, Camouflage. The skill allowed you to blend into your surroundings and had to be kept active to keep you from being seen. Besides extremely rich perverts, not many people use this skill. I would be relying on it to keep my movements hidden while I do things that go against the norm for many people even now. I wasted no time learning the skill and went out of the Awaken Center. I still had my F rank license, and it would allow me to get past any gates no matter the rank. The gates and guards placed around the dungeon monoliths were to make sure normal people do not pass through and get themselves killed while trying their luck in the dungeon. Hunters could pass through the gate no matter the rank they held as long as they had a license. As many of the hunters congregating around dungeons wasn't just for the purpose of diving. I called a ride and gave directions to head towards Goblin King's abode. Dungeons get progressively harder as the ranks increase, as can be seen how a rank C dungeon was barely being handled by a B rank hunter surrounded by rank C hunters. The difficulty from E to D hunters being able to notice you fairly easily. If someone were to be keeping tabs on me right now, I 15-16, am 100% sure it would not be a B rank hunter, so my movements from now on would be hidden, was also a huge gulf to cross for many. With D rank hunters opting to dive in groups of 10, or C rank hunters forming smaller groups to receive more profit, rank D dungeons are very profitable, but when you have to split the loot between 10 people, the returns are minimal when looking at the dangers you face. I had the driver stop while we were at the center of downtown, where you could take many paths to get to a lot of dungeons. I found the nearest alley and activated Camouflage, along with Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, and Arctic Armor. Danger Sense was still kept active all this time. The rank C, camouflage, could hide a hunter from anyone of that same rank, with powerful rank B hunters being able to notice you fairly easily. If someone were to be keeping tabs on me right now, I am 100% sure it would not be a B rank hunter, so my movements from now on would be hidden. I stepped out into the middle of the street with cars blazing down and people rushing about. Not a single person was able to see anything, with a few bumping into me and tilting their heads to see exactly what hit them. As soon I confirmed the usefulness of the skill, I rushed towards the direction of Goblin King's abode, and arrived there in 20 minutes. This time around, I didn't bother showing my license and just passed through the man-made gates, the rank D guards on the side being none the wiser. None of the hunters clustered inside even looked my way either. Increasing my confidence for the new plans from now on, I then looked up at the huge monolith that shone with a blue hue. This dungeon was regularly cleared by rank C and D hunters, being one of the more profitable dungeons because of the special drop that occasionally comes out, King's Valor. This item was a full body armor that increased your defense by a wide margin while not hindering your speed. As rank C, items were extremely rare, and mostly hoarded by those diving into the only rank C dungeon, this item was one of the hottest pieces of equipment for hunters. I stopped reminiscing and went towards one of the square doors of the monolith, placing my hand and instantly being transported to Goblin King's abode. Noah, occupation, hunter, vitality, 70, focus, strength, 70, skills, F, fireball, 98, F, heal, 21, Arctic armor, 95, D, flames of torment, 49, D, safeguard, 15, D, danger sense, 33, C, arcanist sphere of protection, 25, C, camouflage, 3, equipment, E, swift boots. Hi everyone. Comments, feedback, and reviews are appreciated as usual. Next chapter should be out in a few hours. Adui. Chapter 10, Goblin King's abode. The layouts of high-ranking dungeons gradually became more extravagant. In Goblin King's abode, the first floor you were transported into had overgrowths and trees all around. Goblins traveled in groups of 5 and patrolled the entire floor. The moment you attacked one, they would alert others with a loud signal and have them all rush to where you were. Parties created to dive into this dungeon had to make sure they had enough damage dealers to take care of at least one of the groups before the other 2 groups rushed in. If your party ever found themselves surrounded by 3 groups of goblins, you had to say your prayers. I looked to the group of goblins that was just alerted in front of me. The goblins had a layer of green scales on them, with their heights reaching up to 3 meters. 4 of them held clubs and maces with one holding a wooden staff. I began by testing the effectiveness of the rank F, fireball, that had its proficiency almost reach 100, making it on par with E rank skills. The swirling fireball that was even further condensed rushed towards one of the goblins and exploded. The goblin was pushed back a few feet but quickly got back up like nothing was wrong. Its green scales were only slightly dented. Damn, here I was thinking, fireball might still have some uses in the future. Its fast casting and moving speed would actually be good if I was ever going against things that didn't have such high defenses like monsters. But that wasn't something I was looking forward to. The dashing goblins were almost here though, so I initiated my most offensive skill on hand, Flames of Torment. A line of fire quickly appeared in front of me, moving forward to hit the foremost goblin. There was a second of pause after the impact before a scream rang out as the line of fire pierced from the front to its back. I made a grasping motion to the pillar of flames and moved my hand to the right. The skill followed my command, acting like a thick rope that moved horizontally and bisected the heads of the 2 goblins on the right. The remaining 2 goblins were immediately frightened to see such quick deaths of their friends and they began dashing back. I wouldn't give them a chance though, so I moved forward and kept the distance, quickly commanding the skill to coil around the 2 goblins, burning them to a crisp. This was a method I had begun using after becoming familiar with this skill. I didn't have to just allow the skill to shoot flames in front of me. As my proficiency rose, I could more easily control the pillar of flames to not just move forward, diagonally, or horizontally. With enough concentration, I could command the skill to act as agile as a rope to suffocate my enemies in flames. As soon as I finished them off, rustling sounds could be heard as another 5 goblins dashed in. I didn't sit still this time around. giving them a cold grin and running towards them, a pillar of flames eerily squirming in front of me. I practiced controlling and moving, flames of torment, as I liked, resulting in dying screams from the goblins. Soon enough, there were another 5 burnt monsters on their ground, their bodies still bubbling from the extreme heat. I had already taken 2 groups, there should be 1 more remaining. I didn't wait for them to come and went towards the screams and sounds to the side, taking the last 5 down just as easy as their previous friends. From then on, it was just me rushing down the floors, increasing the proficiency of my now favorite skill. On a few of the floors, I tested the effectiveness of camouflage against monsters, and the results were spectacular. I could sneak in a few meters around them without them noticing a single thing, but if I stayed at that location for just a few seconds or went in any closer to them, then eyes would shift to where I was at. I wasn't sure if it was just sharper senses or a stronger nose that alerted them as you neared, but it was fun running around without being seen. From the 10th floor onward, more goblin archers and mages began appearing, shooting arrows, fireballs, lightning, and frost bolts towards me. I had Arctic armor and Arcanist sphere of protection, always active though, causing the arrows to be bounced away from my body and the spells to simply disappear the moment they came in contact with the transparent sphere around me. All they could see was a small being deflecting and absorbing their attacks while he lashed out with a thick pillar of fire that either tightened their bodies to death or blasted their heads apart. Surprising the goblin mages and archers with camouflage was even deadlier, as they can't even cast a single spell before they become lifeless. Adrenaline was coursing through me as I watched these D-rank 3-meter-tall monsters easily fall, but I reminded myself this wasn't what I was aiming for. They were D-rank, they were weak, just like me. I cannot think too highly of myself. Any random millionaire could buy skills just as strong and enough core to easily make someone just as powerful. The change I wanted to make inside of me was to not feel that feeling of cowardice, that feeling of helplessness that I wallowed in for so long. Whatever stood in my way, whether it be human or monster, whether it be the largest titans I will eventually be facing, I wanted to face it head-on without fear. I reined in my emotions and rushed down the floors even faster. Within an hour and a half, I had rushed down all 29 floors of the dungeon and stood near the last steps of stairs that would take me to the boss room. I realized the pain of normal hunters and why most of them only dived into dungeons once or twice at most a day. Me rushing down while mowing enemies left and right still required me to spend a few minutes on each floor. There being so many floors and monsters, the hunters in a party had to put their lives on the line to kill monsters on each floor while resting to recover their energy and heal up right after. Just going through one dungeon could take them 5 hours or more. Me being able to endlessly cast my skills was such a huge thing that even now I found myself questioning if it was still real. I went down the steps while making sure all defensive skills and even camouflage was active, and I was soon in a huge clearing with a small mountain in the middle. Scratch that, not a mountain, just a very savage-looking goblin that was about 6 meters in size. Its skin was shining a dark black that made it very prominent in this clearing. Holy shit! It held no weapons on its hands, and yet its hands alone seemed enough to smash anything coming near it. This boss was the killer of many hunters, its large size and strength quickly weeding out inexperienced hunters from knowledgeable ones. At least 2 rank D knights or 1 rank C with the heaviest of armors were required in order to withstand even one of its strikes. You also better hope your team's mages and berserkers were saving up their energy to unleash multiple spells and attacks on this beast to take it down in as little time as possible, or deaths would follow. I was a distance away from it, so I thought I wouldn't be found out with camouflage active, but its huge eyes honed in on me the instant I arrived in the clearing. So blending into your surroundings is not enough to evade the senses of this type of monster. And I wasn't sure if this rank D boss could be classified as a titan yet, but its size made me feel like an ant as I had to raise my head just to meet its gaze. I felt my blood pumping as I found myself in this stare down against something more than 3 times my size. I was not scared. I looked at this huge beast and I saw my goals. I saw my future. I slowly began walking, and my walk gradually changed into a run. The beast stood still, not making a single sound. A smile broke out on my face as unrestrained laughter could be heard. A few meters long thick line of flames quickly appeared beside me as I charged towards this humongous beast. As soon as I got near it, a huge black fist covered the entirety of my sight. My laughter didn't stop as the line of flames also shot out and wrapped around that fist. Then, a huge impact was felt. Boom, the fist felt like the whole world was dropped on me. I had seen it smash into the sphere that was protecting me, and instantly felt myself fly back at a speed I've never been exposed to before. Bam. I was smashed into the wall behind me a second later, a spherical dent created as I dropped down to my feet. Not a single hair on my body was harmed. The rank C skill, Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, was not for show. The beast in front of me didn't stay silent anymore as a mournful howl rang throughout the huge clearing. Its right fist had fallen to the ground, forever removed from its arms. The calmness in its eyes was completely gone as its feet smacked the ground and jumped towards me. One of its remaining good hands reached out towards me as if trying to snuff out a candle. I commanded the cable of flames to twist and form into a circular shape while watching this palm crushing down on me. The circular line of flames then began spinning at high speeds when the palm landed. Zing, a horrible sound could be heard as flesh and bones were cut apart. The Goblin King's remaining arm was grotesquely bisected in the middle, dark red blood gushing out. We were only a meter apart, and I stared at its furious face as I commanded the spinning line of flames to rush at this giant's neck. Zing, a second passed, and then the head of the 6-meter-tall monster crashed to the ground. Chapter 11, The Right Skills to Buy. I let out a laugh as I relished on the feeling of taking down such a humongous beast. I was even happier from learning how to better use your skills as your proficiency rose. Flames of Torment, shot out a line of flames in front of me when I first casted it, but as I gradually kept on using it, new ways to manipulate it came to light, from being able to move the line of flames in the direction I wanted to twisting the thick flames like a rope, to now connecting their ends and adding a spin to it, making them even deadlier. This made me look forward to learning and improving higher ranking skills as time passed. I continued thinking while observing the headless giant before I gathered the things that dropped. Aside from the Core S, there was also a rank D skill book, Ice Shards, dropped sharp shards of ice at a specific location. This skill book was in fairly high demand and could be sold for a decent amount of money. It didn't fit with the current me and I wouldn't be learning it as my goal now is to focus on obtaining an offensive rank C skill. Along with that, I wanted to buy other skills like Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, Arctic Armor, and Danger Sense, that could be activated, and on my case, become passive skills that only end after I command it. This was my next phase of plans, skills that I could turn on and keep on without them requiring any more thought from me. If I can collect a multitude of support and defensive skills that provide a variety of effects and layer them on top of each other. Just the thought of it kept my blood pumping. The next skill will be a killer rank C skill that will be of use when I dive into Soliel's Castle in a few days, and the other skills I had in mind will follow after. Flames of Torment had a very high proficiency currently with its power most likely nearing rank C skills, but a genuine rank C offensive skill is nothing to laugh at with their large scale of damage. I sat down besides the fallen giant and began absorbing the Vitality and Strength Core S it dropped. I had collected tons from the smaller goblins across the 29 floors, and planned to bring my Vitality and Strength attributes higher than 100. As soon as I finished, I reached out towards the green crystal that rose when the Goblin King was defeated and was transported outside. My camouflage was already activated, and not a single one of the many hunters clustered in groups or selling items and skills around the encampment of the monolith noticed me. The areas around safe dungeons usually turned into small markets of their own, with hunters trading skills, cores, or items without going through official channels like awakened centers. The selling of these things around the dungeons gave much less profit though, so unless a hunter was willing to pay a high price for a specific skill or item they wanted, most people sell their loot to the awakened centers. The government controlling these centers gobbled up everything they could, paying top prices for materials to strengthen their soldiers. The funny thing about it though was how many of these soldiers would be stationed in high-end cities where the rich were clustered together. That's just how this world was. I ignored the hustle and bustle of the environment and neared one of the square doors of the monolith. being transported back into Goblin King's abode for another run. I was planning to dive into dungeons like a madman for the days to come and accumulate as much as I could before being fully prepared for any situations when diving into Soliel's castle and dealing with that arrogant prick. "Sir, we lost him a few hours ago after he got off a car downtown." "Butler, what? How do you lose someone when we have eyes all over the city?" Cohen asked the burly man that was dressed in a tuxedo over the phone. "It was our mistake, sir. We'll be sure to find him as soon as possible." "If I may, I would like to share my thoughts about this subject though." The butler hung his head low as he talked to his master. This was the man that had saved his life when monsters were about to snuff it out, and he had been indebted to him from then on. He was an official holding a high position in a major firm, but he left everything behind and followed his master willingly over the past months, managing his financials and turning a blind eye to the many tastes his master had. After all, nobody was perfect. What is it? There are many inconsistencies about him that we are unsure of, and have not yet grasped exactly how high his level of power is. My apprehension increased today as he was able to escape under the watch of many of our people. Might I suggest that we approach him in a different manner? He carefully spoke out every word, making sure his words would not be the cause of anger. There was silence on the other end of the phone before Cohen spoke. "Do you doubt me?" The butler quickly frowned and hung his head even lower before he replied, "I would never. I am only speaking from an abundance of caution of this man who has suddenly awakened to a power nearing rank B in just a few days." A pause followed thereafter, before a reply came with the call being ended a moment later. "I'll keep that in mind." The butler wiped off the perspiration and looked out of the mansion. He did not succeed, his master had still become angry. My second run of Goblin King's abode was fruitful, as the boss had been kind enough to drop the sought-after armor, King's Valor. The 6-meter goblin had horrible burns all over its body, as I took my time with it to get more practice facing something that much bigger than me. This was all in preparation to go against much bigger bosses that fully earned the title of Titans from rank C and above. One of the things I learned was that if you didn't have a strong enough defensive skill, it didn't matter how knowledgeable you were about its moves, as a single punch would be able to stain your body all over the wall. I equipped King's Valor, and felt a new layer of clothes wrap around me. The armor had a light blue metal sheen to it with a slight protrusion at the chest, covering a majority of my body besides my extremities and head. The greatest thing about this armor was the fact it did not feel awkward to move around in, as if the metallic attribute was malleable. I could move and stretch my body even better than normal with no issues. The third run of the dungeon gave me more than enough cores that my backpack was almost overflowing now, along with the rank D skill, Triple Shot, that was commonly used by ranged berserkers that used bows. I had taken more than half of the day diving into this dungeon, and it was already night outside. Tightening my overflowing bag on my back, I left Goblin King's abode, encampment and went towards the downtown, with my camouflage active as usual. Once I was in the middle of the city, I turned the skill off and called for a ride that dropped me off the Central Awaken Center 20 minutes after. It was rush hour around this time with many people running about downtown. Many drowning their troubles and fear with alcohol and many more going towards the unsavory places deep in the city. I went inside the Awaken Center and had to be taken to a private room because of the volume of things I was trying to sell. A fat-looking middle-aged man replaced the gorgeous woman that was talking to me and quickly handled the transaction, taking all my remaining cores and skills from Goblin King's abode, and offering to deposit $1.6 million into my account. I looked at these numbers as if they were imaginary, and they might as well be, as they would be gone a few minutes from now when I purchased the rank C skills. I became a high-profile client in the man's eyes as he asked me if there was anything else I needed before completing the transaction, and I told him the names of the skills I wanted. A few minutes later, 3 rank C skill books were situated at the table next to us, and only $100,000 was deposited in my bank account. Chapter 12, just the beginning. The new rank C skills I had bought were Explosive Rune. Upon physical contact with your enemy, brand them with a chaotic rune that will explode on your command. Aura of Haste, an aura that increases movement speed, attack speed and cast speed envelopes you, and Life Essence, gain increased vitality, 30, and regeneration at a great cost. These skills correctly fit with the direction I was going towards. Multiple skills that can remain active for me at all times along with my first offensive rank C skill. Explosive Rune was a boss killer that mages wanted in their arsenal because of its significant damage. The only problem is that it drained the entirety of a rank C's energy. And they had to come in contact with the boss to initiate it. The mage hunters had to make sure that they had full energy before the boss fight and that there was a competent enough knight distracting the boss, otherwise the moment they get near themselves they'll get squashed. Once the rune was placed on the boss, half of the fight was done, as it dealt such a significant amount of damage that it could even outright kill a rank D boss if the rune was placed in a critical location or may. Rank C boss. The problem was, no mage ever dared get near a rank C boss unless they were wishing for death. With my overlapping defensive skills and the ever so increasing active skills, I should have no problem using Explosive Rune to its full potential. After the sale was finished, the joyful man's face jiggled as he said, "Here is my card. Give me a call or text whenever you're coming down and I'll be sure to receive you to the best of my abilities." I nodded to the man that had a full smile on his face and left the Awakened Center. As soon as I was out I blended into the rushing people and activated Camouflage. Once more, the nearest hunter lodging was not too far away from the Awakened Center, and I got there in under 10 minutes. I quickly received the keys to one of their luxurious rooms and found myself in a room similar to the one I stayed in before. I placed my bag down on the bed and eagerly began looking at my new skills. Explosive Rune would have to wait to be tested later, but as soon as I activated Aura of Haste and Life Essence, a red and green color began appearing on my body. The colors would come and fade a moment later, being fairly transparent and only visible if you were to really focus. I felt my body become visibly lighter and saw a 30 appear on my Vitality attribute. As long as I found skills like these and layered them on my body, would I have anything to worry about? I shook myself out of my reverie and ordered room service, this time getting 2 plates of a very huge lobster. I went over my day and thought about what I would be doing tomorrow while enjoying the supple texture of the crustaceans. This was a habit I was planning on developing regularly, to think back to what I did today along with any mistakes I made, and how to improve in the future. I went to sleep soon after as I was dead tired. Anderson was holding a drink as he overlooked the city atop his mansion. The thing on his mind was the newly awakened hunter he couldn't seem to keep a track of. He knew all of the hunters that were C rank or near it in the city, and he made sure to introduce himself whenever new ones appeared. They were quickly reined in and called upon whenever his team lost a member while diving in Soliel's castle. None of them could deny his words. So why was it that this new one pissed him off so much? Anderson thought back to that pathetic apartment and realized it was his eyes. Eyes that seemed unyielding, that seemed to say he wasn't afraid. How could he not be afraid? Whatever, inherent skill, he awakened. Does he really think he could look at me with an expression like that? I held the paramount skill, Giant Strength, which allowed me to stand toe-to-toe against a C-rank titan. Who are you compared to a boss I killed every week? The one person he usually listened to in this city had also told him to be cautious because of the many unknowns, but it only furthered his distaste towards the hunter. No matter. I will see exactly what gave someone like you the confidence to look at me with such a gaze. Cohen Anderson, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 188. Focus, 163, Strength, 195, Skills, F Lightning Strike, 41, F Shield, 33, Strengthening, 41, D Minor Regeneration, 43, D Quick Speed, 42, D Harden, 38, D Blade Edge, 45, D Danger Sense, 31, C Aura Blade, 49, C Regeneration, 23, C Heal, 33, C Life Essence, 25, C Blast, 19, C Blade of Lightning, 55, B Giant Strength, Inherent Wrathful, Equipments, C Igneous Sword, C Igneous Armor, Searing of Storage, C Fiery Boots. Early morning the next day, I was already up and heading towards Goblin King's abode. Tomorrow would be the day when I would head down to Soliel's castle, with some of the highest rankers in the city, so I had to use my time as efficiently as possible today. The first task was to rush through the dungeon in under an hour and a half as I was aiming to dive in at least 5 times. With this in mind, I bought a specialized hunter bag that was woven with materials meant to stretch. The bag had straps that tightly hugged your body so that a strong hunter could move without any issues. This was a poor hunter's item, as the truly rich ones had purchased equipment that allowed them to store whatever they wanted in a large space. I put this item off for now as it would have taken a majority of my funds, and my goal was obtaining more skills currently. I repeated the same process as yesterday and arrived at the monolith at 7 a.m. It was a fairly cloudy morning and still early, so there were significantly fewer hunters around. Some had already set up shop with their skill books and cores. Others meeting up and forming parties while getting to know one another. Still activating camouflage, I entered the dungeon and appeared on the clearing filled with trees once more. This time though, besides the skills I originally had, I had added Aura of Haste and Life Essence. I ran towards the first group of goblins that I could see and rushed up to them while I was still hidden. They were alerted the moment I came near them, but that didn't stop me from reaching my hand out and placing it on each of them while they were still disorganized. With my increased speed from Aura of Haste, I could do this much without an issue. I then pulled back a few feet away and watched as black tattooish circles spread to cover 1/3 of their bodies. I observed them as they turned my way, none the wise about the runes that had sprouted on their bodies. I gave the command and the rank C skill, Explosive Rune, was fully utilized. Bang, the portion of the goblin's body that was covered in the runes exploded with a huge force, throwing chunks of flesh and bones everywhere as 5 goblins were soon lying in their own pool of blood. The damage was just as expected for a rank C skill, powerful. I speedily cleared the floors like this. With all the defensive and support skills kept active, I pressed down the floors with camouflage, hiding me and giving me enough time to come in contact with the monsters that exploded a second after. Some floors I still used, Flames and Torment, and kept on experimenting with it as its proficiency continued to rise. More than an hour quickly passed and I was through all 29 floors and headed to the boss once more. The 6-meter-tall Goblin King looked as ruthless as always, and noticed me as soon as I came down even though I was hidden. I walked towards it slowly until I stood a meter away, where it stared me down. This one was one of the peculiar traits of this boss that interested me. When the fight began it was always so calm as if it was measuring me up. During the fight though, it would go completely berserk. It was still a monster though and threw a fist down at me a second later. I raised my small hand to match this fist as my palm was open to receive it. PAH, a sound like that of the loudest slap resounded as Arcanist's Sphere of Protection absorbed all the damage and the ground beneath me cracked. The arm of the Goblin King rapidly had a runic tattoo spreading on it, and the boss quickly felt something wrong as it grabbed its skin and tried to rip it off. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out as its entire arm blew apart and it let out a thundering howl. The enraged king reacted fast, throwing another fist with its remaining arm, only for the same thing to repeat. I was standing at the same location, the ground around me full of cracks as if an earthquake occurred. I had sunk a few inches into the ground as I calmly looked up at the Goblin King that was missing both of its arms. RAAA. It let out an angry shout as if it would not give up and kicked its right leg downwards. PAH. Boom, the same scene repeated and now its right leg was gone. The large beast could not support its weight as it fell backwards with a loud thunk. Loud breathing could be heard as its entire face was twisted in pain. I climbed out of the small hole I had been repeatedly kicked in and jumped up on top of the body of the beast, landing on its square abdominal muscles and traveling forward to its face. I looked down at it as it could not move or do much of anything else. Besides the heavy breathing and a pained look, I could see another expression on the Goblin King's face after more than half of its body was blown away. It was extremely distinct while I looked at its huge eyes. I had seen this expression before. I had felt it before. It was fear. I reached my hand out and let my palm touch its forehead, leaving it there as I commanded, Explosive Rune, to combust. Boom. Another deafening explosion rang out in the clearing before silence ensued. Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, and Arctic Armor, didn't allow even a single stone or meat to land on my body, negating the force of the explosion as if it was nothing. Chapter 13, Preparations done. The feeling of dominating such a huge being from the beginning to the end was exhilarating. to say the least, and a testament of just how far and fast I can grow. The first run of Goblin King's Abode gave out an abundant amount of core S and an item called Goblin Sword. I did not need the sword, so this would be one of the items that I would be selling later. I continued on and dived into the dungeon once more. The second run gave me even more cores, along with the skill book called Flame Bolt. The third, fourth and fifth run collectively gave me one item and two more skill books, D Bow of the Veteran, D Swipe, and D Restrain. All of them were rank D materials that I would not be needing and would also be getting sold. Throughout the dungeon runs, I made sure to use Flames of Torment, along with my main skill of Explosive Runes, that beautifully took down the monsters. This process took me an entire day and I was able to bring a few of my skills to the proficiency of 100. The skills that reached a milestone of 100 jumped up explosively in power. Fireball, which was a rank F skill, now had power greater than a skill 1 rank above it. The balls of fire summon now had a high propelling force that made them rush out even faster. Arctic Armor, even more comfortably hugged my body when it reached 100, an extra layer of ice appearing that further increased my defense, and also making me look like some knight you would find roaming the coldest Arctic wastelands. This marked the end of my dive for the day, as I had been diving for the past 10 hours and it was already in the evening. I left the dungeon, Camouflage, as usual, and went downtown, where I once again called for a ride and went all the way down to the Awaken Center. In the Awaken Center, I had given a text to the fat salesman beforehand and he was able to meet me and bring me to the private room the minute that I arrived. I entered the room and emptied my huge bag that held many cores, skill books, and items. After counting everything, the total came out to 2.8 million. I once again gave a list of the things that I was looking for and they were quickly brought to me, reducing the money I would have taken all the way down to $500,000. I would have loved to spend the rest of it, but I couldn't find any more applicable defensive or support skills that fit the criteria I set for myself in the Awaken Center. I would soon have to branch out to find more fitting skills. I had bought 3 more skills and 1 item, all of them being rank C. The first was a movement type skill that I had been looking forward to called Whirlwind. The second was another support type skill that was called Increased Penetration. The third skill was a life-preserving skill called Regeneration. The item that I bought last was a simple Ring of Storage, which many high-ranking hunters found themselves buying. It took away the hassle of carrying around the skill books and items and cores that were collected over the course of the day. As soon as I finished my business, I gave my thanks to the salesman and left the Awaken Center, blending in and using Camouflage. As soon as I was out and headed towards the Hunter Lounge, the process was quick as usual, and I grabbed the room fairly quickly. I was finally able to relax and absorb the core S that I kept behind. The plan was to reach the maximum that I could while using rank D cores. I then learned the skills and placed the storage ring on my hands, using my energy to feel the wide space inside of it. It was a large enough space for 2 people to be squeezed in. The Increased Penetration skill allowed me to deal more damage and further ignore the defenses from my enemies when I had it active. It was a much-used skill by mages and berserkers to deal finishing blows on bosses, and the Regeneration skill was as simple as that. If I ever somehow took a large amount of damage, then I could easily cast the Regeneration skill to begin healing without losing too much of my health. The movement type skill that was called Whirlwind would allow me to dash forward and close the distance to my enemies at a very fast speed. This would be good for surprise attacks or evading very dangerous shots. Regeneration and Whirlwind could not be activated and tested at this time. But I quickly activated Increased Penetration, along with the rest of the defensive and support type skills that were in my arsenal to keep their proficiency rising. I ordered room service as usual, and this time around I grabbed 3 platters of shrimp. My appetite seemed to gradually be getting larger and larger as time passed. I enjoyed the food when it came and took some time to think once or more over what happened today. I went over my run in the dungeon, the skills are used, and how to better use them or further improve. I felt like I had fully prepared for what was to happen tomorrow. With all of these skills that most hunters would be able to activate momentarily for a life-saving moment, I had them activated at all times. Even knowing how huge the gap was in strength between rank D and C dungeons, seeing how easily I had been taking down the 6-meter goblin of Goblin King's Abode, gave me confidence for the officially titled Titan of Soliel's Castle. Early morning the next day I woke up, grabbed a shower, and had some breakfast at the diner area of the hotel. It was already 8 am when I left the lodge to head towards Soliel's Castle. This dungeon was renowned as the hardest dungeon in our city. It was a dungeon that many people died in until a specialized team was born to clear it. The dungeon always bordered in the high-risk zone. There was no encampment around the dungeon as usual, with many people setting up their shops and stalls quite a distance away. In the case of any dungeon break happening, people wanted the chance to at least be able to run away from the onslaught of beasts. The huge monolith was colored in a dark shade of orange, pulsating at a few seconds. The only road leading to it was blocked by military trucks and cars, making sure the civilians never neared this area. I didn't bother even showing my license and just passed through the guard point using my camouflage skill. I soon arrived at the bottom of the monolith and I looked up at the huge structure. I closed my eyes and sat down near it, making sure I was still hidden while activating all my defensive and supportive skills. Watching the proficiency rising in real time, I felt extremely confident in anything that I would face today, as the previous day I had also absorbed many of the core S that I didn't sell, with my vitality and strength attributes capping at 150. Along with the many skills that supported me, I highly doubt it given AB rank hunter could endanger me. Not too long after a few people began appearing. I stayed hidden as I observed them. The first two were huge dudes in their 30s. They both held huge shields that seemed to cover their entire bodies. On their other hands were maces with spikes that shone red. Besides the armor they had on them, they didn't seem anything special. But these were genuine C-ranked hunters. The next to arrive were women that both held staffs on their hands with magicians' robes wrapping around them. They had a look of apprehension as they looked at the huge monolith. The four of them seemed familiar with each other as they began discussing some things soon after. The next one to arrive was a girl who seemed fairly young, in her 20s at most. This one had a blue sword on her waist, with her body covered with what I would only assume to be King's Valor, that TI also wore. Surprisingly, this girl did not go towards and talk to me first but she actually held a confident look on her face as she looked towards the huge monolith, making me surprised, as any rank C hunter could find themselves dead in this dungeon. So many held apprehensions. Anderson arrived soon after. His arrival stopped the discussions among everyone as they stared towards him. His eyes glazed over the 5 people and then soon turned into piercing eyes that came to my location. I calmly deactivated the defensive and support skills and then turned off camouflage. Surprise gasps came out of the rank C hunters as none of them were able to notice me. I wanted to test it just to be sure if Anderson would be able to pierce through the C rank skills effect even if its proficiency was increased. Maybe I had to wait until it neared 100 for it to have a complete effect on rank B hunters. While Anderson's piercing gaze did not leave my sight, he walked over and said, "You really have such an excessive amount of energy? That you would waste it on hiding this early this morning?" His tone sounded very calm, but his words dripped with disdain. I replied back, "Nothing to worry about. I was only testing the strength of the people I would be leaving my life to today." I seemed to have a knack of making him angry. His face became sour and he turned away from me and addressed everyone. "I want the dungeon dive today to be a very clean one. We have 2 new hunters joining us. This one goes by Rachel and this one is Noah. One is a berserker and the other is a mage." He pointed to me and the girl that held a confident look on her face as he continued, "For you two, this will be your first run, so follow all directions and do not lag behind. This dungeon is different from the ones that you are commonly used to." These words were directed to Rachel and I. There is only a single floor in this dungeon, and it takes us almost half the day just to clear it. Do not be surprised by what you see. Protect yourself and cover each other's backs and we should all come out of this alive. When the boss appears, leave it to me and follow everything I say. He articulated the next words very slowly. In the case any problems occur and you see it coming towards you, do not stand idle. Run, or you will die. I listened to his somewhat inspiring speech as we all prepared to dive into the dungeon. I had done my research previously about Soliel's castle, and his words were not false. The dungeon only had one singular floor, but this one floor took the lives of many hunters. As the speech was quickly wrapped up, he went towards the other 4 party members to discuss something, and I noticed an uncomfortable look pop up on their faces. Geez, did this guy actually have bad relationships with everyone? The girl that was apparently new just like me came towards me and said with a puzzled expression. Why does it seem like there's friction between you and the strongest hunter in the city? I smiled at her and replied. I'm not sure either. I have no problem with the guy. But he seemed to not like me the moment so he saw me. She cocked her head in confusion as if she did not understand, and I said once more. Don't worry about it, there should not be a problem. As soon as we finished talking, the rest of the group came towards us and we went towards one of the square doors of the huge monolith. Once all of us were near, Anderson reached his hand out first and the rest of us followed, quickly being transferred to the first floor of Soliel's castle. Noah Osmont, occupation, hunter. Vitality, 150, focus, black box, strength, 150, skills, F, fireball, 100, F, heal, 43, Arctic armor, 100, D, flames of torment, 97, D, safeguard, 31, D, danger sense, 95, C, arcanist sphere of protection, 93, C, camouflage, 67, C, aura of haste, 23, C, explosive rune, 33, C, life essence, 22, C, increased penetration, 13, C, regeneration, 1, C, whirlwind, 1, equipment, E, swift boots, D, king's valor, searing of storage. Chapter 14, Soliel's castle. It was not correct to even call this a floor of a dungeon, as it seemed like a world by itself. There was a huge expanse of trees all around us and on the horizon. A humongous castle was apparent. This was Soliel's castle. The castle was built in a medieval style and had a grand look that imposed itself on all that looked towards it. This castle housed more than 100 C-ranked monsters and a humongous titan that we would soon be facing. Anderson began talking as we made our way towards the castle. When that door opens, we will be facing 10 C-rank monsters. They are made up of extremely tough stone-like materials that need a very damaging skill to break. We will have to break through multiple rooms that hold these statue-like monsters in order to reach the boss in the main hall of the castle. I'll be covering Dina and Stacy. He pointed to the 2 women that were covered in robes. And the 2 of you, he said pointing to the 2 hunters holding the huge shields, will cover Rachel and Noah. I do not want any mistakes. Be confident in your skills and attack to kill. The rest of the group nodded in understanding and we were soon near the castle, which opened its doors to show a large room where 10 statues were standing still. The moment that we entered, the statues that were 3 meters tall and had a golden shine opened their blank eyes and came towards us. The 10 C-ranked monsters spread out all over the room and rushed in with a semicircular formation. Anderson dashed in first with the 2 mages following not far behind him heading towards the right, already casting their spells. The 2 tanks nodded at me and Rachel and went towards the other side, quickly colliding with the huge statues. Everyone here was fairly knowledgeable, so skills quickly went off and flew towards the statues in sparkling shades of colors. I cast Flames of Torment, and formed it into a circular disc that I threw at one of the statues. Instantly smashing the head, Rachel, the berserker that was standing by my side, instantly disappeared and drew the sword she had on her waist, which was now showing a dark red color that instantly went to split apart another statue. On Anderson's side, I don't know exactly how he did it, but 3 of the statues were already broken and lying on the ground as shattered stones. The mages behind him had both cast a spell that quickly formed a dark thundercloud that spewed down light, which struck down on the heads of the remaining 2 statues and took them down as well. On our side, we had 3 statues still alive as the tanks were holding them off, knocking them back with their shields as they neared. Rachel stood at a distance and then slashed her sword horizontally. The sword let out a blinding light that struck and destroyed 2 statues. Quickly giving more breathing room for the 2 tanks, I controlled Flames of Torment, and quickly smashed the head of the remaining statue. It was just the beginning, but the teamwork seemed to be fairly solid. This was only the first room that we had to pass in this castle before we even came close to the huge titan that would be facing. After the room was cleared, everyone besides Anderson sat down and closed their eyes, most likely recovering their energy. I followed their lead and acted as if I had also spent a significant amount of energy to cast Flames of Torment repeatedly. During this time, I activated skills that did not show on my body, as I was pretty sure a significant amount of time in this dungeon would be the recovery time between the castle rooms. I activated Aura of Haste, along with Life Essence, which shone 2 colors on my body that soon faded. I also cast Regeneration even though I had no injuries, just to test its effects. A feeling like I had just received the best massage flowed over me as the tension in my body was quickly released. This was probably the last possible use anyone thought this high-ranked skill that required a high cost of energy would be used for. I was surprised at its effect, as I had never been injured and didn't plan to be anytime in the future. Safety first. After about 10 minutes, most of the group had gotten up and we were ready to move on to the next room. This one held an extra statue, bringing the numbers up to 11. The same strategy repeated. I observed Anderson using a skill this time around, as he swung his sword and an arc of lightning flew out, smashing onto and destroying 3 statues right away. His rank was not for show. The mages by his side cast the same skill that blasted down lightning, quickly taking other statues down as well. The teamwork was becoming even smoother for our group. As the 2 tanks in front of us stopped any statues from getting near us, while Rachel moved in and out with her sword, occasionally throwing a curved blade of light that smashed onto the statues. I kept the Flames of Torment versatile, as it shifted from a rapidly spinning disc of flames to a tight cable that wrapped around the statue's head until it exploded. The tanks occasionally had lights shining on them or transparent shields appearing whenever they were taking hits from the statues, always making sure to stand their ground and not be pushed back. After we cleared about 5 rooms and we were resting again, Rachel approached me and spoke. "Your handling of skills seems to be very precise, but I've never heard of you since I came to Outer Bank X. Did you also recently move into the city?" I gave a smile as I replied. "No. I have been here all this time. I just awakened recently." This was information that anyone could easily dig up on me if they put the time in, so I wasn't worried about sharing it. She seemed surprised and asked, "Really? Then you must have awakened a fairly powerful inherent skill." I gave a smile and I didn't reply. A few hours slowly passed like this. We were clearing many of the rooms in the castle to move forward, with the numbers of the statues increasing by 1 after each room. In our 10th room, we're facing 19 statues, which made things much harder. A few of the statues broke away from the defense of the 2 tanks with a huge shield and ran towards me. I acted quickly to cast Flames of Torment and swung the line of flames as if it was a huge baseball bat to push them away. Rachel dashed back a few seconds later to finish them off. There were a few injuries, but no casualties. On Anderson's side, he protected the mages fairly well while moving in and out and pushing back any statues who were trying to break through. The rooms after this kept a constant number of 20 of these stone statues, taking a significant amount of time to clear while trying to prevent injuries as much as possible for the coming boss fight. After we cleared the 19th room, serious expressions arose on Anderson and his original party members' faces. The path out of this room led to a large hallway that had a golden door at the end of it. We would now be facing the boss of Soliel's castle. This boss was somewhat special though, as he would not be alone. He had 10 of these statues standing guards around him. This was the point in time where many people failed if there wasn't a powerful enough person to hold the boss back, as other members quickly took down the guards and then joined in to help the top hunter quickly finish off the boss. Anderson called everyone together and gave me a piercing look as usual. I had been getting that look every time he observed the fights throughout the past few hours. I've been hiding literally almost all of my skills, only using Flames of Torment to destroy the statues that came our way, so I shouldn't have given anything away. He seemed to become less angry at me as time went, and just adopted the disdainful expression more and more. I didn't bother with it, as it was always good to be underestimated and not be on guard against. He began speaking when we came close. "I will be holding the boss back and make sure that it doesn't break free. The rest of you need to take down its 10 guards as soon as possible and then reinforce me." He turned to the 2 tanks and continued. You guys need to do your best to protect the mages and Rachel. Make sure that nobody gets heavily injured as we all need to be in our prime to take down the boss." The tanks nodded their heads while the rest of us prepared for the fight. I was looking forward to meeting this titan of a boss that had taken down many hunters. As soon as everyone had their energy recovered, we went towards the huge door and stepped into the boss room. Chapter 15, Soliel's Castle 2. Anderson observed the people behind him before he opened the door towards the boss room. Almost all of them had faces that showed their dependence on him because they knew their lives were in his hands the moment that they entered this room, but as usual, there was one person, one face that seemed to be overly calm with nothing to worry about. Anderson let out a vicious smile before opening the door and heading inside the boss room. He would show them all today what strength really is. What power really is. In the face of strength, everything else has to bow down. The inside of the gigantic room held a huge statue that was reaching almost 10 meters tall. They seemed like ants compared to something this huge, but Anderson had a confident expression on his face. He had done this multiple times in the span of a few months. Not a single time had he died. A few others had died, of course. But that was out of their negligence. You had to be strong in order to avoid death. Surrounding a huge titan were its 10 guards who seemed just as imposing but only 4 meters tall, and they were still double the size of the hunters that were about to face them. Anderson pulled out his sword as he began walking towards the huge statue that did not in any way take him into account. Halfway there his body shone with an imposing red glow. Giant strength was activated. The only B-rank skill floating around Outer Bank Axe, and the skill that allowed him to go toe-to-toe with this huge titan. He grabbed his sword and he swung it towards the titan. A red crescent blade that was 2 meters tall struck out and hit the chest of the statue, instantly calling to attention its 10 guards and disrupting the peace in the hall. Anderson ignored the 10 guards as he rushed forward to continue attacking the giant statue. The 2 tanks that were equipped with extremely large shields, along with the 2 mages Dina and Stacy, and Rachel had all begun to cast their spells. The tanks reinforced themselves as the guard statues came and attacked them. The 2 mages had already cast their spells as huge clouds that began releasing lightning as if it was endless. Rachel's sword was pulsating in a red light as multiple red blades were released from it, going forward to attack the incoming statues. As for Noah, he had cast the same skill that allowed him to move a huge cable of flames forward. The cable of flames quickly formed into a disc and shifted back and forth as it moved from one statue to another, either taking their legs or their hands or completely smashing their heads. Cohen was observing all of this as he continued to fight with the boss. He had observed all of his team members over the past weeks and he had been observing the new team members today. The new girl was fairly strong but nothing to worry about. The only one he couldn't peg was Noah. He couldn't exactly see all the way through him. He wanted to believe that he was as weak as he showed himself to be, but something very simple was giving him away. The fact that this entire time while going down this dungeon, going to each room and taking down huge statues of monsters, not a single time was he flustered or worried. He showed no fear. No apprehension. To Cohen, this meant that this person is hiding more power, but he was not showing it. He wanted to see the extent of this guy's power. The 10 guards had lost their jobs as they were quickly taken down and transformed into rubble. The rest of the team soon came to reinforce Cohen in his fight against the 10-meter monster. As soon as the tanks came in, Cohen moved back to get a breather. The 2 tanks worked together to deflect the punches that were barreling down as the mages cast their specialty spell and more dark clouds formed overhead with lightning striking down, chipping at the huge body of the titan. Blade edges were coming out of Rachel's sword as she continued to release the red crescent blinding lights. Noah's skill was more straightforward, where his rapidly spinning disc of flames had been burrowing itself onto the knees of the huge beast, trying to quickly cut off its legs and make it lose mobility. He would not succeed though, as the titan was quickly enraged by the continuing damage that it was taking. And the fact that none of the ants that were dealing it damage were taken care of. Oh! A loud roar resounded from the titan as Cohen yelled, "Take cover!" The mages ran behind the tanks who lifted their shields up while the titan was roaring. Cohen went towards Rachel and Noah and stood in front of them as the whole place seemed to shake as huge boulders then began falling from the ceiling. This was the titan's skill. A type of skill that only began appearing on rank C bosses and above. At the moment it was dealt a certain amount of damage, the skill was activated and boulders would begin raining from the sky. If you were slow in responding for even a second, you would find yourself squashed on the ground. The stones began falling down and heavily hitting the ground. The two tanks had their shields lifted up slanted at an angle. Whenever the stones hit the skills on their body shined and they grunted, but they survived. The two mages beneath them were still safe and sound. As for Anderson, he was even more straightforward, keeping his eyes on the ceiling and using his blade to strike down any incoming stones. If he missed any of the boulders fallen from the ceiling, Rachel would quickly move in and release another one of her plate lights, striking the huge stones and veering them away from their location. Noah as a mage should be taking cover with his weaker defenses, and could only have his skill ready to be fired in the case any stone were to come his way. As the huge stones fell down with everyone focusing on keeping their lives, Anderson turned towards Noah as there was something we wanted to confirm. He wanted to know the extent of this guy's power and what exactly he was hiding. The Titan's skill was about to finish, and 3 more boulders that were heading their way. Anderson put on a fierce expression as his sword struck out towards the incoming stones. Rachel took care of the second stone and Noah cast his spinning line of flames towards the third stone that was nearing his side. At this instant, though, an accident occurred. The stone that Cohen was taking care of did not break and veered off track. He made a sound as if he had slipped and his blade just quickly grazed over the boulder that was coming down. The boulder that was now coincidentally heading towards the mage beside him. Noah returned his face up in the direction of the boulder with a surprised face as it quickly struck him. PAH, the sound caused the party members' faces to turn ashen. The 2 tanks and 2 mages off by the side quickly turning around to look at Cohen with an unbelievable expression. Rachel had an expression of disbelief on her face as well as she stared at Anderson and looked over the rubble where Noah was supposed to be. A brief second passed before a movement was heard and a person came out of the rubble. The sight they feared to see did not actually happen, as the hands that were reaching out to push the rubble of the stones aside were clear. His face was clear. There wasn't a single speck of damage on the man's body. The 4 party members quickly let out a relieved sigh and returned their sight towards the boss, as they couldn't spare a single other second with their eyes off the huge monster. Cohen spared Noah a glance before he quickly turned around and dashed towards the boss. The disbelieving expression did not leave Rachel's face as she was very close and saw exactly what happened. There had been no accident, and that was all intentional. So, she was shocked and didn't understand just what sort of irreconcilable problem had occurred between these 2 hunters that would cause something like this. Noah was coming out of the rubble with a surprisingly calm expression and dusted himself off as he looked at Anderson that was rushing towards the boss. How was he taking this so naturally? Did he not almost die? Rachel had a complex expression on her face as she shook her head and focused on the fight at hand. The 2 tanks were quickly blown away and Anderson filled in their spots to hold the boss at bay. The thunderclouds from the mages were above them again, constant streaks of lightning striking down on the body of the Titan. Rachel held her blade behind her as a blinding light was becoming more and more apparent on her sword. This continued on for 10 seconds before she released the blade of light, that was not more than 2 meters long towards the leg of the boss. Noah was not far behind, quickly throwing his signature disc of flames towards the same location he was attacking before. With this teamwork, it didn't take long for one of the legs of the huge statue to start cracking before it could not support its entire weight. Its left leg had shattered from the constant damage that was being dealt, its upper body had huge dents and scratches from the lightning that was falling down and the blade attacks that Anderson kept sending its way. The huge Titan quickly fell on its knees, its hands smacking on the ground and sending a shock wave that disoriented the party members. The 2 mages were quickly knocked back from the blast as the tanks were not there in time to prevent the blast from reaching them. Rachel and Anderson seemed fairly okay and surprisingly, so was Noah. The Titan guided its right hand that had fallen down, formed a huge fist, and swiped towards the puny ants around it. This attack would take out all the party members if it was not stopped. Cohen had his face in a twisted expression as he began to feed more anger to bubble inside of him. This was good. This was what he wanted. The angrier he was, the stronger he became. That was the inherent skill that he awakened. Wrathful, it fed on his anger. The angrier he got, the more energy he had, the more power he had, and the more destructive he became. He wanted to show these people just what true strength was. He reactivated his highest skill that took most of his energy as his anger kept on rising. Giant strength was activated once more. A dark, baleful energy was permeating from his body as he grabbed his sword and rushed towards the incoming fist. Boom, a resounding sound was heard as the fist was stopped on its tracks, causing the Titan to scream once more. Anderson kept the momentum going, using his increased anger as a source of fuel, and propelled himself towards the face of the 10-meter monster that was now crouching down. The red energy released from his body mixed with the lightning that began appearing on his blade. Blade of Lightning was activated, its color quickly becoming tinged red and forcefully smacking on the head of the kneeling Titan. Boom! After the sound that almost ruptured the hunter's eardrums disappeared, half the head of the boss went with it. The Titan breathed its last as its huge body crumbled to the ground, the force holding it together thoroughly gone. Cohen Anderson stood atop the rubble releasing a pulsating red light. He looked down at the hunters staring at him as his blade released the last sparks of lightning. This was strength. This was the power that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. This was what he wanted these hunters to have ingrained in their minds. Done, 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 a fight is coming. I'll have the next chapter out in a few hours. Nervous face. Chapter 16, Deterioration. Anderson was standing majestically, atop the rubble as his skill's effects finished. A green crystal was rising up as the boss had been killed, and he walked down to observe the expressions that he had wanted to see so badly. The expressions of fear and reverence from the people below him. He saw these usual expressions on his old party members, and turned his gaze towards the two new ones. As soon as he looked over though, a piercing voice rang throughout the destroyed hull. What the hell were you doing? Why did you play around and almost kill your teammate? Rachel, the berserker that was shooting blade lights all this time, had a questioning look on her face as she directly asked this question. Anderson seemed to be surprised, as if he did not expect this type of reaction at all. He looked over at Rachel in a skeptical tone and asked her. Oh. What's giving you the balls to talk to me like that? Were you watching the same scene as everyone else? Rachel defiantly replied with, why the hell does that matter? I'm asking you, the leader of this party, why you would purposefully act negligent and try to harm your party member when you were in the position to protect them. How can they feel comfortable to hunt with you again? You've lost all trust, starting with me. An incredulous expression arose on Anderson's face as something seemed to have clicked in his mind. He gave a loud laugh as he spoke. My goodness. I am so sorry. I seem to have not gotten my point through. If it wasn't extremely clear from my actions and from my words, I don't give a damn. Anderson finished with these words in a condescending tone. Rachel didn't stand down as she continued. So what? Because you have a higher rank skill and are more powerful than us, that means you can choose to do whatever you want. You would endanger your party members just to get your point across. For what? Anderson was startled once again and said. For what? For what? How dense are you for the message to not be coming across? Party members. Trust. Ha. He looked towards the 4 hunters that had been clearing the dungeon with him these past weeks. Do you see them? They have families here. They have friends here. This is their city, and they have nowhere else to go. Do you think anyone cares about this city? Do you think the bigwigs care what happens to a trashy city around the perimeter of the Empire? His words were becoming louder and more piercing as he kept on talking while walking towards Rachel. He continued with a cold tone, it's me. I am the only one keeping this city afloat. I am the only one that gives a damn and stays here. I prevent the dungeon break of this dungeon that you can never clear without me. It is my strength. And because of this, I can do what I want. I can call them, he pointed at his party members once more, I can call them fools right now. And they will be back with me right in this same place in a few days, giving their lives to clear this dungeon. You may have only been in this city for a week, but you should learn now than later about how things really work. You should know how to talk to people that stand above you. As he finished these words, he had reached Rachel, who still staring at him with a defiant expression. His anger was near his peak, allowing his skill, inherent wrathful, to provide him with even more strength. He moved at a quick speed, and a loud smack was heard, with Rachel smashing on the floor a second after, a large hand mark laid across her face. She touched her cheek in a dazed expression as if this was the last thing she ever expected to happen. She looked at the four that were recuperating the side, and all of them turned their heads away. Anderson walked up to her, clasping her clear neck in his hands and asked, "Do you realize it now? When I say I can do whatever I want, you cannot do anything to stop it," he said as he lifted her up by her neck. "They cannot do anything to stop it," he continued while pointing at his old party members. "And he, certainly cannot do anything to stop it." His hand moved once more as he pointed towards Noah. The person in question being pointed at had a surprised expression as he let out a soft sigh and said, "Let the girl go, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?" He had been watching the scene in front of him play out, being ever so surprised as the events unfolded. He didn't care when Anderson supposedly had his accidental slip-up that he easily brushed off by activating Arcanist's sphere of protection. He didn't care when he was talked on upon. What he didn't like were the arrogant words coming from him, and worst of all the beating he had given someone who stood up to him. He was happy at the thought that the first party hunt he was in just finished successfully and he could use his experiences here to dive into this dungeon in the future. But this guy just had to go and ruin it. So he repeated himself again and said, "Let the girl go." Another loud laughter was heard in the clearing as Anderson pushed the girl aside and looked towards Noah. He looked him up and down and said, "This entire time I've been trying to figure out exactly where the level of your power stands. I was not thinking correctly, just keeping tabs on you and feeling you out little by little. I should have done what I'm about to do now a long time ago. Do you have an inkling of what I'm about to do right now?" Noah looked at the man that was gradually getting red color on his body back again and calmly replied, "No. I don't know." "What exactly are you about to do?" Anderson had a cold smirk as he said, "I am about to teach you the rankings of the city. I am about to let you know that I am on top and you are on the bottom. I'm going to teach you what strength really is." Because apparently, watching me take down a 10-meter tall giant was not intimidating enough, as Noah listened to the enraged madman's speech. He turned his head towards his team members. There were two fully grown men that were the knights on the party and the two women that were the mages. He looked over to them and asked, "Are you guys going to do or say anything about this?" The four of them gave him a blank stare before they shook their heads in a depressing manner and turned their faces away. Noah shook his head as he saw this and he looked back towards Anderson, who was speaking with a fully furious expression. I have been talking too much. Words were never my forte. I always let my strength do the talking. After my strength was registered, everybody fell in line. Now, be prepared, because you are about to fall in line." A hazy red smoke was coming off Anderson's body as he finished, tightened his muscles, and sprung forth. I looked at the man that was flying towards me and sighed at the complete breakdown of everything. I then casted Arcanist's sphere of protection, aura of haste, life essence, increased penetration, arctic armor, and whirlwind. My body shone iridescent colors as multiple defense and support skills were activated. I looked at Anderson and I was surprisingly calm facing him. I didn't feel angry at him or hate him in any sort of way. I just pitied him. Maybe this was what happened after facing the pressures of this new world and not coping well. I did not want to become someone like him in the future. My gaze seemed to have made the charging bull even more furious though, as his power seemed to increase further. But, none of it would be of any use against the current me. With a sad sigh, gales of wind surrounded my body as whirlwind was fully activated and I made my move. Chapter 17, Fight. A thunderous impact resounded soon after as gales of wind rushed about in the clearing. Anderson was surprised at the speed that Noah rushed to him, observing that he had already cast multiple skills on his body, his exterior surrounded by a transparent bubble and body covered in an icy armor. He couldn't help but ask, "Just how much energy do you have in your body to be casting this many skills?" As if it's nothing, as Anderson was talking, the impact pushed both of them back. The red energy kept on enveloping Anderson's body as his rank C skill, Blast, was used. His fist carried the momentum with it as he flew towards Noah. The fist met the first layer of protection, quickly causing a shock wave that pushed each of them away once more. Anderson kept his eyes on Noah as he saw the man was not ever remotely hurt. He smiled as he dashed in again and began talking. Do you know why I adopted my principles on strength? I used to be poor. I had nothing, no job, no family, no friends. I used to look up at those that were rich above me with their extravagant amount of money and the clothes and food they bought. His words carried traces of anger as his body continued clashing with Noah's defensive skills. The thing that puzzled him the most was how Noah chose to use his hands or palm to hit back when the transparent shield he cast on himself protected him fully. And did not even cast the signature pillar of flames he had seen him using throughout the day. He brought his focus back on the fight at hand and stopped overthinking things. I looked up to these people. Those rich assholes. I wanted to be like them. I kept on saying to myself, if I just had that money, if I just had that power, oh the things I could do. Anderson continued smacking into the defensive skill and saw that his attacks with his bare hands weren't working. So he increased the pressure and pulled out his sword. He wanted to see just how long this guy could keep all of these skills active before running out of energy. Lightning began to crackle around his sword as he dashed towards Noah and continued talking. Do you know what happened next? Something incredible occurred and I actually did get the power. The whole world went to shit and it was me who received the power. Me. The longer he talked, the more his anger and power seemed to increase. His sword was already pulled down, swiping towards the pest in front of him. An arc of red lightning was released towards the man that kept on standing calmly in the face of all these attacks. Zing! Once the red lightning struck, a figure flew backwards at a high speed and kicked up some dust. And yet, he soon stood up without a single hair damaged on his body. Anderson watched as his smile grew wider. It was the right choice to knock this guy down a notch now. If I had actually given him time to grow, he might have threatened me in the future. Playing around with his thoughts, he moved forward again as he continued talking. So, I received the power. And do you know the funny thing? Those people I looked up to, those rich assholes that I aspired to be, many of them were dead within a few days and many more were now looking up at me. Seeing that his strike hadn't worked, he held his blade once more as lightning began to build upon it and continued. I used the new power that I had gained to kill monsters and get stronger. My power allowed me to become the richest man in the city. The best hunter in the city. It gave me strength that you could not imagine. Anderson was moving at high speeds as he spoke. His sword that was covered in lightning kept on striking at the bubble of protection that surrounded Noah. It is this strength that's going to destroy that thin bubble that you have around you. I'm going to keep on striking and watch as you gradually lose that annoying expression on your face and you start begging for your life underneath my feet. Noah wasn't standing still, moving in and out as his defensive skills completely deflected the strikes of the blade and the lightning that came out of it. He wanted to test the extent of Arcanist's sphere of protection, as its proficiency was literally a point shy of 100, and it seemed to completely protect him from C-rank skills. Its power also deflecting most of the damage from rank B skills. If any damage actually managed to pass through, the Arctic armor would absorb it. If anything else passed that, he would just quickly use regeneration. Anderson's voice rang out as he charged forward once more. You cannot imagine the things you can do when you have the strength. Those rich big wigs that survived, the ones that spent the remaining amount of their money to buy skills, items, and cores to get stronger themselves. They work under me now. They do me favors, and they send their own fucking daughters to my bedroom just to get on my good side. That is power, that is strength. Noah seemed to be getting ticked off as he was listening to this madman's ramblings, so he began replying and cut short his experimentation time. That is not what strength is, dude. I was just like you a few days ago. I didn't have any of this. When I did become slightly stronger though, all I felt was a sense of liberation. His words seemed to carry power with him as a huge pillar of flames appeared beside him, making Anderson even more surprised as he was expecting him to run out of energy any time with his extremely bad efficiency in using it. The pillars of flames acted like a rope, wrapping itself around the entirety of Anderson's body and squeezed down. Anderson let out a pained expression as he began roaring. RAA, rank B skill, giant strength, was activated. The red aura coming out of him condensed even more as his power rose by another level. The sword clad in lightning struck out once more. But it did nothing. His body bulged out as let out a howl and the pillar of flame surrounding him was dispersed and he once more seriously attacked the man in front of him. His attacks continued as Noah deflected or absorbed them and continued talking. Strength does not mean you can look down on others. Strength does not mean you can do whatever you want. You can even look at it as a responsibility. It's the reason I came along to this high-risk dungeon that can explode any day. The calmness seemed to fade from Noah's face as he finished his words and condensed dark balls of fire around him. More than 20 quickly surrounded him, spinning furiously as they rushed towards Anderson's body and exploded on contact. Anderson could be heard laughing in the midst of the explosion. Haha, responsibility? Sophistry. Utter bullshit. An expression of someone that had given up appeared on Noah's face as he shook his head calmly and looked at the imposing Anderson and gave a command. Boom, a screeching scream resounded as Anderson was inadvertently blasted back. He had a shocked face as he looked at the left hand on his body. It was missing. It was gone. Anderson looked back in a pained expression towards Noah as he exclaimed, "What the hell did you do?" He seemed dumbfounded by the sudden attack that he didn't see coming from anywhere. They were standing apart at the time, and yet an unseen attack came that took his entire arm clean off. A calm voice rang out of the clearing. "Stand down." Noah was staring at him with a cold expression. He did not want things to go down this road. He did not want it to get this bad, but this guy would not stop. So he repeated himself once more, "Stand down." The man that was clad in a red haze in front of him stood up with an even more furious expression as he roared out and held his sword in his remaining good arm, rushing forward once more. Boom. Another explosion rang out the moment Anderson began rushing out, being thrown back once more and his face adopting an even more pained expression. His chest armor had exploded out and blood was gushing from his chest. He breathed heavily as he looked towards Noah. He didn't understand how he was taking damage when the guy wasn't even near him. What was going on? What kind of skill was he using? Noah sternly stared at the man before he repeated himself once again. Stand down. Chapter 18, Resolution. Noah looked at the man in front of him as he continued speaking. "You could have stopped all of this a while ago, you know." He looked towards the man that was missing a hand and had a bloody chest. The entire time they were fighting, he had plastered a ton of explosive rune S on the man's body. The tattoos spread all over him without notice, and he had detonated 2 of them just now. A burst of hysterical laughter came out from Anderson. "Stop. Stop. Ha. Do you really think I could stop? Power was all I had, and now someone like you, someone that has awakened barely a few days, can already stand above me? Bullshit." Anderson's wounded body stood up and moved once more. His words that were dripping in anger had somehow given him even more power. The dark red haze that was constantly created from his inherent skill, wrathful, wrapped around him and became even more condensed. Giant strength was also activated once more. As the man stood and raised his one good remaining hand, arcs of red lightning began to pulsate from his sword. Noah turned his face from this and looked towards the 5 party members that had been watching this entire fight. He saw a rueful and expectant expression on the faces of Anderson's original party members. Rachel was staring at both of them in a distasteful manner while wiping the dust and rubble from her body. He then turned back towards the rushing Anderson and watched him come forward as if he was looking at a flickering flame in the wind. Strength isn't having the power to look down on others. As soon as Noah's words finished, another loud explosion rang out as Anderson's body was inexplicably blown away. A crazed laugh could be heard as the explosion cleared. I am being lectured by a child. I am being lectured by someone who doesn't understand how the world works. Do you know what I've done with my power? The monsters I destroyed. The pathetic people I've killed. The women I've taken. Do you know? The right leg on Anderson was the next limb to be missing as he lay tattered on the ground. He turned his head to observe his leg, and then at his left arm, that was also missing. He then stared at the man that kept looking at him with the same calm expression on his face. He felt like he was being looked down upon. He had to bring his eyes up to meet the gaze of this man, and he laughed even more. Haha. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill the strongest hunter in the city? Are you going to damn the lives of hundreds of thousands of people? Noah was slowly walking towards the destroyed man as he began talking. The strongest hunter in the city, huh? Do you really believe that you still hold that title? His words were slow, but rang out as if they were a clap of lightning in Anderson's ears. Noah gave the man in front of him a look of pity as his hands wrapped around Anderson's neck. He looked at the man that was about to perish from this changed world forever and shook his head in disappointment. Boom! A thundering explosion rang out on the clearing once more, and the infamous Rankby hunter of Outer Bank X was lying down without a head. Noah let out a deep sigh as he looked at the body of the so-called strongest hunter in front of him and felt relief. He didn't want to be like this man one day. Shouting his ideals on someone stronger only to die soon after, he deactivated the many defensive and support skills on his body as he shifted his face onto the items that Anderson wore. They were C-rank equipment, and even though they were currently damaged because of explosive rune, they had a self-repairing property and they would be as good as normal in a few days. Near Anderson there laid a thick blue book. This was why hunters were regularly hunted down by other hunters if they were jealous enough and had the balls to do it. Killing any hunter had a definite chance of dropping the highest ranked skill that they were using. Unscrupulous lower-ranked hunters sometimes worked in groups that target those one rank higher than them, either ambushing them in their sleep through other unsavory means, and this was also why the hunter lodgings were very popular because they guaranteed a level of safety for the hunters staying there. There were hunter guards around the clock documenting everyone that came in, where they were going and what their purpose was. The skill book made my heartbeat increase as I thought of the huge windfall that all of these unfortunate events brought. This skill took the pedestal as the top prize today. This was the Rankby skill, Giant Strength. Imbue your body with immense strength that blows away anything daring to stand against you. 50 strength. Information about the skill's effects quickly appeared in front of me as my mood turned sour. There wasn't any information about this skill as Anderson was the only one who held it, but I didn't expect it to simply add 50 strength once activated. Of course, 50 strength was something huge, as that amounted to an advancement of an entire rank, but it did not match the many focus-based skills I had been collecting so far. Skills that are geared towards close combat fighters would just reduce my attention from the powerful mage skills that I should be spamming. My mood went down as I held the skill before another thought flashed through my mind and I had to ask myself if I was the dumbest person on the face of this planet. Yes, Anderson was a close combat fighter and this skill complemented him perfectly. But, even though I was a mage, it did not mean it wouldn't be tremendously helpful to me too. I was limiting my thoughts to what I commonly knew about mages, berserkers, and knights. A skill like this would normally be great for a knight or a berserker. But I would literally lose nothing if I learned and activated this skill, and would instead gain an entire rank's worth of strength, attributes, and all times at that. Even though I wouldn't be using the extra power that the added strength provided. The extra speed that came with it would be more than worth it. Damn, just when I was feeling myself and thinking I was all that, to think I was about to disregard a rank B skill just because it did not conventionally match my class. Alright, learn and try to be better. This train of thought opened up my mind to many paths and skills I had not thought about before. There were many skills specifically for knights and berserkers that I didn't even look at, as the only thing in my head was to just spam mage skills to blow away everything. But if I searched for and learned those skills meant for close combat fighters that will reinforce my defense, health, speed, and power, it was like a light was shining down on me, opening up a very obvious path that my dumbass hadn't thought about before. The cost of skills didn't matter to me, so why did it matter if they were not geared for my class as long as they provided constant benefits on other aspects? I did not waste any more time and I learned the skill. Watching the book fade away in particles of light, I activated the skill as soon as it was learned so it could start earning proficiency. My body soon felt like I had an extra layer of strength added on, increasing my striking power and speed as well as giving me an imposing aura. I mentally patted myself on the back while I placed the item that Anderson was wearing in my storage ring, and carried his ring of storage with me, leaving a mangled body on the ground as I walked towards his team members. The two tanks and mages had relieved expressions on their faces while Rachel looked at him in a peculiar way. Death wasn't something rare for hunters, they had seen plenty of their team members die and most were glad when they didn't perish themselves. He went forward and asked the girl that got a beating a few minutes ago, "Are you okay?" Rachel clicked her lips in an annoyed expression that also seemed somewhat afraid and looked back at the four party members behind her without answering my question. She looked at them and chided in a disappointed tone as she said, "You four are by far the most spineless cowards and such a poor excuse of hunters that I had ever seen in my life." The four hunters listened to this and shook their heads as if they would not engage. Did Anderson break them this much? They looked towards me and gave a nod before one of the tanks carefully came towards me and introduced him as Dan. He couldn't look me in the eyes as he gave me his card and mentioned that he and the rest of the party members would be back here in 3 days to clear the dungeon, and that I should let him know what time I'll be free to lead them. I unconsciously nodded as I had prepared to accept this role when everything fell apart with Anderson. Although I will only do this as a play for the next week. I didn't plan to be limited by tying myself to hunting in a party when my progress is explosive as I move alone and clear dungeons without anyone holding me back. My solo hunting of this dungeon would be much more fruitful. Rachel watched this exchange as we swapped contact information and watched the hunters go towards the green crystal to leave the dungeon. They instinctively looked towards the loot that was shining in a pile beside the Titan that was now dead but looked away just as fast, not entertaining any thoughts. They didn't mention a single word about Anderson in the entire exchange or acknowledge what had happened. Just leaving with happier faces and expressions like a huge weight had just been lifted off their chest. Rachel came opposite me as I was thinking this and put on a brave expression as she said, "So what the heck was up with you? You were stronger than this guy all along and were playing around just to be the knight in shining armor after." I was taken back when she said this as my mind was only observing the situation and acting only when I needed to. I replied to her with a smile, "I became stronger than this guy just yesterday if you can believe it, and didn't exactly know how much stronger so I was testing the waters." She clicked her tongue as she stared me down and then turned away towards the green crystal. "Thank you for stepping in anyway, you're not too bad," she said as her figure flashed away, leaving me as the last hunter remaining for this raid. I let out a relaxing sigh as I took in everything around me. Pushing the dead hunter in the room out of my mind, I went towards the shining pile of core S and what seemed like a skill book, besides. Chapter 19, Changes. Chapter 19, Changes. The dungeon didn't end exactly how I expected, but I was content with the way things worked. As all the hunters had left the boss room, I actually enjoyed the fact that there were fewer people around me. Maybe I was just a natural loner. I shook my head as I reached down towards the rank C cores lying down as boss. We had been splitting the cores into equal amounts as we killed the statues in the rooms until we arrived at the boss room, with Anderson taking most of the cores as he dealt with most of the statues. All of the cores that he grabbed though, along with everything else he owned, was now situated in my ring of storage. I didn't feel particularly bad from taking everything from the dead man as my thoughts quickly moved forward to what I'll be doing next. I reached my hand out to identify the skill book that this C-rank Titan dropped. Much to my surprise, it was a skill called Smite. Pass down your ruling in the form of 10 swords of light. This skill gave me quite a shock as it wasn't among the many rank C skills that I have researched. I actually hadn't heard of this one before and the skill seemed to go very well with the guidelines I set for myself for the new skills I'll be learning, so I quickly learned the skill as I was impatient to see its effects, even if it would just be for show right now as there were no monsters to test it out. And for the first time, I cast Smite. A marking quickly appeared on top of my head with a symbol that very closely matched that of a star. A golden light was then being released in the sky as 10 literal swords of light quickly took shape and pointed down imposingly. My eyes were shining as I watched them hover in the sky just waiting for a command to strike. I was very excited to see exactly how amazing the effects of this skill work out to be and I wanted to quickly rush into the dungeon again to test it out right away. But I knew I had to call it a day for now. It had been a long day, and I was finally not feeling pressed against time. I burned the sight of the dead Titan and the dead hunter in my brain, and then I reached towards the green crystal, vanishing from the hall. A man wearing a well-tailored suit was watching the news with his arms trembling. Something shocking was being announced as breaking news. About an hour ago in Outer Bank X, the highest-ranked hero, Cohen Anderson, had perished in a dungeon, Soliel's castle. In an effort to save the rest of his party members, he had given his life to take down the terrifying boss, making sure nobody else was injured. The man listened to the news and stood there dazed, as this was something out of his wildest nightmares. Never something that he ever felt was possible. His benefactor, the person who saved him, was now dead. And as for the things they were saying, he had given up his life to save others. Ha! He knew his master, and knew even more his personality. The butler shook his head in sadness as the face of a man who had been in his mind these past few days popped up. He thought of this man and asked himself, could he have had anything to do with this? As he was lost in thought, the newscaster continued, as this highest-ranking hero passed, he passed on the torch to someone else just as powerful. Someone who will continue to keep the citizens of the city safe. The message received from the Outer Bank X City's elite hunter squad is that their new leader goes by the name Noah Osmont. The sudden announcement brought back the butler's attention to the TV, his eyes turning into cold slits as his theories were verified. So it was you all along. Anger and sadness were bubbling in the butler's heart, but he quickly pushed it down until all that was left was sadness. He recalled warning his master about this man because of the many things he did not know, but he failed his job. He didn't get the point across well enough and his master paid dearly for it. He wasn't making the same mistake. The butler walked towards the huge doors at the mansion that he had kept open, waiting for his master. But he knew that he was not coming back. And yet he still stood in the middle of the open doors, waiting for no one, waiting for nothing. Noah carried his tired body over to the nearest hunter lodging as soon as he left Soliel's dungeon. He wasn't really tired physically, he just felt mentally drained. Many events had occurred today, and as calm as he was, there were still things that he did for the first time. Besides the abnormally more numerous than average looks he was receiving as he walked through the luxurious hotel, nothing else seemed out of place. He did his usual ritual of grabbing a room and ordering food. As he was eating, he turned on the TV and almost choked on his food when he saw what was being reported. It was a local channel breaking the news for Outer Bank X. A glowing red title was saying that the highest-ranking hero in the city was now dead. The things Noah heard baffled him to say least. Cohen Anderson had sacrificed himself. He had boldly taken on the boss that was endangering his teammates' lives and used all of his power until his last breath before he passed on the torch to Noah Osmont. Oh, come on. Noah let out an exasperated sigh as he saw his name and picture paraded in front of the TV. He reined in the rest of his thoughts as he continued to watch the news before agreeing with the way that Anderson's party members finished things. It was much better to let the public know this version of the story than telling them that one of the hunters just killed the other. The officials had kept the information short and precise. One hunter was dead and another one just as powerful, if not more, took his place. There was nothing to worry about. No problems would occur. Everything is just as it was before. A smile formed on Noah's lips as he thought of this. No. Everything was not how it used to be. Because that rank C dungeon that had given hunters so much trouble, he was about to turn it into his playground. He was planning on clearing it by himself multiple times for the next few days, as most of his reservations were reduced when he confirmed his own power against Anderson. Of course, he wouldn't suddenly make stupid decisions that could endanger his life, but he definitely had more legroom to take risks. Bigger risks gave bigger rewards. The risk he had to take these next few days is going to be watching the monolith of Soliel's dungeon turn from orange to blue as he cleared the dungeon multiple times, and what reactions that would receive from the powerful figures in the city. But even more so for the actual powerful figures hiding in larger cities, he wanted to take down the 10-meter giant titan all by himself. He wanted his strength to continue rising and his range of skills to continue expanding. He wouldn't limit himself as much anymore. Noah Osmont, occupation, hunter, vitality, 150-30, focus, black box, strength, 150-50, skills, F, fireball, 100, F, heal, 53, Arctic armor, 100, D, flames of torment, 99, D. Safeguard, 38, D. Danger Sense, 99, C. Arcanist Sphere of Protection, 99, C. Camouflage, 77, C. Aura of Haste, 54, C. Explosive Rune, 61, C. Life Essence, 51, C. Increased Penetration, 44, C. Regeneration, 11, C. Whirlwind, 13, C. Smite, 1, B. Giant Strength, 8. Equipment, E. Swift Boots, D. King's Valor, C. Ring of Storage. Chapter 20, Movements. I was up fairly early the next morning as I was too excited to try out a multitude of things today. There were so many ideas flowing in mind that I didn't know what to start with. I looked at the dark-haired man in the mirror as my thoughts were inexplicably taken back a few years into the prime of my 20s. The man in the mirror definitely looked like me a few years back, a head full of messy hair, the same fair complexion, and eyes full of hopes and dreams that weren't completely destroyed. I shook myself out of the trance as I started the day. I began by checking the ring of storage that I had taken of Anderson's hands. In it were a multitude of Core S. Item S, and 2, Skill Book S. I was extremely content with the finding as a majority of the cores were rank C, with 8 rank D items and 2 items that were rank C, Lightning Boots, and Fiery Helm. The 2 skill books were also both rank C, being Resilience, Defense and Healing effects are increased by 50%, and Supercharged Energy rumbles through you, increasing casting speed by 50%. The Supercharged skill would have definitely fit the criteria I had set a few days ago, but Resilience would also be a great addition that goes along with my current plan of even learning skills geared towards other jobs besides Mage. The rank D items would all be getting sold, along with a few rank C pieces that I wouldn't be wearing as I waited for the item S that I took off Anderson's body to self-repair. I damaged them pretty heavily with Explosive Rune, but they should be fully repaired by tomorrow. As for the Core S, anything below rank C found in the ring would be sold, and I began absorbing the rank C, Vitality, and Strength cores. I had both the ones that went as my share plus Anderson's, so it was a sizable amount, but I was only able to bring Strength to 167 and Vitality to 170. With these preliminary things completed, I checked out of the room and shot a text to that lovable fat salesman I never bothered to remember the name of as I went to the Central Awaken Center. My face had been shown around heavily throughout the night, so many people recognized me and snapped pictures. But I ignored everything and arrived at the Awaken Center in a few minutes. The fat salesman seemed to have been promoted, as he had 2 assistants with him when he saw me walk in. He threw out that usual shrewd smile and brought me to a more luxurious room in the back compared to last time. I took everything in a stride as the moment my name was released last night, I knew something like this would be happening. The first thing the salesman did was open a suitcase and hand me a shining blue card that held my name and picture, along with a title of Rank B Hunter. I grabbed it and gave my thanks as it saved me the hassle of looking for the advancement area and wasting time there. I then took out all the cores and items that I wanted to sell while I asked him for a registry of all Knight and Berserker skills they had in stock. He was puzzled at this but did as he was asked, and I was browsing through all the skill books soon after. I had done a significant amount of research on mages and their skills as that was the path I wanted to walk on when I awakened, but I wasn't too well versed on the skills that Knights and Berserkers commonly used. Keeping my explosive progress in mind, I looked at rank C skills mostly, as well as some exceptional rank D skills that wouldn't be left far behind in their effects in a matter of weeks. A few fit my requirements, and I pointed them out to the salesman who brought them into the room in a few minutes. The new skills I had bought and learned were, D Rough Skin, resistance to elemental skills are increased, D Fleeting, slightly increases movement speed, C Gracefulness, an aura that grants you increased evasion descends, C Precision, your accuracy is increased and your attacks rarely miss your target, and Adamant, your defense is increased as you passively heal from minor injuries. These were the only skills that fit my new guidelines that were in the Awaken Center. The remaining skills actively required you to be using some sort of close combat or ranged weapon to activate, like Blade Light, Shield Charge, or Duplicate Arrows. It made me think of whether I should also buy a weapon to add these skills to my arsenal too without it spreading my focus over too many things. I was content with the new addition of skills and thanked the salesman that gave his usual bright smile. I had much fewer reservations about being seen or discovered, so I activated the new skills I just learned on top of all the old ones that were still active while I left the Awaken Center. I felt the increased strength of my body as my path was confirmed to be heading in the right direction. I was itching to dive into the dungeon right away as I hailed a ride towards Soliel's castle. A man with a sharp face was finishing some paperwork when his assistant walked through his office doors with an even bigger stack of papers and folders. A grimace formed on the man's face as his rough voice came out. "How is the production and recruiting of Rank B hunters proceeding?" The assistant gave him a sweet smile as she replied, "Very well, boss. We have new ones come in every day and we are able to produce at least one Rank B hunter a day from the resources they bring back from the dungeon." The man nodded his head as he continued, "Good, the plan is going in the right direction, but it needs to be accelerated. Reach out for even more hunters across the cities and entice as many as you can. We want this dungeon to continue to be cleared every day with even more hunting squads." His assistant nodded her head as she put the folder in her hands on the table and then bowed with a smile. "Here are the preliminary names we have gathered today that are waiting for your approval." "For the Blessed Empire, for the Blessed Empire," the man replied with an impassive expression. He looked at the folder in front of him as he thought about the movements they had been seeing, and how unprepared they were for what was coming. There was a huge threat looming over them, and people still moved about in complete ignorance. He was in charge of managing the Rank B dungeon in Star City and wanted to exceed the quota set by the admirals for its production. He wanted hunters to be entering it day and night, bringing out as many item S, skill S, and core S that they could. He planned to write an official letter to the higher-ups and some colleagues to suggest they increase the urgency of this matter and actively move the Empire's pieces for the days to come. The production of Rank B hunters was coming along nicely, but they would not be enough. They needed even more A-rank hunters moving about in the Empire. The face of Steel Mikhail passed through his mind as he considered all the new rising Rank A hunters. He shook his head that was filled with worries as he looked at the figure of the assistant still waiting to be dismissed before him. He nodded at her and said while getting up and unbuttoning his shirt, "Close the door. I've been cooped up in here for too long and need to release some stress." The assistant smiled sweetly once more as she followed the command. At the bottom of the folder that she had laid down, a name was written among many. Noah Osmont was clearly apparent at the bottom of the many stacks of paper. Chapter 21, Adrenaline. I was camouflaged as I looked up to the peak of the huge orange monolith that was Soliel's castle. I was planning on diving into this dungeon multiple times today, knowing that this orange hue will quickly change to blue and cause some unwanted attention to shift over here, but I wasn't worried too much currently. My strength could be considered great, and I didn't see another case like Anderson crazily appearing to bring me any issues. I stopped thinking so much and looked forward to seeing how long I would clear this dungeon that took an elite hunter squad of this city more than half a day to go through. A dungeon with one floor holding a huge castle that had 20 extremely large rooms and one boss hall. I was looking forward to it. I placed my hand on one of the squares of the monolith with bubbling enthusiasm as I was transferred to the planes that showed a castle on the horizon. All the active skills were activated, making my body shine with an inordinate amount of colors. I also activated Whirlwind, as gales of wind also began appearing around me, making me disappear from the spot I was standing just as I put some force on my feet. I was propelled upwards for more than 10 meters as my figure breezed towards the castle. I couldn't help but let a laugh escape my lips as I fell towards the ground and rebounded only to be thrown forward even faster. I had to adapt to this crazy level of strength and speed that the skills and my increased attributes were giving me as I moved forward. I couldn't control my descent from my last jump and managed to smash into the huge door of the castle, disrupting its serene peace and waking up the first 10 statues in the first room. I dashed towards them as if I was possessed and finally cast Smite. 10 golden swords of light appeared above me even faster than when I cast it the first time, hanging imposingly as they waited for my command, "Strike down." I couldn't help myself as I said these words out loud, and the 2-meter-long golden sword barreled down towards the oncoming statues. Boom! A blinding light exploded out as the golden sword struck down the incoming statues, causing dust and rubble to fly about as I breathed heavily and watched the scene clear. Only stones were left shattered on the ground. I couldn't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it. In less than a second, all the rank C monsters were dead. I was even more confident while thinking about all the skills that enhanced my damage, cast and attack speed, as well as increased penetration, that let me further ignore the defenses of monsters. I felt the rush and adrenaline coursing through me as the room was completed in under a minute and pushed off from where I stood to head towards the large door to the next room. I blasted in and saw the now 11 statues move about as another 10 golden blades appeared above me. They targeted the nearest 10 as I moved at high speeds and quickly appeared in front of the 11th. Moving my hand around speedily as I plastered multiple, explosive runes on its body and commanded them to explode right in front of me, I loved watching the huge explosions occur when I was near and observed the huge impact blasting out the statue's body. The entire force was negated by the now 100 proficiency skill, Arcanist Sphere of Protection, that wasn't really a sphere anymore and hugged my body as if it was another layer of skin. The room was once again cleared in a few seconds. My breathing increased and I rushed into the third room. 10 statues were quickly obliterated by another cast of Smite, and I moved close to the remaining 2 statues and cast Flames of Torment. The long pillar of flames had a darker color after reaching 100. Its flames coagulated together tightly as if they were a thick viscous material. It was rotating the moment I cast it in its long linear form, causing hot suffocating winds to fly out. I threw the thick cable of flames forward and they literally melted the statues the moment they came in contact. I stopped for a second to catch my breath as I just cleared 3 rooms out the 20 in under 5 minutes. A childish smile wouldn't leave my face as I continued on forward to the 4th. The next rooms were cleared in a similar fashion, starting out with Smite, and following with either Explosive Rune, or Flames of Torment. Starting from the 10th room, I just cast another Smite, the moment the first 10 statues were shattered by the first cast. Finishing them in record time, I was now standing in front of the huge door that led to the boss room and I tried collecting myself as I impatiently went in. The Titan was as humongous as usual, frighteningly boasting its 10-meter size. The 10 guards standing by its side couldn't even respond as 10 golden swords smashed into them the moment I entered. The huge beast opened its blank eyes the moment the guards were destroyed and began coming towards me, its huge steps causing the ground tremble. I watched the boss menacingly come towards me as 10 swords of light appear, then another 10, and another 10 as Smite was repeatedly cast 3 times. I commanded the first 10 to shoot towards the boss in a tight-knit circular formation. They smashed onto his chest, stopping his advance and pushing him back. The next 10 flew up one after another to repeatedly strike the same area. I was focusing on the Titan's head, blasting onto him and pushing him back even further. The last 10 flew in and surrounded the neck around a few meters away and rushed forward while it was still disoriented. Before it could even roar or do anything else, the 10 golden swords closed in on its neck from all directions. Zing! The Titan wobbled for a few seconds before a pillar of thick flames wrapped around the nearly destroyed neck and squeezed in, melting everything it came in contact with. Another second passed before a loud crash was heard in the huge hall. The Titan's head now lay on the ground. Not even a minute had passed. I watched this unbelievable scene in front of me as if it wasn't something that I had just done. The huge boss that needed an entire party to hunt had taken me less than a minute to take down. I let out an embarrassingly loud triumphant howl after accepting the scene in front of me and reveled in it once more. Around 20 minutes total had passed and the castle was completely cleared. A green crystal rose as a shining pile of loot appeared beside the boss. From then on, I kept on repeating, Soliel's castle, like a madman. 8 hours later, I had impossibly cleared the dungeon more than 24 times, my clearing averaging 3 times in 1 hour. At the end, I held in my storage rings a ton of rank C, core, S, 15 rank C skills, 1 rank B skill, and 5 new, item, S. Chapter 22, Explosive Growth. I was in love with this rank C dungeon. Only a single floor that held all the monsters in one place. Someone in my positions couldn't have asked for a better setting to quickly take everything down in record time and rake in an unimaginable amount of profit. I never thought a day would come where I would be able to collect this many rank C skills, and even lucky enough have a rank B skill drop along with a few items. Hunters had been clearing Soliel's dungeon twice a week, So over the span of the last few months they might have cleared it around the same time as I cleared it in one day. Just the thought of it made me amazed. My 2 storage rings had nearly filled up to the brim with the influx of Core S, Skill S, and Item S. I was currently in the boss room of the dungeon where a broken titan lay dead while browsing through the rank C items first. There were 2 pairs of Igneous Armor, S1, Igneous Sword, Fiery Helm, and Fiery Boots, all of them exactly the same as the equipment that Anderson wore, but I wouldn't have to wait before equipping these ones. The ones I had obtained from him were still repairing from the heavy explosions done by Explosive Rune. I changed from Swift Boots to Fiery Boots, and equipped one of the armors and helm. The armor had a similar characteristic of being unnaturally flexible even though it seemed like it was made up of extremely strong stone materials. The helm on my head also made me look like some sort of gladiator, so I took it off for now and only planned to equip it when I was faced with enemies. The Item S vastly improved my defense and acted as another layer of resistance besides the many skills already active. Next up were the abundant amount of skills, something I never thought I would be holding in such large quantities. These would cost millions if I were to sell them, but money wasn't the main thing I was after. I looked through the skills trying to find which ones were actually effective for me to learn and narrowed it down to 8, the rest were skills that either required bows or another specific weapon to activate or they were offensive skills with similar power to the ones I was currently using. I would learn as many supportive and defensive skills, but I would choose my main attacking skills with close scrutiny as those are the only ones I have to actively cast and use. If I held too many offensive skills and switched from to another when using, I would just have many skills in a similar level of power and not a few skills with high proficiency that have even more power. The 8 that I absorbed and learned were Sharpen, your attacks and skills deal more damage to your enemies, War Cry, motivate yourself and your allies, increasing attributes by 5%, Retaliation, reflect back some of the damage from your enemies, King's Rage, the rage of a king flows through you, granting a boost in damage. Military Tactics, the qualities of a fortified soldier are activated, increasing all attributes by 10, Unpredictable, attack and casting speed increased by 10%, Elemental Damage, any attacks using the elements deal destructive damage, and Stealth, move undetected as all the energies you emit are absorbed. Learning and activating the skills gave me another sense of exhilaration. Military Tactics, that increased each of my attributes by 10 added the specified amount to Vitality and Strength, while Focus remained as blank as usual. The rank B skill book that had been lucky enough to drop was Stealth, which was such a great skill that it trumped everything else I gained today because of its high utility. Any colors or imposing airs released by the activated skills were all reined in and I seemed like a normal human being without an ounce of strength. I could also choose to blend into my surroundings to a similar effect like Camouflage. Adding these 2 skills together would just be a killer combination. I would keep Stealth active at all times and only activate Camouflage, or use the blending in effect of Stealth when I really needed to. I didn't grasp the full strength of a full-fledged rank B hunter that held multiple rank B skills and items, but I felt like my strength was at the peak of B if not higher. I would make no conclusions before meeting hunters that I can test against though. My next move was to absorb the multitude of Core S, filling up the 2 storage rings, there being more than enough to bring my attribute points to 200 after an hour of extensive absorbing. Feeling the packed strength of my body that had been increasing way too fast, I took a second to reminisce how it was barely just a week since I awakened. My body felt like it could explode with tremendous power any time I wished, giving me even more confidence on the path I was walking on. I rose up and touched the green crystal to leave the dungeon, looking back and seeing the dungeon monolith now having a color of light blue. Soliel's castle was now a low-risk dungeon that had no chance of a dungeon break occurring anytime soon. Hunters that were stationed a distance away in shops and stalls quickly noticed the change a few hours ago and began discussing amongst themselves as to which peak hunter had come across their city. I didn't want to completely break their common sense with them seeing me enter the dungeon every 20 minutes, so I took off Camouflage, while still keeping Stealth active and hiding the assortment of colors and armors around me from the skill effects every 2 hours for them to see a figure be transported out of the dungeon and diving back in right after. I was already renowned and didn't need to hide, but that didn't mean I shouldn't hide this unexplainable level of strength I held for the time being. I did want to build a reputation for myself from now on for future plans, but I would only show them a surface of what I could do. In the case another crazy hunter appeared in front of me, I had the confidence to completely take care of them if they were only expecting the level of strength I was showing. This was the last time I was leaving the dungeon today, so I didn't use camouflage. There were reporters and cameramen at a far distance carefully documenting the changes and pointing their cameras towards me. I tried not to react to any of it and took a ride from a nervous driver that was driving carefully at the speed limit while constantly looking back at me. I chuckled at this as we went towards the pristine residency lodging. I would visit the Awakened Center tomorrow morning to see if there was anything of value, but seeing as I was the person clearing the highest ranked dungeon currently and holding on to all the loot, I doubted there would be anything fruitful. My next phase of plans was to relax. It was only in the evening, but I wanted to stop thinking for a bit, eat a whole lot of food and just sleep. I recalled the platters of shrimp and steaks that I had been eating the past few days and placed an order for 4 plates when I grabbed my room keys at Pristine Residency. Tonight would be a relaxing night. In Star City, a man was looking at the profile of a hunter they had just received more news of a few hours ago. He was Vice Admiral Magner, a decorated officer that stood at the front lines when monsters were running rampant and killing people left and right. He had risen to this rank because of his continuing hard work and planning while fighting for his country that he was trying to save once more. He just needed people to stop shoving their heads up their asses and listen. His work and stress had been piling up recently as he was recruiting talent to dive into the Rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. They needed more production of Core S, Skill S, and Item S more badly than most people thought. He thought back to the report that described the huge threat that was congregating in one location not far from the Empire and then focused once more on Hunter in front of him. Noah Osmont. Active for around a week and already making waves. These were the types of people he needed. He quickly made a phone call to the contact stationed in Outer Bank X and gave a message for them to deliver. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 240, Focus, Black Box, Strength, 260, Skills, F. Fireball, 100, F. Heal, 53, E. Arctic Armor, 100, D. Flames of Torment, 100, D. Safeguard, 38, D. Danger Sense, 100, D. Rough Skin, 23, D. Fleeting, 24, C. Arcanist Sphere of Protection, 100, C. Camouflage, 83, C. Aura of Haste, 72, C. Explosive Rune, 81, C. Life Essence, 73, C. Increased Penetration, 58, C. Regeneration, 21, C. Whirlwind, 33, C. Smite, 28, C. Gracefulness, 21, C. Precision, 21, C. Adamant, 21, C. Sharpen, 4, C. War Cry, 4, C. Retaliation, 4, C. King's Rage, 4, C. Military Tactics, 4, C. Unpredictable, 4, C. Elemental Damage, 4, B. Giant Strength, 27, B. Stealth, 3. Equipment Sad Face 2x Searing of Storage, C. Fiery Boots, C. Igneous Armor, C. Fiery Helm, equals New. Chapter 23, An Invitation. The night passed by spectacularly as I binged on food and familiarized myself with my fast-expanding array of skills. There were many and I was increasing them at a very fast rate that doesn't seem like it would reduce any time soon. I went over every single one of the support skills to try and gain a better understanding of just how much they were increasing my damage output with my skills. I would get the chance to possibly observe this change more noticeably today after I use my offensive skills for the first time after adding 8 more new support skills in a day. I left the Pristine Residency while activating the full extent of Stealth, so that I could avoid any unwanted attention as I made my way towards the Awakened Center. I browsed over the skills once more and as expected, nothing of value was there. I held many rank C skills currently that would make a ton of money if sold, but I was planning on holding onto them for now until I began making my way over to some of the inner cities of the Empire where it was possible to buy rank B skills. The knowledge spread over on hunting platforms mentioned that their prices ranged upwards of 10 million because of their high demands and very little supply. They were my next goal, as I could only obtain a rank B skill book at a very low chance with the rank C dungeon I was currently clearing. Seeing nothing else catching my eye at the awakened center, I left for Soliel's castle right away. When I arrived at the huge monolith though, there was someone obviously out of place standing near it. It was a curvaceous woman in a tight business suit checking her watch as she waited for something. No hunters were tiered around Soliel's castle, as normal rank C hunting squads didn't dare dive into the dungeon, so the only person she could be waiting for here was me. I removed my stealth and appeared a few feet away, startling her from my sudden appearance. A bright smile bloomed on her face as if she had found the huge treasure she was looking for. "Hello Mr. Osmond, my name is Amelia Ross and I'm here on behalf of Vice Admiral Magner of Star City." Her words started off very normal but the end was explosive. I was immediately intrigued as Star City was one of the core defense cities in the Empire, with the government spreading its clutches in almost all industries and activities. Also, I had never come across any high titles such as Vice Admiral before. I replied back with a smile, "What can I do for you?" She nodded with a relieved expression and continued, "I won't waste too much of your time Sir Hunter, so I will give the message I was instructed to for you to read at your leisure." A thin folder with papers appeared on her hands and she handed it to me, finishing her last words as she left hurriedly. "Oh, Mr. Osmond, many of the files in there are confidential, so we are counting on your discretion." I nodded at these words and watched her get in a black sedan that quickly pulled away. "A confidential file, huh? What exactly do you contain?" The first paper was an introduction from the one known as Vice Admiral Magner, and he kept things very much on point. He was hiring Rank B hunters or hire to work with the government to raid the Rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. Half the loot would go towards the government as they provided you with money or anything else you wished for that they could provide. If you were patriotic enough and enlisted in the Empire's army, you would be in the first row of hunters who can select skills and items useful to them in their vast armory while also receiving the full benefits of the military. There were very few papers in the file, and the last one was the even more eye-catching one, with the entire paper only holding 2 sentences that made me very concerned. "This is highly confidential information that only the top hunters have available currently. Please exercise great control. Enemies are heading towards the blessed empire that could cause the deaths of billions if we continue to be complacent." Only 2 sentences, but they made me attach a much greater importance to this file. An enemy coming to attack the empire? My mind's gears were turning as I wrapped my head around this new information and what I should do next. Who could it be? Was it beasts, or was a war approaching? I was thinking for quite a while but nothing came to mind. I had too little information currently and needed to learn much more. I made some quick calculations and change of plans and shot a text towards the people I had dived into, Soliel's castle, with 2 days ago. The original plan was to dive with them once more before I began looking at ways to make them stronger and then make my way towards the inner cities of the Empire, but that would have to be accelerated. When I finished that I placed the file with very troubling information that also held a contact number I would be calling by the end of the day in one of my storage rings and then went into the dungeon. I didn't forget to test the increased effectiveness of my offensive spells after the addition of Sharpen, War Cry, Retaliation, King's Rage, Military Tactics, Unpredictable, and Elemental Damage. The damage of all skills was boosted by quite a bit, with some of the qualities of the skills also improving. Flames of Torment now seemed like it was a coagulation of extremely long and thick heavy flames, the width of it becoming slightly larger. A single, explosive rune, was now effective to completely cover the huge head of the Titan and cause it to explode right away. As for Smite, the 10 golden blades of light became even larger, their handles even more distinct and edges even sharper. I continued my testing and experimentation of skills for the next 8 hours, clearing the dungeon more than 26 times and coming out around the time I texted the 5 people. It was already evening outside when I left the dungeon with my storage rings full. I was lucky enough to receive another rank B skill, meaning there around a 4% chance for it drop from the rank C Titan of this dungeon as it was very similar to yesterday. More than 17 rank C skills came out this time around, with 6 items. It was 2 pairs of Igneous Sword, S, Igneous Armor, and Fiery Boot, S. Of course, there were also a ton of cores after all the runs. The 5 that I texted were situated outside the monolith as I instructed, with Anderson's old party members reverentially looking towards me and Rachel standing there with the same confident expression. they're some of the top hunters of this city. So when they heard that I was clearing the dungeon alone on the news, they must have had an even better idea of what my level of power was than common hunters. I was already spent from running around the past 8 hours and wanted to make it quick. It doesn't seem like I'm going to be in Outer Bank X for much longer. I paused as I watched their expressions change to shock and concern before continuing, so I'll be making sure that there is still a team that is able to clear this dungeon when I leave. Relieved expressions returned, but they still seemed concerned. I didn't bother explaining and took out the pairs of igneous swords, igneous armor, lightning boots, and fiery boot, along with 22 rank C skill after putting aside 2 that I wanted to absorb later. I had received 2 igneous armors and 1 sword yesterday, and then 2 more of each today. Removing the one I was wearing myself, there were 4 once you added the one that was taken from Anderson. I lied and said that I found most of the skill books and items in Anderson's storage ring. The 2 knights and Rachel looked at me to make sure I wasn't joking before they went forward and grabbed an armor and sword each. The items weren't of much value to me, and I wanted to leave the city without any bad aftertaste, so I had to do this. This was just one of the consequences for taking down the previous rank B hunter of the city. I had Rachel take the fiery boots, and Dan grab the lightning boots. Feeling bad for one of mages that wasn't getting anything as there were only 4 armors, but they wouldn't be on the front lines for now. I then laid out the skills for them to choose any that fit them. Everyone was able to gain something this time around, and 15 rank C skills remained after they picked and absorbed the skills in front of me. Once this was done, I took out the rank B skill that dropped today. Enlightened Fervor, build up the strength inside you and release it with a swing of your weapon. I was thinking how I would set up a system where Soliel's castle could be cleared once I was gone, and the easiest answer would be to have a rank B hunter lead the team to clear it. One of the faster ways to do this was to have a hunter with stats nearing the peak of rank C and have them learn a rank B skill. I was struggling with myself this entire day while I was farming the dungeon on whether I would be able to let go of a rank B skill if it was something that fit well with my guidelines currently. Luckily, or unluckily, it was a skill on the far spectrum of berserker skills that also required a weapon, so it made the decision much easier. I also understood that it would become even easier for me to gain rank B skills, whether that was by staying here and diving into Soliel's castle daily to get 1 a day or move towards an area that had a rank B dungeon for me to gain them even faster. So today, I'll be making someone a rank B hunter and have them dive into the dungeon, visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Chapter 24, an end, and a beginning. Of course, the person I was choosing to be the next rank B hunter in Outer Bank X was Rachel, the only person that ever showed a backbone among the hunters I met. She also unflinchingly questioned when she saw something wrong happening, and this was a type of naivety I could trust. She was shocked to receive the skill book and even more shocked when I told her that we'd be entering the dungeon as soon as they finished absorbing some rank C, core, S. I had so many of these piled up in the last 2 days that a few tens of millions could be made if I chose to sell them, and they should be more than enough to raise the attributes of these hunters to the peak of rank C. I took a few of the piles of core S out of my storage and had the hunters absorb them. They jumped at them after I gave the go-ahead and soon brought their attributes to 200. I watched the sun go lower and lower while waiting for them to finish. When they were done, I let them know that we would be diving into the dungeon right now for me to just confirm Rachel's capabilities against the boss of the dungeon. They could easily take care of the statues appearing in the rooms of the castle with the equipment and new skills they just obtained. Only the boss remained a mystery. The entire group was soon transferred into the familiar landscape that I had appeared in multiple times today. I led the way into the castle and told them all to conserve their energy for the boss fight and let me do all the work on the preliminary monsters. After the 10th room, I could already tune out the sounds of amazement as these hunters watched me take down monsters that they would spend a few minutes on in a matter of seconds. I briefly stopped here for 20 minutes with the excuse of recovering my energy as I didn't want to surprise them too much. I kept using Smite all the way through because of its multiple enemy targeting attribute that took care of the increasing number of statues quickly. I wasn't worried about them seeing me cast the rank C skill repeatedly, as higher ranking hunters had enough reserves of energy to cast lower ranking skills multiple times. And at most they would attribute it to some sort of inherent skill that increases my focus. Before we opened the door into the hall where the boss lay, I wasted another 20 minutes with the excuse of recovering my energy just in case something went wrong, and then we entered the boss room. Rachel and the rest of them had been talking up strategies on the way here as they had nothing better to do, and already had a plan that used their new skills the best. The recently buffed up knights went forward with their huge shield as they blocked the 10 guards that the 2 mages then sniped with colorful lightning. Rachel went forward and stood against the boss, activating enlightened fervor, and releasing powerful blasts with every swing of her sword that kept the boss at bay. She was soon reinforced by the hunters that had taken down the guards, as the knights focused on blocking the boss while Rachel and the 2 mages continued to damage it. It very quickly roared and boulders began falling from the ceiling, and the mages were quickly covered by the knights while Rachel actually weaved through the falling stones and built up her power using enlightened fervor, releasing a strike that blasted the already damaged head of the titan away. I was standing on the side watching everything, not even bothered when the boulders were falling, as the moment they got in contact with my skin they were repelled away because of the defensive skills that were always activated. I clapped my hands as the team was cheering amongst each other and gave the new rank B hunter a thumbs up. She rushed over and gave me a tight hug, thanking me for all my help and wishing me well for where I was going. I pushed the rest of them away when they continued giving their heartfelt thanks and felt a load lifted off my chest. The city I had been living in all this time would continue to be well even after I left it. I wasn't overly attached or anything like that, I just didn't want the place I had grown familiar with to be wiped off by a dungeon break that could have easily been taken care of. With that out of the way, I parted ways with the hunters and I texted the contact number that was included in the file that I would be ready to head out for Star City tomorrow morning. A reply quickly came, "That's great. We'll have a ride ready for you at 10 a.m. Thank you for your service." With this, I was at the end of my road for Outer Bank X City. I was feeling nostalgic as I walked through the busy streets of downtown while watching the throngs of people move about. Some hunters were celebrating successful dungeon dives by getting drinks, others were mourning the losses of their friends. Those that were unawakened had the same hopeful eyes as I did, either they were too poor to buy a skill book to awaken, or they were working to save up enough money to do so. You also had the people that were waking up every day hoping to naturally awaken, and they would repeat this process for months. I reached the old dilapidated apartment complex that I was living in and grabbed anything else of value that remained in one of my storage rings. I bought another one because of their high utility and now wore 3 rings on my right hand. I looked at the dilapidated apartment as my emotions rose and I decided to sleep here for the first time in a while. I didn't have any worries about my life as I always had my defensive skills active, and I doubt anyone in the city would be reckless enough to try something like that. It was a split-second decision made from emotions, but I felt like it was a good one. I went into the kitchen, placed some water in a pot, and put it on high heat as I watched it boil. I then opened one of the creaking cabinets and pulled out a cup of ramen noodles. Mixing the two together, I soon had that familiar smell of food I haven't tried in quite a while wafting in my nose. I didn't wait for it to cool as I took a forkful in my mouth, not feeling the usual scalding pain when I ate it too quickly and only feeling a trace of warmth. I thought back to every event this past week and the extreme change that had occurred from it. I still didn't know why I could do the things I do, but I would solve the mystery in time. The world had become a foreign place the moment dungeons, monsters, and hunters began appearing. Nobody thought such a thing would be possible in the past. Neither did I think what happened to me to be remotely possible then. We adapted and survived. I looked out of my apartment into the dark streets outside as I swore to myself that I would continue to grow, and most definitely survive. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 240, Focus, Black Box, Strength, 260, Skills, F. Fireball, 100, F. Heal, 53, D. Arctic Armor, 100, D. Flames of Torment, 100, D. Safeguard, 38, D. Danger Sense, 100, D. Rough Skin, 44, D. Fleeting, 45, C. Arcanist Sphere of Protection, 100, C. Camouflage, 91, C. Aura of Haste, 88, C. Explosive Rune, 95, C. Life Essence, 89, C. Increased Penetration, 85, C. Regeneration, 38, C. Whirlwind, 54, C. Smite, 68, C. Gracefulness, 42, C. Precision, 42, C. Adamant, 42, C. Sharpen, 19, C. War Cry, 19, C. Retaliation, 19, C. King's Rage, 19, C. Military Tactics, 19, C. Unpredictable, 19, C. Elemental Damage, 19, B. Giant Strength, 43, B. Stealth, 17. Equipment, 3x Searing of Storage, C. Fiery Boots, C. Igneous Armor, C. Fiery Helm. End of Volume 1. Chapter 25, Star City. Morning of the next day, I was in the back of a black sedan watching cars rush by as we went down a long road. When we left the roads of Outer Bank X City, we had to pass the only checkpoint for those leaving the city. The checkpoint was near the entrance to an old bridge that was the only road leading towards inner cities. To the left and right of the checkpoint was an expanding wall that circled around the entire city. It was mostly hunters or highly influential people that were able to move around in the empire. The two titles were actually interchangeable as no influential person chose to not awaken. The driver pulled out sparkling military credentials to the hunter guard standing by, and we were soon driving away from the city. We went across the bridge when I looked back for the last time to see the city surrounded by a wall, not knowing if I would ever return. The scenery around us quickly changed to destroyed buildings and architectures as we saw guard posts every tens of miles down the road. I couldn't imagine the job of these people that stood in the barrens for days, only switching their shifts when someone else came to relieve them. The barrens were the empty and destroyed lands that nobody was living in. You would only find roaches or rats, or mutated animals that were hungry enough to attack anything there. The only people who took the post as guards along these long roads leading from cities were people that had nothing in life and were offered an olive branch from the government. They were contracted to work for them after they were given the resources to awaken and had to follow the contract for a specified time. I felt sad thinking of the people that had no option but to resort to these kinds of work. We drove through the barrens with no complication, passing other cities surrounded by walls throughout the day. The road got cleaner and cleaner as we went further inland, and we saw guard posts more frequently, eventually leaving behind the dystopian barrens and becoming exposed to a few green trees. The greenery kept on increasing as the hours passed, and we were soon nearing a huge walled-off city in the distance. This city had a slightly taller wall surrounding it with huge convoys of military trucks moving in and out. It was definitely much more bustling than the cities I've seen on the way here. We were able to get inside after the driver flashed his papers on the guard's face in an annoyed tone, as the process was much more thorough this time around. The inside of the city was filled with lights. It had taken the entire day to get here, and after the time it took for us to bypass the gates, night had already arrived. I was able to see the city come to life with countless lights shining into the night. We had arrived at Star City. The streets were so clean with huge buildings pointing to the sky all around us. It was a stark contrast to the destroyed lands we had passed by this morning, as if we were in a completely different world. Masses of people that definitely had happier faces than those I had been used to move around busily. I watched the beauty of the city as if I was back to a time when no dungeons had appeared, as if I had traveled in time to the bustling metropolis I used to know. The scenery constantly changed as we moved further in. I had counted multiple blue monoliths so far, seeing a few rank F, E, and D dungeons based on their size. I was able to see blue monoliths similar in size to Soliel's castle. After we passed another checkpoint to go further into the city, counting more than 5 as time passed. The large city continued on as we passed through roads with hunters dressed in military outfits patrolling. Arriving at a huge compound that had a sizable monolith with a light orange hue shimmering around it. This monolith was almost twice as big as a rank C monolith, its pressure coming down on me and taking my breath away. I got out of the car and breathed in the air of the city, feeling it to be much fresher than what I've been used to. The driver led the way as we entered the huge compound that was teeming with movement with a scan of his ID. The military compound had a variety of eye-catching buildings all around, with a ton of armored vehicles going in or out. We arrived at the tallest building and went inside. I found myself waiting for a few minutes while seated onto a very comfortable sofa before an imposing man came out. He had a long scar on his jawline with his tanned face glistening in the bright room. A powerful voice broke out from his smiling face, "Mr. Osmont, I was very glad you could make it." The rough voice rang out clearly as I observed the man in front of me, noticing him to be very different from the people I've come in contact with. I smiled back and said, "It's only right I come for something as important as this." The discussion went well after this as the man introduced himself. He was Vice Admiral Magner, earning my goodwill as the first thing he mentioned after his name was how he wanted to personally come to meet me as soon as I arrived. "Now, I know you must be tired from the trip. So formalities can wait until tomorrow. Commander Kyle will lead you to your resting area, where food and entertainment will be provided." The Vice Admiral finished his introduction and left as I began thinking about the words he had said. Entertainment? Commander Kyle led me away and we walked to the living quarters while I thought about how I planned to live in this city. The first thing on my mind was finding out exactly what major threat was quickly approaching, and the second was my capabilities to solo that huge dungeon monolith near this compound. I'm already assuming that the first time I'll dive in it I'll be accompanied by a team, which is a safe way to play it as I currently have no idea about the increase in difficulty from rank C to B. After we finish the first dive, I'll make my decision then. We passed a few serious faces and I was given a smooth blue ID card that only had a golden letter B on it. Kyle mentioned that this card allowed access for a majority of the facilities in here, and also had access to the room in front of us. I thanked him for taking me around and he saluted and left. I scanned the key card and opened the door, expectant to see the living quarters of rank B hunters that the government provided. The room was slightly bigger than the large rooms in the pristine residency, boasting even more luxurious looks all around it. On the table were a wide array of foods and next to it was a huge bed. Where a woman with a statuesque figure was flashing the brightest smile. "Oh, visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much." 26 The looming threat. So, last night was different to say the least, as I found myself getting some sleep later than usual. The food and everything else hit the spot, taking my mind off the many thoughts constantly clashing in my head. A hunter's stamina was nothing to laugh at. I went out of the room early in the morning to walk around the living quarters and observe the compound a bit more. Even though it was this early, there was already bustling activities with people and trucks moving about. I enjoyed the cool morning air and looked towards the huge monolith a distance away, itching to go towards it and give it a go, but I calmed myself down and walked back to the living quarters. Someone quickly called out my name. It was Commander Kyle saying that the Vice Admiral was looking for me. I nodded at him to lead the way and found myself led into an office room that had an abundant amount of folders and papers lying around. "I apologize for the mess, please have a seat." The imposing Vice Admiral has his usual air of confidence as I sat down opposite him. I didn't waste any time as I asked the thing that was heavily weighing on my mind. Magner paused for a second before pulling out a red folder and laying out multiple photos across the table. "These are aerial pictures of the Barrens quite a distance away from the Empire. They were taken over a span of a few weeks. The pictures showed a terrifying sight of small dark dots that were uncountable, and large mass that could clearly be seen in the middle of it all. The large mass had a patterned obsidian shell that covered its entirety, only having a large head with pointed horns come out in the front. The pictures gave me a shock because these things were probably even bigger than they appeared on there. The rest of the pictures showed a similar scene, making me prompt the general to continue as I didn't grasp everything yet. These pictures were taken at a different location each time. "They are moving." The Vice Admiral had a cold expression as he looked at the pictures and said this. My mind was moving to keep up as I took all of this in and asked him, "How long do we have?" Magner looked at me with a difficult expression before sighing. "That's the problem, we don't know. It could be in a few weeks or a month, but we cannot correctly track them because of their unpredictability." "A few weeks? Possibly a month?" "Phew," I let out a relieved sigh as I heard and laughed out loud, startling the man before me. I looked towards him and said, "If it is a few weeks, then we have more than enough time to prepare." I knew myself, and it was why I said this. Barely a week after I awakened and I was already standing in a position to hear information that many people had no idea about. If I was given another week or two, I was confident in getting much stronger than where I am right now. The question is, what strength will be enough to contend with the huge beast and the things it was bringing this way? I asked the Vice Admiral whether they were confident in pushing these monsters back, and his reply was less than favorable, adopting a dark expression that contained a trace of anger. He spent the next 2 minutes ranting about how they were not fully prepared, but the people at the top were still hesitant to institute measures to prepare for what was coming. The cities in the outer periphery of the empire had to start the process of migrating soon, or the military needed to increase and institute its main defenses past those cities and prepare for the fight that was coming. Otherwise, a tremendous amount of people would be sacrificed for nothing. I listened to this as my mind went back to all the cities I passed when coming here, and one of the cities at the outermost of the empire, Outer Bank X. My gaze turned cold when I looked back at the Vice Admiral. He saw my eyes and then said, "I've already rallied the relevant people though. Even though there is still some pushback, we have already begun the process of moving supplies and equipment to the front lines of defense in the outer perimeters," he continued when he saw my gaze calming down. "While this will be an ongoing process to fortify our defenses on the border, we also need hunters to lend their help in diving into dungeons and bringing out as many resources as possible. Core, S, Item, S, Skill Book, S, they will all go towards the awakened soldiers that will be giving up their lives to fight on the front line." He finished with a sad expression as he mentioned the people that would be the first line of contact between us and monsters. I thought about all this and asked how they were doing things currently. "We have 3 teams of 6 Rank B hunters alternating like clockwork to clear the Rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp. The 3 teams are able to clear the dungeon 3 times a day and have a rest period in between, with other similar teams acting the same manner in nearby cities, but we don't know if it'll be enough." He looked at me as he said the next words. "That's where people like you come in. I haven't met any Rank B hunters that have been able to dive alone into a Rank C dungeon repeatedly, so your power should be among the highest. I would love your cooperation to hasten this process with one of the teams we have clearing, Mangrove Swamp." He said these words carefully while watching my face. I thought over everything and the amount of time we possibly had before nodding my head. "When is the next team diving?" A relieved expression appeared on his face as he told me the next team was going in within an hour. We then discussed how the resources were split up between the hunter teams diving in Mangrove Swamp. The military would pay handsomely for all the Core, S, Item, S, and Skill, S they received while providing for all their needs. If you became a hunter enlisted in the military, you would be given a rank with even more benefits. I thought about everything and decided to go with the plan of seeing the Mangrove Swamp, while diving with a team. I would decide how to move forward from there. The talk with the Vice Admiral finished on a happy note, with him leading me to personally meet the Rank B hunting squad I would be joining today. Half the group had already gotten together and I got the chance to meet the first genuine Rank B hunters. Their mannerisms were a notch above other hunters and their bodies seemed packed with power that could explode at any moment. These were Rank B hunters that could bring their attributes all the way to 250. When paired up with corresponding skills, it was a deadly force to behold. The first 3 that I met were 2 berserkers, one holding a broad sword that was just as tall as him and the other holding long blades on either side of him. The third one was a short woman that was about 4 feet 1 inch in height, and she was surprisingly the knight of the team. The power emanating from her in no way matched her stature as a huge tower shield larger than her was strapped to her back. I got acquainted with the 3 while the rest of the team came in. They were all relatively polite with a mild interest in their eyes when we were talking. With the only one different being the short woman who went by the name Lana Stone. She was staring at me with eyes that blazed with fire as she showed much more interest than the others. The remaining team members were 2 mages, a man and a woman dressed in long purple robes with long staffs sparkling with ice elements. The last one was another knight, this one with a round golden shield covering half of his body and a flail on his other hand. More introductions followed and the 6 usual Rank B hunters that were about to dive into the Mangrove Swamp were joined by me. "Morning everyone, here's today's chapter." Nervous face. Chapter 27, Mangrove Swamp. I didn't like the Mangrove Swamp the instant we were transferred in. We appeared in the middle of muddy ground where I could feel my feet sink in a couple of inches. All around us were huge mangrove trees that shot to the sky. The smell was horrendous. From the information the hunters gave me before we came, this land where we were transferred to was the innermost small patch of land surrounded by a muddy swamp. Our enemies would be coming all around us from the innermost ring of the swamp. The swamp was special as it had multiple rings. The first wave of enemies we would be facing would all be from the first ring, and the moment all those enemies were killed, A barrier between the innermost ring and the second wider ring would dissipate. The moment that barrier dissipated, all the monsters from the second ring would rush towards you. There were 5 rings in the entire swamp, with the 5th ring releasing the boss. This really was a killer dungeon. I didn't like the sticky and hard to move environment, but my mind couldn't help but think of the possibilities of this dungeon with my abilities. To prevent the complete wipeout of the hunting squads, the hunters designated one of the monsters they faced with the title of Princess. They could kill all other monsters besides this Princess. She had to be protected at all cost. Otherwise, the moment she dies, the second barrier will break and more enemies will rush in before they could catch their breath. I understood their entire system and soon began to feel the earth trembling beneath my feet. Humongous monsters were coming. The first one entering my eyes was a 4-meter large alligator, its huge jaws wide open as it lunged at our group. I instantly cast Flames of Torment, and flung the thick pillar of flames forward as if it were spearheading directly into the open jaws. SSSS, sounds of meat being burnt rang out, with a burnt smell right after as the inside of the alligator was destroyed by the rotating pillar of flames. I was thankful that this rank D skill had reached 100 proficiency and continued to be enhanced by support skills that allowed it to take down rank B monsters. Good work newbie. The short tank, Lana Stone, was holding the tower's shield twice her size, shouted as she and the rest of the group members moved to block and attack the other incoming alligators. I'll hold on to the Princess. The other tank with a flail and golden shield said as his body glowed blue and withstood the charges of other alligators. The berserker with the broadsword held his sword now enveloped with flames and swiped at the neck of another one, making a clean cut as if there was no resistance from their scaly armor. The other berserker with 2 swords struck out and unleashed a huge cross-shaped sword light that went forward to butcher another set of alligators. The 2 mages weren't lagging behind as they had already cast their spells. The area in front of them quickly became icy and froze all the incoming alligators, which is when the berserkers came in and shattered them with a swing of their swords. The mages then pulled back behind Lana before continuing to cast other spells. I liked their teamwork and began moving seriously myself. 10 golden swords appeared in the air and rushed down to each of the remaining alligators besides the Princess, piercing their hard dry scales and nailing them to the ground. I did this repeatedly a few times, taking down tens of alligators before the hunting squad looked at me in surprise after witnessing the enhanced power of Smite, and shouted words of encouragement soon after as they went to reinforce the knight with the golden shield on holding off the Princess. Newbie, I knew I felt something special from you. Don't hold back. Lana said as she went to help hold off the one remaining alligator, her small body powerfully moving the large tower shield as if it was weightless. The 2 knights rotated on holding off the Princess, until 10 minutes passed when everybody had regained most of their energy. A sword bathed in flames ended its life. A sound was heard as if a bubble had popped, before even more tremors could be heard as more alligators rushed in. The squad members always stayed in a tight-knit formation throughout, with the mages and I in the middle, the knights and berserkers on the outside. Even while being swarmed by tens of alligators, they held them off successfully. I was casting Smite after about every minute thereafter, cleaning off a majority of the alligators without completely overpowering everything and making the short tank throw me even more fiery gazes. The chosen Princess of this round was kept alive for 20 minutes before everyone was good to go once more. We repeated this process until the 3rd and 4th barrier was released, the thrill getting to me as I watched these powerful rank B hunters throw out skills in similar power to mine. The release of the 4th barrier was only done after a Princess had been held down for half an hour, the hunter squad regaining their strength at their peak before all of their gazes focused on the male mage. They seemed to come to an understanding as they nodded their heads and told me to not go away from them under any circumstances while we began clearing this next wave. I nodded curiously as I waited to see what surprise they were going to pull off as I watched more than 100 huge alligators desperately clawing their way towards us. The mage held his staff forward as he was protected in a circle and aimed it toward the incoming monsters. 30 seconds passed with nothing happening, and then the heat began to rapidly rise all around us. I was shocked as I looked up and saw balls of thick magma raining from the sky and barreling down to the large groups of alligators making their way here. BOM, sounds like bombs were constantly going off could be heard whenever the large balls of magma fell down and burned everything around it, turning any that were near into mincemeat. More than half of the alligators were wiped out with this one attack. My eyes shined as I looked at the heavily panting mage that had fallen to the ground. That type of skill, I wanted one. My heart was pounding as I replayed the scene of the raining magma balls from before. This skill, I really did want one badly. If I could grab a skill like this, with my abilities, I was imagining how I could easily clear out large groups of monsters in seconds. I was daydreaming too much as someone had to scream to get my attention back to the monsters. Come on newbie, don't lay there gaping and let's take care of the remaining beasts. The miniature tank was laughing crazily as she went forward to block the remaining wave that had reached us. I clicked my tongue while bringing back my focus and cast, Smite, once more. I shaved off a majority of the remaining crocodiles by casting the 10 golden blades every 30 seconds. With the 2 berserkers butchering with their swords, only a princess soon remained. The moment this remaining alligator was killed, an unimaginably large titan would be coming for us. I was curious to see how they usually handled this boss if their mage chose to cast such a powerful skill just before to avoid being surrounded by hundreds of alligators. Which hunter would come out with another surprise now? Hi everyone, extra chap surprise after this one because I was able to put in more time yesterday. Chapter 28, Mangrove Swamp 2, I was expectantly waiting for another surprise from these genuine rank B hunters. One showed an extremely powerful skill that took out tens of rank B monsters in a blink. Although it seemed to be at the cost of her entire mana reserves, the knights continued to solidly defend even when they had tens of monsters surrounding them, never letting a single one pass through to their squad members. I wouldn't be waiting long to see the boss as half an hour quickly passed and the last princess was killed. I waited to hear the furious tremors of a huge titan rushing through the swamp but instead just felt the entire swamp shake once with everything going silent after. It then shook once more a few seconds after. These were just its steps. I was shocked while feeling the tremors that traveled through the murky waters. The titan was slowly making its way towards us in unhurried steps. This was something that would instill fear into the hearts of hunters, but looking at these veterans that had dived into this dungeon multiple times before, they had determined expressions while waiting for the boss. The berserker holding the huge broadsword spoke to me. Continue casting your golden blades to disrupt its attention when the fight starts. If you can aim them at its eyes, it'll reduce its combat power even if it can still sense us. I nodded and prepared to face off against the huge beast on the horizon. It felt like a big mountain was gradually coming closer as the beast neared, its scales shining a dark green color, with its eyes shining a terrifying light. It looked at us a distance away as its humongous jaws opened and an unnatural sound came out. Oh, the sound was grating to the ears as the huge alligator's mouth now showed rows and rows of glistening sharp teeth. Its upper jaw was much wider than the lower one, causing its teeth to be completely hidden when its jaws were snapped shut. But now that it was open, the sight was horrible to behold. The man with the flaming sword continued with his directions, spread out. Knights, keep it busy, and don't get eaten. The 2 knights nodded as this wasn't the first time. And they took their positions to the left and right of the alligator. The flames on the sword the berserker was holding began to dance wildly before they exploded and went to cover the entire body of the hunter. I was startled at this type of skill as the man in front of me had his body wreathed in flames. A howl escaped from him as he rushed forward to meet the titan head-on. There was a blinding expanse of light as the berserker was flung back right away, looking like a huge fireball. 10 golden blades had quickly appeared and half of them went towards each eye in a straight line. A pained sound rang out as the eyes of the humongous alligator were ruptured with pus leaking out. The berserker with dual blades took this chance to release 2 large sword lights that smacked onto the right side of the alligator, heavily injuring it. It didn't sit still as it turned to the side, and the next thing we knew, a scaly tail twice our size was shining in green light as it whizzed its way towards us. The 2 knights shouted as their bodies glowed and transparent shields of light appeared in front both of them when the tail struck. Boom, the land shook from the impact, but knights stood their ground and the strike was stopped. Continuing with the momentum, a flaming berserker rushed in once more, spinning in the air as he constantly released fire blades that struck down on the head of the alligator. I cast, Smite, once again and had the 10 blades aimed towards its open jaws when it was howling in pain, rupturing the softer skin inside. The remaining mage that was silent all this time finally acted, her glimmering staff pointed forward as an icicle the size of a car came down and pierced the already mangled head of the titan, cutting short its screams as blood and brain matter splattered all around. My blood was boiling as I watched all of these fantastical skills and couldn't wait to start amassing higher ranked skills of my own. I looked at the corpse of the disfigured titan and promised myself to run this dungeon at least tens of times in the coming days to see what rank B skills would pop out. And of course, the rare chance of a rank A skill dropping, the hunting squad members were cheering at the finished raid as a green crystal appeared. Lana came towards me and said, "Not bad, newbie. Those blades of yours allowed us to finish our raid in record time, our profits are about to increase." The rest of the members laughed as they gathered together and checked to see if anybody was injured. The mage that had cast the amazing-looking skill where magma balls fell from the sky was up on his feet again as they collected the loot and prepared to leave the dungeon. I looked around me at the multitude of alligator corpses, and the even larger one by the side. I knew I could clear this dungeon if I came in alone. But it would take me a lot of time to take down hundreds of alligators and this huge beast, and I loved clearing dungeons as quickly as possible. My highest ranking offensive skill was C, and I felt like I needed a high damage rank B skill similar to these hunters for an even smoother boss run. The face of a chiseled man popped in my head as I thought about what to do next. After the core, S and an item that dropped were collected, we placed our hands on the green crystal and were transferred to the outside world once more. Officers that were standing guard near the monolith were surprised and checked their watches when we came out. The dungeon was completed in under 3 hours this time around because of my addition. I took down the contact information of the rank B hunters as they invited me to go with them to celebrate. I thought about it as I recalled I hadn't really associated myself in any social settings for quite a while. Maybe this would be something good to do. The dungeon wasn't going anywhere, and a few hours of new places wouldn't hurt. I told them I'd catch up with them as I already planned to do something else at the moment and went towards the office of the Vice Admiral. Bypassing the many security points, I came back to the office filled with stacks of paper once again. Magner looked at an antique clock on the wall before smiling at me and saying, "Everything went well, I presume?" "Very, and I would love to continue to help, but I'm going to need a favor from you first." The man's eyes perked up as he listened to my words. This time around, I wanted to look through the offensive rank B skills in the hands of the military that I could learn to make my run of the dungeon even smoother. Even if I was good enough to beat it now, being even more prepared was not an issue. I could have jumped into the dungeon and spent some time clearing it for rank B skills, but the drops were random so I would never know how long I'd be diving before a skill that I actually wanted to use drops. The lower ranking skills were also quickly losing their effectiveness, as the rank F, Fireball, would not dent the scales of rank B monsters and wasn't used even once the entire dungeon dive. Just a single rank B skill. I can make something like that happen, let me call someone in. I nodded at him and waited by the side. A minute later, a woman dressed in business wear came into the room and greeted the Vice Admiral. "Boss, here's the document you wanted." Magner nodded at her as he grabbed the thick book and handed it to me. "This is the inventory of all rank B skills that haven't been distributed yet. Let us know which one fits your taste and we'll take it out of storage for you." Magner looked at the hunter in front of him that was intently looking through the inventory of skill books and smiled at the achievement of recruiting another excellent hunter. Seeing how he almost had the dungeon run. His help would continue to bring in even more resources in the weeks to come. He just hoped this hunter's addition along with everything else they were trying to do would bolster their strength enough to stand against what was coming. What they really needed were more of the peak rank A hunters, but they couldn't be cultivated as quickly. He was also looking favorably at the hunter in front of him as another candidate, as his power had skyrocketed just in the past week. Maybe there were still more surprises from him. "Thank you guys once again for your continued support." Nervous face. Chapter 29, The Colosseum. The book held a list of many more skills than I expected, making me spend some time deciding my first rank B offensive skill. A disastrous skill caught my eye with its high damage potential and the fact that it would match extremely well with the mangrove swamp, huge clusters of alligators that would swarm towards me once I went in alone. I let the Vice Admiral know of my selection and spent a few minutes talking while the assistant went out. coming back 10 minutes later with a suitcase that held a thick book. I received the suitcase and absorbed the skill. Miniature tornado, for 10 seconds, unleash a rotating column of sharp winds that follow your commands. The skill appeared in my panel without an issue, and I was looking forward to spamming as much of it as I could when hundreds of alligators swarmed me from all sides. I gave my thanks to the Vice Admiral and stepped out of the office. The short tank, Lana Stone, had already sent an address on my phone of where I should be joining them. I'll indulge myself in this bit of socializing before going back to my lone ways of decimating dungeons. I got out of the military sector and got a ride towards the location. The streets of Star City were packed with energy and people, making you rethink whether half the land had really been turned into a desolate wasteland and people were still fighting for their lives. This being one of the core defense cities of the Empire, there were very few incidents of monsters causing deaths and destruction once things stabilized. The unawakened people thus looked up to the hunters that were diving into dungeons to protect them every day and aspired to be like them. The car neared a grand structure that could be seen from anywhere in the city. It took my breath away as I remembered seeing videos of structures like these that were in multiple inner cities across the Empire. The excited faces of people rushing in through the huge double doors and the shouts and screams could already be heard from here. This was the place where hunters fought and competed for fun. This was the Colosseum. I shot a text to Lana that I was here, and someone approached me a few minutes after to lead me past the lines of people. Booming sounds of boos and cheers were already resounding throughout the huge building as we went in and neared spaces with fewer people. The Colosseum was built similar to those in ancient cultures, a huge oval amphitheater with thousands of seats. The hunting squad had a huge space all to themselves close to the arena floor in the middle where there were already hunters fighting. I joined them and watched the ongoing match, which seemed to be between two rank C hunters. The fights were brutal, as the bloodier they were the more cheers the crowd gave. Drinks and food were already brought in and we began talking when the short tank turned to me and screamed in my ears over the loud cheering, "We might be lucky enough to see an amazing show in a few minutes. Apparently Lightning Hand is bored enough once again and is announcing a competition soon." I listened to her words as I recalled who Lightning Hand was. This was one of the few known rank A hunters of the Empire. I didn't realize he was in Star City. What was someone strong like him about to do? The fight between the two rank C hunters was gradually coming to a close as the mage ran out of mana and was now being beaten to a pulp by the berserker. The crowd was screaming like they were possessed as a ringing sound was heard and the fight was finished. The cheers reached an even higher pitch when the match was done and a burly man with his body crackling with lightning appeared on the four huge screens in the middle of the Colosseum. He was standing in a section close to us surrounded by pretty women when he grabbed a mic and his booming voice could be heard throughout. "Hello citizens of Star City." The strong voice rang out like a clap of lightning and the cheers from the spectators reached a fevered pitch. "We're in for a great show today. As I will be putting forth a prize that no hunter can say no to." Lightning Hand rose his hand in the air as a thick book appeared between his fingers. "This, my dear citizens, is the Rank A skill book. Flight." The crowd went silent for a second before even louder cheers resounded. My mind received a shock as I looked up at the man on the screen and the glistening skill book he was holding. The hunting squad members got up from their seats as serious expressions rose on their faces. The man whose body had tendrils of lightning dancing on it continued, "For today only, in the next 30 minutes, the winner of a free-for-all fight will get to take this bad boy home." The loud screams continued to increase as hunters from all over the stadiums rose up with greedy faces. This was a Rank A skill, something that rarely dropped in Rank B dungeons, and only ever came out from the dungeons that very few hunters could delve in. This was the dream of many hunters. Even I was expectant to get my hands on something like this. Flight, something that literally allowed you to, well, fly. Now, for all the hunters that want to participate, jump into the ring. The moment his words finished, multiple hunters began jumping from their seats onto the huge circular arena at the center of the Colosseum. Hunters were greedy for skills but were smart enough not to lose their lives. Most of the ones that jumped in were Rank C hunters and a few Rank BS. The members of the hunting squad looked at each other before the short tank said, "Let's put our restrictions aside and see which person is lucky enough to get this pie falling from the sky." The rest of them nodded at this and also jumped down to join the hunters on the ground. I looked at the outpouring of hunters that were filling the arena and rose up myself. It was already half filled with dense numbers of hunters that were putting their lives on the line. I looked at this and jumped down myself with a sigh. I really couldn't sit out on something like this. Rank A skills were so rare that getting another skill like this would be near impossible unless you farmed the high-ranking dungeon tens or hundreds of times. Even now I was questioning why this rank A hunter was giving it away on a whim. He continued talking as the hunters continued to fill into the arena. The rules for the free-for-all are simple. The last man standing wins. The crowd had gone crazy as the build-up to the fight continued, with people standing up hysterically shouting as if they were the ones getting the prize. A few minutes passed by with no other hunters jumping into the ring. Lightning Hand looked around the densely packed arena and raised his arm. Quietness ensued in the huge coliseum before he brought it down and shouted, "Start." Chapter 30, Free for All. The arena was filled with screams as soon as the fight started, with explosions of skills bouncing from all around. The rank C hunters were taking each other out without a question, their eyes filled with greed. The lower-ranked hunters here were those whose greed had surpassed their common sense, as the sane ones stayed on their seats to keep on watching. The moment they realized the people competing for this would mostly be rank B, I watched the scene of chaos unfolding in front of me as I smiled and activated both stealth and camouflage. I disappeared from the sights of all the hunters and watched the scene while fully protected with multiple defensive skills that brushed off any spell that accidentally came my way. The audience was screaming in a frenzy as they watched the bloody fight below, calling for more blood anytime someone fell. Rank B hunters gradually began to move in full force, devastating skills beginning to fly out. The squad I had dived into, Mangrove Swamp, with were all far apart fighting their own battles, but one of the mages was already knocked out cold. At the center of attention was a hunter holding 2 round shields with his body bathed in golden light. This knight pushed back all attacks and hunters that neared him with explosive blasts of white light. The moment they neared, multiple hunters were falling just from him alone. Opposite on the other side was a woman holding a bow that was shooting flaming arrows and heavily wounding the hunters that were struck. I watched all of this while evading any hunters rushing about and absorbing the stray attacks without the notice from any hunters. The bloody fight continued until most of the rank C hunters were knocked out, leaving 9 rank B hunters on the floor of the arena intently staring at each other. One of them couldn't hold on any longer and let out a battle cry while rushing to another hunter nearest to him. Another brawl ensued, with the hunter holding the 2 round shields continuing to push away any skills and attack with explosive blasts of white light. From the hunting squad I knew, only the berserker with the flaming sword continued, his entire body wreathed in flames once more as he took on 2 other hunters by himself. The rest of the team members were knocked out cold or sitting out injured. I found a relatively far place in the arena away from the fight that had a ton of rank C hunters either knocked out or struggling painfully, and sat down while continuing to observe the fight. My aim was to do very little work and defeat the last hunter standing that should be exhausted to obtain this rank A skill easily. The hard fight continued as it came down to 2 hunters facing off in the arena, the hunter bathed in a golden light that was holding 2 shields and the hunter with a bow that shot scalding hot flames. Their standoff was building up the anticipation among the audience as the cheers continued. I was looking forward to doing very little work and win when I felt the air change. Instead of heading towards each other, 2 hunters turned towards my location at the same time. Well shit, I stood up and got ready for the fight early as it seemed the hunters saw through my stealth and camouflage. Did they have a skill that helped in detection or something else? Oh well, it doesn't matter anyway. A bright smile bloomed on my face as I watched the woman draw her bow and shoot multiple flaming arrows towards me, and the shining knight rushed forward. I would at least get a chance to test the destructive force of the newly gained skill against 2 rank B hunters that seemed to be standing at the peak of this rank. Miniature Tornado was cast for the first time. A swirling mass of sharp winds appeared in front of me that dispersed the flame arrows that were rushing towards me and pushed back the glowing knight. I felt the winds move my dark hair around as I commanded the skill to go towards the nearest hunter. The body of the glowing knight expanded. Wow, his body actually expanded as the blinding light shooting out of him increased, withstanding the heavy and sharp winds until the skill faded a few seconds after, as it had a 10-second duration. His body came back to normal size while he was roughly breathing, seeming proud of being able to withstand the attack. I gave a light laugh as I shook my head and cast another, miniature tornado. The knight's face turned ashen as he saw another coming right at him and used the two shields to try and withstand the rotating winds to no avail, being blown away with cuts all over his body a second after. The remaining hunter on the field that was shooting arrows had moved a further distance away from me while continuing to shoot. I wouldn't let her have her way as I used, whirlwind, to close the distance and cast another, miniature tornado, at her position. The rapidly rotating wind swiped the hunter off her feet, inflicting heavy damage on the armor and skin beneath it, the force ultimately blasting her onto the walls of the arena. Silence followed after as I stood in a field of hunters that were either knocked out or crying painfully. With a few missing some limbs, WAAA, the crowd's cries reached another decibel higher as they saw the end of the fight, and the booming voice of the rank A hunter could be heard. Good, good, good. The man repeated the same words 3 times before he leaped up from the area he was in and fell down towards the arena like a strike of lightning. He looked me up and down and laughed once more before pulling out a glistening book from his storage ring, calm yet careful, smart, and also powerful. This skill book isn't wasted on you. It was supposed to go to the rank B hunter with the highest achievements in the city, but I'm impulsive and I believe in opportunity and luck. This is your fortune. The skill book was carried by a thin layer of sparkling electricity and drifted towards me. I was marveling at the skills of a rank A hunter while looking at this monster of a man in front of me. His body seemed like a volcano ready to erupt and smash anything standing on its way. I knew I wasn't ready to face someone like this yet. My attributes had only just broke through to rank B because of some support skills, and I needed to put in a lot more work if I wanted to catch up to people at this stage before everything crumbled. Thank you for the opportunity. I grabbed the skill book, absorbing it right then and there without wasting a single second as I thanked the man surrounded by lightning. Use it wisely and try to reach for higher places, he nodded as his body lifted off the ground effortlessly, leaving behind a few words before shooting up to skies and being gone in a flash of light. I could barely follow the speed of that lightning as it went away, making me even more excited to go back to my lone ways of dungeon diving and quickly gain that level of strength. Chapter 31, Gradually moving forward, I watched the flash of lightning disappear on the horizon and went around the arena to look for the hunting squad members. Some were knocked out cold but they all had only minor injuries. With the strength of a rank B hunter, wounds like that would heal after a long night's sleep or a few healing spells. The crowd was calming down as the defeated hunters got up and left the arena. I said my goodbyes to the hunters that were already up and moving and left, all my attention on getting stronger by farming dungeons until the strength of rank A wasn't far away from me. I passed by the overcrowded exit with people rushing about and walked out of the Colosseum, making my way back to the military complex. After passing through all the checkpoints, I didn't go back to the living quarters and went straight toward the mangrove swamp. Strength was respected in this city. I didn't plan on hiding in the shadows for too long. I'll show them a glimpse of what I can do while still hiding a major part of my strength to account for any unknowns. Because of the incoming threats of beasts though, there would be no use hiding my strength as it would gradually be shown in time. I thought about turning on stealth and disappearing from everyone's eyes when I first entered the dungeon alone, but decided otherwise. Unless a peak rank B hunters similar to the ones I found in the Colosseum coincidentally happened to pass by when I activated the skill, I should be able to control the information of how frequently I enter this dungeon by choosing when to turn stealth on and off to be purposefully seen. I will go in the first time without hiding, and turn on stealth when I inevitably beat the dungeon in record time. I'll keep myself hidden during these times so that my impossible clear time will be kept under wraps. I showed my ID to the confused guards patrolling around the dungeon as they watched me with increasingly shocked expressions go towards the dungeon and disappear from their sight. What? He went in by himself. Magner abruptly stood up while listening to the report that just came in. The gears in his mind were turning as he asked himself if he had struck gold with this hunter while seeing this show of confidence, or if he had miscalculated entirely and wasted some resources. His impassive look came back to his face as he thought, only time will tell. At another location in one of the luxurious hotels in Star City, a man was fuming from a phone call he just received. He was a veteran rank B hunter that was halfway through becoming rank A. He was already holding 2 rank A skills, and needed just one more to fully be considered a legitimate A ranker that could dive into the highest dungeons known. A book that had dropped recently and was in the possession of Lightning Hand was supposed to go to the next rank B hunter on a list. His name was at the top of that list. Yet Lightning Hand had played around with the book and gifted it to some random rank B by making up a competition in the middle of the day. He couldn't even look at the direction of the rank A hunter that recklessly gave the skill away, but he could definitely go after that rank B hunter who received it. He thought of this as he pulled out his phone to dial another number. In the unfortunate event that the hunter dies, he will still get his hands on that rank A skill. I appeared on that same patch of land surrounded by murky green waters all around me. The rushing of alligators could already be felt the moment I entered. This time around, there would not be any games of keeping one alive to rest or relax. I let out a cheeky smile as I prepared to get started. This will be a constant and relentless fight all the way through without a second wasted. The first order of business was checking out flight. My body slowly began lifting off the ground when the skill was activated, following my thoughts while slowly rising. If I thought about moving up, I moved up. Any direction I wanted and I could do it in a heartbeat. I hovered a few meters in the air and enjoyed the feeling when the alligators reached the small patch of land and jumped up with their wide jaws open. I looked at these fumbling alligators below me and decided to get started. This time around, I won't be stopping. I'll bulldoze through everything with as much power as I can without worrying too much. I didn't even start off like usual by casting the skills gradually while watching these monsters die. A miniature tornado appeared at the center of the alligators, and then another two appeared to their left and right, and they kept on increasing. The rotating forces of the miniature tornado shredded the hard scales of the alligators as if they were paper and turned them to mincemeat, very quickly turning the scene below into a mixture of blood and gore. The first barrier was released and more alligators were rushing where I was, but I would not wait for them. I commanded my body to fly forward, testing the speed of the skill for the first time. The result? Fast. How fast I didn't know, as I didn't even know how to measure myself, but I was able to get to the point where the first barrier disappeared in a few seconds just as the new alligators were rushing in. If I could put it into words, then just as fast as a car speeding down a highway, if not faster. Miniature tornado was cast once again, as multiple swirling vortexes appeared and shredded everything on sight. The next minutes passed like this, with me flying around the mangrove swamp, casting miniature tornado on every beast that I saw. It wasn't long before the last barrier was broken and the huge slumbering titan rose up. What met it were constantly replenishing miniature tornado, where a new one would appear the moment one disappeared. Roar. The large rank B beast that required multiple rank B hunters to hunt it could put up no defenses or cast any skills on the face of multiple and never-ending disastrous tornadoes. Quickly letting out a roar before dying, I breathed out loudly as I controlled my breathing to calm down. This was how I would start to do things from now on. I won't care too much about the thoughts of others and their reactions, not if I continue with such rapid progress. This whole dungeon took me 30 minutes or slightly more. I wouldn't let it go this time around. I had already been collecting the rank B, Core, S as the monsters fell, and I did the same when the huge titan was shredded and dropped more of them in a rank B skill book. I recalled how Soliel's Castle had a chance to drop a higher rank skill even though it was a rank C dungeon, and wondered how many times I had to repeat the rank B dungeon, Mangrove Swamp, before a rank A skill book dropped. My eyes shined with excitement as I looked forward to this while I stayed in the air and absorbed the rank B cores right away. The skill book dropped this time around was Curse of Slowness, a curse-type skill I haven't come across before that majorly slowed down the speed of the enemy it hit. I didn't know when I would use this, but I absorbed it anyway. I would take in all that I can and think later. As soon as the Core S dropped in the dungeon were absorbed, I reached out to the green crystal that had risen and was transferred outside the monolith with Stealth still active. The Core S from one dungeon run were nowhere enough to have me reach the peak of rank B, Vitality, and Strength attribute without diving a few times even if I was doing it solo. The higher you rose, the more cores of equivalent rank you needed to raise your attributes. The Focus cores that weren't useful to me would all be sold later. I went towards one of the square doors of the monolith as I disappeared inside once again. This time, I will continue to dive into this dungeon even after the sun sets. Chapter 32, A Challenge. My dungeon diving that was filled with vigor continued for the next few hours. On the 10th dungeon run, I had maxed out my vitality and strength attributes by absorbing all of the cores that dropped, bringing me to the peak of rank B. I only dived 3 more times after that before calling it a night. I was lucky enough to receive an item, or skill book, on every single one of those 13 runs, with all of them being rank B. Even though everything randomly dropped, I was able to pick up one defensive skill similar to Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, that was called Golden Halo, which when cast would form a halo of light around my body that rejected any attacks directed at it. One was an offensive mage skill called Doom Bolt, which called forth a dark red lightning bolt that had even higher damage than Miniature Tornado, as it could stun the Titan of Mangrove Swamp with one hit. The only downside was that it was a single target skill. There were 3 skills that required specific weapons to be cast, so they would be left out to be exchanged later, and the remaining 5 skills were support skills that buffed me in all sorts of ways. Lightfoot and Windrider both collectively increased my speed by 100%, increasing how quickly I moved and flew to an insane degree. Rigorous increased the effects of all defensive skills by 50%, and Shadow Veil was another skill similar to Stealth and Camouflage that I was confident once I had this activated. Only rank A hunters would have a chance of noticing me. The last skill that came out in these first 13 runs, Wild Heart, was my favorite as it increased the damage all my skills dealt by 50%, continuing to make the damage of my skills even deadlier and causing rank D skills to still be somewhat usable even at this point. Not a single rank A skill was in sight even after these 13 dives, disappointing me but also making me even more expectant for when one actually drops. There were 3 items that dropped along with the skills, 2 of them being Scale Armor and a Fanged Sword. Scale Armor was a rank B item that had vastly better defenses than the rank C, Igneous Armor, so I changed those right away. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 250-40, Focus, Strength, 250-60, Skills, F, E, D Flames of Torment, 100, D Safeguard, 57, D Danger Sense, 100, D Rough Skin, 100, D Fleeting, 100, C Arcanist's Sphere of Protection, 100, C Camouflage, 100, C Aura of Haste, 100, C Explosive Rune, 100, C Life Essence, 100, C Increased Penetration, 100, C Regeneration, 88, C Whirlwind, 89, C Smite, 95, C Gracefulness, 100, C Precision, 100, C Adamant, 100, C Sharpen, 100, C War Cry, 100. C Retaliation, 100, C King's Rage, 100, C Military Tactics, 100, C Unpredictable, 100, C Elemental Damage, 100, B Giant Strength, 75, B Stealth, 67, B Miniature Tornado, 23, B Golden Halo, 13, B Doom Bolt, 7, B Lightfoot, 12, B Windrider, 12, B Rigorous, 11, B Shadow Veil, 11, B Wild Heart, 10, A Flight, 5. Equipment, 3x Searing of Storage, C Fiery Boots, C Fiery Helm, B Scale Armor. My panel looked vastly different from a few days ago, and something I hadn't focused on caught my eye. Without my knowledge, my Strength attribute had already exceeded the common standard of rank A. The core S dropping from rank A dungeons could bring your attributes all the way to 300. Because I always kept a few skills that added attributes active, I gained a bonus that most people have temporarily and made it permanent. Because of this, my Vitality attribute already neared the 300 cap and Strength already passed it with 310 even before I absorbed any rank A core S. Just the thought of this was thrilling. As I was already catching up to the rank A hunters, even if I barely had any rank A skills and items, the disappointment of not gaining any rank A skills from the first day of rushing through the dungeon lifted as I felt the increased force and strength of my body. I transferred out of the dungeon for the 3rd time today while not hidden, and received a standing ovation from soldiers that had begun gathering the moment I cleared it alone and came out. 2 hours later, it was a big deal to the army, as these were things only those standing as rank A hunters could attempt, and they had just effectively sided with such a person. Vice Admiral Magner came out from the throngs of soldiers and looked at me with a hard-to-read expression and then said, "I underestimated you, I apologize." I laughed off the Vice Admiral's apology and pulled out the extra, scale armor, and fanged sword, along with one of the rank B skill books I didn't use that dropped in the dungeon. I was unlucky enough to receive loot that didn't fit me at all in these 3 dungeon runs. I kept the lie going and was planning on selling these to the military. Or better yet, exchange them for skills that I wanted from their inventory. The Vice Admiral looked at the items and skill with a thankful expression before his face turned dark. "I'm thankful that you came to our city and are already contributing to the cause as much as you can, but it seems we might have just brought trouble to you." I was surprised at the Vice Admiral's words and asked, "What happened?" He looked at me briefly before sighing and continuing, "A death match has been issued and confirmed between you and Hunter Andrei Nikolaev. Tomorrow is the set date for the match." What? This was a complete surprise, as this was something I had never thought to find myself associated with. Death matches were set up between high-ranked hunters that had irreconcilable differences. The Empire didn't want it to be a habit for its peak hunters to kill one another, so deathmatches were instituted if 2 hunters found themselves at a point where the only way to solve their issues was to fight. The matter was to be taken seriously though. So before the match could be issued, both the hunters had to agree to put their lives on the line. Only then would the match be confirmed. So why the hell was a match involving me that I had no idea about confirmed? Seeing my angry expression, the Vice Admiral seemed to have confirmed something. "I heard what happened at the Colosseum today. The issue seems to have arisen from there." Andrei, the son of the Blessed Empire's Admiral Chekhov, was next in line to be receiving the rank A skill that Lightning Hand was transferring. Things quickly began clicking after hearing all of this. I was still irked and asked, "So because he's the son of an admiral, he can target someone else entirely? Call for a match, and just get to bypass the rules of death matches?" The general looked down with an apologetic tone as he continued, "They cannot touch Lightning Hand for his actions unless they want to cause a fight between the peak powers of the Empire, so targeting you was the easiest thing for them. This is why I have to apologize to you. Me bringing you to Star City indirectly put you in the middle of this." I thought about this new situation and then asked, "So what happens if I attend that deathmatch tomorrow and the other guy ends up dead?" I was fairly confident in my strength and didn't plan on losing to someone who should have yet to be rank A. What I was worried about were the repercussions from it. There was a difficult expression on the Vice Admiral's face as he said nothing. I looked at this and at the soldiers around me that were listening in and saw the anger and resignation on their faces. To them, I was a strong hunter that just began clearing mangrove swamp by himself multiple times a day. This meant there would be more resources flowing into their department, yet, this hunter was now about to be taken away. Nobody had to say what would happen if the son of the Admiral of the Empire were to be killed in broad daylight, even if it was in an arena match. None of them saw a way for me to come out of this. The Vice Admiral's voice rang out again, "I've made multiple calls to friends and higher-ups. But nothing worked. Admiral Chekhov has many people among the higher-ups and his pull is strong. The match cannot be rescinded. The one who doesn't show up will also be blacklisted." I nodded at this and laughed to ease the tension. There's no need for all that gloominess. We still don't know who will still be alive tomorrow. Tell me about this Andrei Nikolaev. Attributes: Vitality 25030 from Life Essence, 10 from Military Tactics equals 290. Strength 250, 50 from Giant Strength, 10 from Military Tactics equals 250. 50-10 is equal to 310. Chapter 33, An Approaching Disaster. The Vice Admiral dispersed the gathering of soldiers and took me back to his office to continue discussing the matter. Andrei Nikolaev was the son of one of the Empire's admirals. He was following his father's footsteps and neared rank A in power, having 2 rank A skills and needing just one more to be qualified and listed as rank A, so the ticket he was expecting to receive to become one of the peak powers of the world was given to someone else, and now he was using his connections to get it back. I had no qualms fighting and even taking the guy out, as this would even mean I get to receive one of his rank A skills when he goes down. but I couldn't stop thinking of the consequences thereafter. I looked to the frowning general that seemed to be using every last brain cell to think and asked, what are the possible fallouts in the case that Andrei Nikolaev dies tomorrow? His head shot up as he heard this question from me and said, the full rage of Admiral Chekhov, who has thousands of soldiers under him, and he himself is a rank A hunter. I listened to this and asked again, or as we need to be conserving our strength and increase our battle power with the threat of beasts coming down on us, the strength of rank A hunters is important and there cannot be a confrontation between them. I nodded my head as I heard this and replied with a smile, then it isn't a problem, as long as I have power rivaling rank A. I can take care of anything that comes my way. I looked to the vice admiral in front of me as his eyes glowed when he heard this. He seemed to think before replying, if that's the case, then there's another call I can make that can handle the fallout happening tomorrow. With the discussion being over, I left the office holding a folder that held more information on Andrei Nikolaev as I made my way to the living quarters. There was only food for me to enjoy this time around as I had to focus on understanding the skills I just gained today and prepare for something momentous tomorrow. I wasn't fearful of what would happen when the son of an admiral died. This thought passed in my mind, making me realize just how far I had grown in such a short span of time. Admirals were at the top of the food chain in the empire, and now I was in a position where I could be facing one sometime soon. I was eating the exemplary food on the table as I ran simulations in my head for the battle to come. Because of keeping skills that drained a huge amount of energy but gave a great momentary boost in power active all the time, my attributes already met those in the A rank category. That wasn't to mention all the skills that increased my overall defense, speed, casting and attack speed, evasion, and overall damage by huge percentages. These skills layered on top of active defense skills like Arcanist Sphere of Protection, and the recently acquired Golden Halo, made me realize just how strong I currently was. Even though nothing was tested, I doubt a single rank B could get through my defenses, and maybe I would be injured from the attacks of a rank A hunter. The classification of having 3 rank A skills before being coined a genuine rank A hunter was to satisfy the high pedestal that rank signified. Only those that were truly strong could be considered in that rank, and having the versatility of using 3 rank A skills affirmed that. Possible plans continued forming in my head as to how this whole thing would end, and soon I felt confident enough to face whatever came at me these next few days. I wouldn't sacrifice my sleep because of it though, and wrapped myself up in the silk bed sheets and fell asleep. In the skies above the empire, a dashing woman with golden hair was comfortably lying on top of a huge flying beast. She held a bewitching smile on her face as words dripping with honey left her lips. Little Magner is redeeming his one favor for a rising hunter. Just who could you be to catch the eyes of one of the few sane men in the empire? She was a veteran rank A hunter that was just below the renowned Steel Mikhail. Her flowing golden hair and the huge beast she flew on would cause mischief anywhere she went. She was now heading to Star City. Morning of the next day, news had spread all over Star City of a main event death match that would be occurring in the Colosseum during the day. The 2 hunters participating each held rank A skills, making them on the cusp of breaking through to the exclusive position of a rank A hunter. The one coming out of it alive would most likely be the newly born rank A hunter to appear in Star City. The excitement was palpitating as all the seats had already been reserved and taken in a few hours, packing the Colosseum to its limits. Those who couldn't watch were left with turning on their TVs and watching the commentators describe the 2 figures that would be fighting as the main event. One was a known hunter in the Empire, the son of one of its admirals and a peak hunter that was bound to be given the rank A title in no time, Andrei Nikolaev. The other was a rising rookie with an empty track record, becoming known just recently by winning a free-for-all match against other rank B hunters, Noah Osmont. New information came in that this character is able to dive and complete rank B dungeons alone, but this news was not yet verified. There were a few friends watching the live feed of the packed arena and listening to the commentators when one spoke with a bored expression. Why are you guys even looking at this match as something exciting? This is obviously just another show of power from those assholes at the top, bullying that rising hunter to get what they want. Friend number 1, hey. You didn't get to see the free-for-all match yesterday. That new guy blew away the golden tank and the flaming witch as if it was nothing. Friend number 2, no way, a random nobody will even touch a hair on Andrei. We're just gonna watch another bloody fight today. I just hope he lasts long enough and the match isn't cut short. Friend number 3, the bored friend, listened to this as he shook his head despondently while thinking, nothing has changed at all since the advent of the apocalypse. The fight was set to be happening in a few hours. Figures were alerted around the empire of this impending match. Some didn't care, others were angry at the loss of a potential rank A hunter that would be happening for no reason. Others were just carefully waiting to see what new waves would be made from this fight. Chapter 34, A Show of Strength. Morning of the next day, Vice Admiral Magner had put up an entire regiment together to escort me to the Colosseum. It wasn't as much for protection as a show of support. As we rode from the military sector towards the grandiose amphitheater, I was touched with the support Magner was showing, whether it was purely coming from him as a person or because he knew I would give back to them even more after this ordeal was past. The streets were busier than usual, and military trucks rolling through them didn't help it. We arrived at the Colosseum that seemed to be impossibly even louder than the day before, with people screaming to get in and hunters almost becoming overwhelmed. Most of the members of the regiment were stationed outside while me, a few key figures and Magner went through another door to an expansive room that overlooked the arena below. There was a fight going on currently where 2 rank C hunters were working as a team against a rank B opponent, the fight going fairly well with the use of their teamwork. Drinks and food were quickly brought in as many of the people packing the arena today were waiting for the preliminary matches to finish and for the main event to begin. Magner and I were discussing the hunter I was going to face today in detail. From the known information, he held 2 rank A skills. One of them was a defensive skill that made him nearly impenetrable to damage when it was activated, but only lasted for a minute and he had to wait for 10 more before initiating the skill again. The other was a rank A skill that there wasn't a lot of knowledge on, but it was known to be an area of attack skill with a high mana cost that dealt significant damage. Even after knowing these things, I wasn't too worried. I will definitely be careful and watch what he does, but I was that confident in the multiple skills I was layering on myself and the fact that my attributes most likely surpass his because of some of my skills. The only thing I was remotely worried about was the casting of the rank A skill, as none of these skills are a joke. With my percentage boosted defenses and skills, I was predicting the most the rank A offensive skill would do is injure me. I would have the regeneration skill ready to cast in case I took damage from the skill head on. The hour was quickly approaching as the crowd cheered when one match ended and another began as we enjoyed the food in the reserved space. Magner continued to have a worried look on his face as he seemed to be looking to the sky every now and then, as if waiting for something. The cheers of the crowd reached its peak when an announcer's voice rang out in the Colosseum, "People of Star City, are you ready for the biggest match of your lives?" The announcer's voice was drowned out as soon as his word finished as the crowd screamed. "Yeah," the announcer continued with a calmer tone, "then without further ado, I give you the contestants of this death match, Andrei Nikolaev and Noah Osmont." The cheers continued as a burly man jumped down from another location in the Colosseum. The man had a cold expression on his face. His body was wrapped with a purple robe and he held a frozen staff with his right hand. This was Andrei Nikolaev. He was the first hugely built mage I had seen, standing there with an imposing gaze that looked ahead. I rose from my seat and slowly drifted down towards the arena, levitating slightly above 2 meters from the arena floor as I looked down towards Andrei. His imposing gaze became fierce as he saw this and I laughed while flying towards the podium where the announcer was at. The crowd was already screaming at their peak as they saw this. My voice rang out loud and clear towards the announcer. "I just want to confirm something with everyone as witnesses. What is the outcome of a death match?" The announcer heard this and fervently replied, his voice ringing out through the Colosseum once more, "The match ends in death. With death, the feud is over, and the possessions of the other party are all yours." "Yeah," the crowd continued screaming as the announcer said this. I nodded my head and landed on the arena floor, watching the enraged mage standing opposite to me who couldn't wait to rip my face off. Match, start. The fight began with cheers as Andrei moved first, pointing his staff towards me and casting a skill that formed 5 spinning dark orbs that flew towards me. I used flight to evade the balls coming after me, my speed being fast enough to watch them as they whizzed by me and smashed onto the high walls, exploding into a mass of darkness. I wanted to test the guy out as I cast my newly gained Doom Bolt. A large streak of red lightning quickly formed and crashed down towards Andre, his expression quickly changing as his body was enveloped with wind elements and he rapidly disappeared from his location. Boom, the lightning bolt was abnormally powerful as it blasted apart the grounds of the arena. This was a rank B skill boosted by many active support skills. Its power becoming more terrifying, Andre appeared at another location in the arena, his face turning abnormally serious as he looked towards me. I returned the stare back and said, "Don't get scared now, I'm just getting started." I wanted to enrage this man as much as I could. The angrier he got, the more mistakes he would make, and the easier I can take him down. The main challenge was what would be happening after he fell. His serious face became red as he seemed to have made up his mind. I smiled at this and cast a miniature tornado towards him while also casting Doom Bolt to descend on him once again. He watched these deadly skills coming towards him as his body began shining in a golden light. His skin rapidly adopting a color and sheen similar to a statue. Rank A skill, Regal Armament, was cast. The golden skin shone in the light as the Doom Bolt struck down and the sharp winds of miniature tornado neared. Cheers rang out in the arena as these iridescent colors appeared on the arena floor. Boom, another loud explosion resounded in the arena, and when the dust cleared, a golden man was still standing there, matchless. I looked at this and prepared all my attention. If he has already cast his defensive skill that only lasts a minute, he should then be planning to let out the deadliest attacks in this 1 minute. I didn't seem to be wrong as his staff began glowing hazy white. And the danger sense, that hasn't activated in a while, dimly began ringing. Chapter 35, A Show of Strength 2. Andre looked at the confident face of the man in front of him as a swirling mass of winds were coming and another red lightning bolt was crushing down. He wanted this man who had taken something that should have been his to die as quickly as possible, but his power seemed to be greater than anticipated. He wouldn't back down though, as his father was watching this fight. He had to prove to himself and to his father that he deserved the title of rank A. He deserved to join those standing at the peak. He just needed to take the skill back from this man. The rage inside him calmed a bit when he thought back to the lessons from his past and acted. Casting Regal Armament, right away, the skill struck him, and he only felt a stinging pain on his skin as they disappeared. This was the power of rank A skills, something no normal hunter would be able to get their hands on. Andre came out unharmed and moved quickly before the timer of the skill ran out. He barely had half of his mana remaining, which might be enough to cast the next rank A skill that would obliterate the confident hunter in front of him into nothing once or twice. He raised his staff, and, Frigid Impermanence, was aimed towards the area with the hunter at its center. Boom, an explosion of ice erupted out from the location where Noah was, utterly destroying 1/4 of the arena floor and sending nearby spectators screaming from the impact and shock waves thereafter. This was the terror of rank A skills, their damage was unmatched. Andre breathed heavily as he looked at the epicenter of the explosion where the hunter was nowhere to be seen. Had he done it? Had he finally grabbed the chance to reach the peak? He looked for the hunter's body before he sensed danger and looked up, seeing the man floating in the air. There was some blood gushing out from his right thigh that was rapidly closing up at high speed. Seeing the man was still alive, Andre moved to cast the rank A skill one last time before Noah recollected his wits. He only had a few seconds remaining with Regal Armament, and already felt another 2 red lightning bolts smash into his skin seconds after he saw Noah floating in the air. Just how many of these can you cast? Boom. 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 Andre was trying to get the position of the man that was rapidly moving in the air as more lightning bolts crashed down on him, not giving him a moment of rest as the stinging pain gradually became unbearable. Feeling that he had only a few seconds left before the skill's time ran out, he cast Wind Escape once more, moving his body to another location where he got the chance to aim at Noah again and cast the skill once more using all his remaining mana. Frigid Impermanence. Boom. Another resounding explosion filled with ice elements rang out, causing the screams of those who were near and the cheers of those that were far. The blast this time occurred in the air, sending shock waves that damaged the eardrums of hundreds of people in the audience. Andre rapidly moved his eyes while roughly breathing and holding onto his staff as support. Was he finally dead? Despair slowly filled his face as he saw the same man back down in the arena floor. His armor tattered, and it seemed like he received minor cuts that were already healing. How? How? I'm sure the skill hit you head on. He was rapidly thinking about what to do now that all his energy reserves were gone and the golden skin he had on was rapidly fading. He looked to the man with the same confident face that was now flying towards him as he finally became scared for his life and unwillingly looked towards a certain area in the audience stands. "Father," his voice rang out loud and clear, as if it was his last resort. A booming voice then rang out that drowned the cheers of the audience. "Spare him." The voice was calm, and yet resounded in the ears of every single person in the Colosseum. A red streak of lightning had already formed and was heading down towards Andre when it stopped. He breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw Noah come to a stop and look towards where his father was. He sighed in relief and disappointment at not being able to take this hunter down, but at least his father was here to make sure he won't lose his life. He wanted to get up and go, but still felt the bolt of lightning not too far from him still hanging in the air. The voice from the stands rang out again. "The match is over." A heavily built man with a low fade had risen up from the stadium, staring down at Noah who was holding his hand in the air, as if that was the only thing keeping the red lightning from striking down. Andre regained his calm as he saw the figure of his dad coming out and rose up. He would be, what? A deep sense of dread and fear arose in him as he felt his scalp tingling and then began burning. The red streak of lightning had struck down. Boom, silence. There was a shock to all the people that were watching the match, whether it be in the arena or those watching at home. Because they knew the figure of the man that had risen up. That was Admiral Chekhov. Why was he in Star City? What just happened? The hunter Noah finished the death match, but what made him so bold to defy the words of an admiral? What would happen now? The silence remained as the body of Vice Admiral Magner began shining and he began to move. Noah looked towards the location where a pile of burnt flesh lay and flew in, reaching for the glowing skill book that appeared and the staff that was in the hands of the dead Andrei Nikolaev. A bubbling power was rising in the stands that made people begin to scream and rush out of their seats for the exit. Those watching at home were shocked at the turn of events and appearance of an admiral that should not be in Star City. He was normally stationed in the capital of the empire, and rarely came back to visit his hometown. The powerhouses that were coincidentally watching quickly began making calls to people that were near the city. A catastrophe was about to break out. Vice Admiral Magner was still looking towards the clear sky as he looked for something that wasn't yet there and shook his head, preparing to see if talking would work. He wasn't able to get near the arena before a pained scream rang out as mad power exploded from the stands. "You beast!" Chapter 36, Collision. Vice Admiral Magner watched the next events unfold in shocking fashion as Admiral Chekhov seemed to have forgotten everything around him as he erupted with power that launched him towards Noah as if he was a missile. The body of Admiral Chekhov was leaking purple light as his fist reached Noah, the impact smashing him down into the arena floor. The more surprising thing was seeing Noah fly out a second after, his equipment tattered but his body seeming perfectly fine. The purple light surrounding the admiral formed into a purple disk that he stood in the air with. Feeling the strength of that blow and the power emanating in the field, Magner stopped going forward as he knew he would only lose his life if he came by. He only had rank B strength after all. What he didn't understand was how much he had underestimated Noah. How was he able to stand against the strikes of multiple rank A skills and still be able to stand against an A ranker? The surprises this man kept bringing out were too numerous, but if he had already reached this level, it was a great thing for the future of the Empire. This fight had to be stopped. He was about to look at the masses of people scrambling to get away from the Colosseum when Chekhov moved once again, this time the purple light forming into a spiked fist that rushed toward Noah. Vice Admiral Magner looked at this as he wished the person he called to get here as soon as possible. Whiz, the huge spiked purple fist rushed through the air with a grating sound as 3 red lightning bolts smashed into it, dissipating its form. Noah didn't seem to be done as 3 more rapidly rotating tornadoes rushed where the admiral was. Chekhov looked at the incoming mini-tornadoes and waved his hand, a purple blade forming which split the rotating winds apart as if they were paper. The field calmed down after this trading of attacks. Chekhov was still bubbling with anger and grief but was gradually calming down. More purple swords were forming beside him as he spoke. Yes, he was in the wrong, but he didn't deserve death. His rage seemed to have been reignited as he finished his words and the purple swords around him began to vibrate. Noah watched and then pulled out the new skill book he had obtained before the purple fist came crashing down on him. The glistening book was on his hand for only a second, before he brought it near his body and it was dissolved in colorful lights that went inside. Admiral Chekhov looked at this happening and became even angrier, screaming out while commanding his large vibrating swords to rush forward. If you had shown your level of power, none of this would have happened. My son would not have called for a death match, we would have simply waited another week for the next skill book and moved on. This is your fault. His rage was palpitating as his purple sword neared Noah's position. Boom! A resounding explosion rang out after, the purple swords being destroyed by the explosion, leaving behind a wide area where ice elements were still fluctuating. Frigid Impermanence was cast once again, but this time from the hands of someone else. Magner looked at this sight with incredulousness, questioning the mana reserves of the man that kept on throwing spells left and right. Calmness seemed to have returned on Admiral Chekhov's face as his mind seemed to be made up, numerous purple spiked fists and sword beginning to appear around him. At this time though, a sultry voice rang out in the destroyed Colosseum. Chekhov, you're actually planning on going all out in the middle of a city?" Unknown to everyone, a huge black eagle that was boasting more than 5 meters in size was suspended in the sky. A woman with flowing golden hair sat atop this eagle. Magner soon felt elated at this person's arrival that signified the end to the mess today. He saw Admiral Chekhov's expression change to that of annoyance in the midst of anger and pain as he spoke. "Why are you here?" The woman laughed mischievously as her eagle neared the floating Noah in the sky. She looked at this foreign hunter before speaking. "Now where has someone like you been hiding all this time?" The woman atop the eagle pulled her eyes from Noah and observed the destroyed arena while continuing, now with a stern tone. "I came to resolve any issues from the peak powerhouses of the Empire that should not be fighting amongst themselves during this time of crisis." Chekhov didn't seem to mind as the woman ignored him and he looked towards the man that stood calmly in the air. He knew that he would not be getting anything resolved. The man before him had risen to a position no lower than him, and seemed like he was only getting started. The thing that caused him even more pain was the utter stupidity of the entire affair. None of the things that occurred were necessary. If only his son had just swallowed his anger and waited. If only he knew about the person he set up a match with. If only he was a smart man and knew not to go down the path of destruction. There were many more people depending on him. This conflict will end here. The damage done now was already too much and he didn't want it to continue further. He gave a tired sigh as the purple disk below his legs moved towards the destroyed arena. He tenderly looked at the remains of his son and bent down to pick up what remained, and quietly flew away. I observed the woman in the air with great interest as she stood on the menacing black eagle. I had recognized that huge eagle from clips I had seen in the past. My heart was still pounding from the battles that had just finished while watching the sad figure of Admiral Chekhov move away. I wasn't remotely sorry for the death of Andrei. He came after me, knowing full well the death match would result in death. He was okay with this, his people were okay with this, and those that cleared and issued the death match were okay with this. They just got wrong which person would be dying. The thrill of withstanding the destructive damage of frigid impermanence, unstable and destructive ice elements erupt in a specified 5-meter area, and then gaining the skill myself was hard to describe. The fact that this skill dropped and not the one that turned his body golden meant it was at a higher level than the usual rank A skills. Back then, I was even skeptical of being able to withstand the power of the admiral that had decided to come to the city to watch his son. Did he really think I would stop in the middle of the match just because he said so? If it was me from a few days back who still held a few rank C skills, maybe I would have stood down. But I knew my power would near if not rival a rank A with all the boosts I was receiving from skills, and had also received many rank B skills that emboldened me to make the gamble of obtaining another rank A skill by taking out Andrei, and it worked. The admiral's attacks were ferocious and damaged the scale armor, and after bypassing Arcanist's sphere of protection and golden halo, they could barely just leave cuts and bruises on my body, similar to the devastating damage of frigid impermanence. I was curious about the skill that allowed the admiral to form those spiked fists and swords, but that would have to wait as I watched the woman turn her attention to me. She spoke in that melodious voice of hers that demanded attention. "I'll be the first to congratulate the newest Rank A hunter of the Blessed Empire, Mr. Noah Osmont. I'm known as Elizabeth, but you can call me Liz." I tried not to get taken in by her cadence as I smiled and said, "Thanks for stepping in, I wasn't sure I could hold on any longer." Her figure shook as she let out another laugh and said, "Really? You seemed inexhaustible, like you could go on for an entire day." I shook my head at these words and looked at the coming vice admiral that was shouting directions to members of the regiment to help those who were injured and calm the chaos around the arena. "Oh, you have little Magner to thank for my appearance here today. He called in a favor from long ago and used it for you," she said as she watched him come over. I looked towards Magner. I was actually very thankful for the continued help from this vice admiral, and was planning on doing my best to bolster his forces in the coming days. I flew down as the huge eagle also descended to meet the vice admiral that was looking towards us with a delighted expression. Chapter 37, Calmness. Magner was happy that he had gained someone with rank A battle power as his ally, and couldn't hide it as he talked to me and the rank A hunter with the huge beast that had stepped in to end the fight. If the fight had continued, I was pretty confident of coming out on top, but it would have taken quite some time. I could keep on casting my newly gained rank A skill until the admiral was tired out, but the chance was gone. I also wasn't planning on going around and making it a habit taking down famous hunters everywhere I go. I knew there was a grudge between me and the admiral now, but I wouldn't go out of my way to kill him for it. He was a peak powerhouse of the Empire, and would be needed for the battles of the future with these unknown enemies. Unless I could become strong enough to be able to do everything by myself, I won't go around snuffing out others with similar power to me. If he ever comes for me again though, that is a whole different matter. The rank A hunter Elizabeth left after we spoke for a few minutes, saying she now had to go deal with other matters that popped up because of this, and that she would come by when she was free. My gaze lingered on her slightly as she flew away on the Black Eagle. It was now nearing the evening, and more soldiers and hunter medics were on the scene helping those that were injured from the aftermath of the battle. I wasn't sure when the Colosseum would be open for business after this. After giving out orders and leaving someone else in charge, I left with Magner in tow back to the military sector. I was planning on spending the remaining hours of the day diving in Mangrove Swamp, feeling more pressed to clear the dungeon and luckily obtain other rank A skills. Going to the highest ranked dungeon at the Empire's capital, Blessed City, wasn't an option as a team of rankers led by Steel Mikhail was clearing it. Unless I rapidly increased my power to be able to rival multiple rank A hunters, I wouldn't touch that dungeon alone as of now. Farming rank B dungeons for the possibility of a rank A skill dropping was the safest and most efficient way, as I would also pay back Magner by giving him the items and skills I wouldn't need while grabbing some from their inventory. This was also what some of the rank A hunters spent their day doing, clearing rank B dungeons repeatedly in the Empire's capital and other core defense cities. Every now and then a rank A skill would drop, and this was the case for the flight skill that Lightning Hand was holding on to. Why he did what he did by giving it away still eluded me, but I would find out in time now that my power was matching his. Whether it was with malicious intent or out of the goodness of his heart didn't matter now that it allowed me to get another one so fast with the rapid progression of events. The events these past few days played in my head as I asked myself if there was actually a conspiracy, or just unintended effects from one man's actions. The Vice Admiral went to handle communications for the incident today and I went into Mangrove Swamp. Once again, my speed at clearing the dungeon had increased even more with the advent of Frigid Impermanence, as it cleared droves of alligators the moment it was cast. This area of effect skill exploded with a destructive blast of ice elements that completely destroyed anything in their range. Something that was noteworthy of mentioning was the Adept Staff that I took from Andre, as it slightly boosted the damage of skills when it was equipped. After using Frigid Impermanence for a while, my mind was filled with ideas on how to improve its damage even more after I recalled some rank B skill books I had seen in the military inventory that I read through before. The idea floating in my mind was to find support skills that were providing boosts specific to the skill type to further increase the damage. An example was a Lightning Penetration skill I had seen before that amplified damage dealt by lightning type skills. If I could absorb and keep active cold type support skills, it wouldn't be too far of a dream for the Frigid Impermanence skill's power to exceed rank A. As for the rank beyond A, well, nobody knew of this as of right now. I was able to clear the dungeon rapidly, making the number of times I've dived into it 18 times in the last 6 hours. It was nearing midnight, so I was planning on calling it a night. The rate at which I was clearing the dungeon was still kept hidden, as I only turned off Shadow Veil, Stealth, and Camouflage after every hour, making it seem as if I had cleared the dungeon only 6 times. This was still an unbelievable clear rate that every time I visibly transferred in and out, the soldiers standing guard would cheer. I gained a variety of skill S, item S, and a ton of core S. But I wasn't lucky enough to get anything of higher rank from the dungeon. The useful skills I could learn reduced, as many were either weapon-specific for knights or berserkers. Some support skills like Giant Strength and Windrider had even dropped again, giving me duplicate skills that I couldn't absorb. Only 2 usable rank B support skills came out of these 18 runs, one being Emboldened Ferocity. An imposing presence emanates from you, granting increased damage to affected foes, and Eagle Eyes, focus your eyes to view as far a mile around you. The remaining were rank B item S that fully upgraded me from the lower ranked items I had been wearing. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, 250-40, Focus, Strength, 250-60, Skills, F, E, D Flames of Torment, 100, D Safeguard, 57, D Danger Sense, 100, D Rough Skin, 100, D Fleeting, 100, C Arcanist Sphere of Protection, 100, C Camouflage, 100, C Aura of Haste, 100, C Explosive Rune, 100, C Life Essence, 100, C Increased Penetration, 100, C Regeneration, 100, C Whirlwind, 95, C Smite, 98, C Gracefulness, 100, C Precision, 100, C Adamant, 100, C Sharpen, 100, C War Cry, 100, C Retaliation, 100, C King's Rage, 100, C Military Tactics, 100, C Unpredictable, 100, C Elemental Damage, 100, B Giant Strength, 88, B Stealth, 77, B Miniature Tornado, 45, B Golden Halo, 33, B Doom Bolt, 37, B Lightfoot, 23, B Windrider, 23, B Rigorous, 22, B Shadow Veil, 22, B Wild Heart, 21, B Emboldened Ferocity, 3, B Eagle Eyes, 3, A Flight, 11, A Frigid Impermanence, 5. Equipment, 3x Searing of Storage, B Scale Armor, B Adept Staff, B Dual-Coated Boots, B Striking Cap. The addition of items besides the staff was a helm that was in the form of a baseball cap and heavy boots that shone a dark green color. Both provided increased defenses and protection. I carried the rest of the core S, item S and skill book S in my storage rings and went to the Vice Admiral's castle. I thought about everything he had done for me before deciding to trust him a little bit more about my strength. When the door of the office was locked and it was just me and him, I took out more than 20 things that were filling up the space in my rings along with a glistening pile of stones. These were a collection of items, cores, and skills from today's dives and yesterday's. The Vice Admiral looked at the items in shock as he gave me a questioning look. I clear the dungeon much faster than what I am currently showing. I continue to want to keep the extent of my strength a secret though, so I will be counting on your discretion as we go forward. This is also my way of thanking you and giving back for what you've been doing for me recently. Magner looked at me with an unreadable expression before he got up and bowed his head towards me. I reached out to stop him as he began talking. You are somebody that has already surpassed someone of my rank. Thank you for treating me the same way even now. He kept his head down as he continued. Just the resources you have taken out right now surpass what our department usually gets in a week. This may not seem like much to you, but it is a tremendous help to us and will enable us to raise multiple rank B hunters. Confidentiality is a must, so you can be sure that nothing about this will come to light, and everything will be distributed discreetly. I listened to the older man that was bowing in front of me before I pulled him up. I smiled and said to the Vice Admiral, we're all in this together. We'll face the approaching enemies together and make sure lives are not senselessly lost like when all of this began. I was saying this more to myself as I was reminded of the deaths of my parents and many more people at the hands of these beasts. I reminded myself once more that I was doing all this to never experience the feeling of cowardice and powerlessness again. If continuing to grow my strength was the way to do that, then I will continue rising until I reach an unshakable position. Magner gave me a light smile as his sight turned to the many things I had taken out, shaking his head in an amazed expression as he laughed and said, "It's been a tiring day for you, go ahead and relax. I'll order for even more food and other delicacies for you to enjoy back in your quarters." I shook my head with a smile as I heard this and said, "I'll also need your help acquiring specific skills that may still be in your inventory." I let him know of the skills I saw before that I wanted to grab now, and also told him to keep a lookout for any other cold-type support skills that other hunters brought in. He nodded boisterously that he would have everything for me tomorrow morning and for me to go take a break for now. I left the Vice Admiral's office and went to relax after a very long day. Chapter 38, Irreversible Changes. The night was a hazy blur and passed by in a blink. I woke up the next morning feeling invigorated as I saw the sight in front of me while feeling the colors and boosts of multiple activated skills that seemed to fill my body with inexhaustible power. If I didn't have Stealth and Shadow Veil activated at all times, people would just see a mass of colors and defensive layers surrounding me at all times. I freshened up and left the living quarters to start this day early, planning to be holed up in the mangrove swamp for the remainder of the day to see exactly how many times I could clear it before a rank A skill would show itself. I flew through the clear skies and arrived at the huge monolith, which seemed to have turned to a shade of light blue after I cleared it so many times. That day, I spent my entire time diving and I was able to clear the dungeon more than 40 times. 40. That number did not seem realistic, and something like this had never occurred in the past. Nobody had the unending stamina to do what I did repeatedly for an entire day. One good thing came out of it, as I was finally able to receive a rank A skill from this dungeon. My next rank A skill was Guardian Light. A light that cures injuries, ailments, and diseases descends down. It wasn't a defensive or movement skill that I was thinking about, but it was an amazing skill nonetheless. Its usefulness would be even more apparent whenever the time comes where I get injured again. Also, besides my original 3 rank C, Ring of Storage, I was able to get an additional drop of these rare rings, this one even being rank B and holding a much larger space that was now holding a ton of Item S, Core S, and Skill Book S from the past 40 dungeon runs. I was leaving the dungeon for the last time today to sift through the useful skill books and those that I would be giving away. Most of the items that dropped were duplicates of Scale Armor, or the other items that dropped in this dungeon before. I placed my hand on the green crystal and transferred to the outside world once more. I nodded to the guards and was about to head towards the Vice Admiral's office when I felt the ground start shaking. The tremors were emanating behind me and I turned back to see the huge dungeon monolith that was now a light fade of blue, had cracks spreading out from the middle. Oh shit, the cracks expanded as the tremors got even stronger, and the huge monolith began trembling before an explosion ran out. Boom, a huge blast was sent out as I was flung away and any hunter soldiers that were near were heavily injured. I had watched the huge monolith of the mangrove swamp expand with cracks and then implode. When the dust cleared, there was an empty space where the monolith used to be, only a small shimmering crystal lying at the center. I looked at this with my mouth wide open. What the hell did I do now? I was trying to calm my emotions as I went forward to observe the shimmering crystal that remained from the monolith when I was suddenly met with a searing headache. I screamed out loud as I clutched my head and felt this pain that threatened to make my head explode. In my agony, a few faint words rose up in my mind that I could barely make out. Move, faster. An hour after, tumultuous waves were spreading throughout the empire. News had just been transmitted to all the leaders and governments of various cities of an incident where a dungeon had completely disappeared. This was the first ever change to occur since they first began appearing. New dungeons could appear at any time, but there was never a case of them ever disappearing unless a dungeon break occurred. The more shocking news that was coming out was that a hunter was involved in causing this. Leaders from all over were scrambling to find the authenticity of these news. If any of this was true, if any of this could be replicated, higher-ups who understood the current world were trembling in anticipation for the possible future, in a grand palace at the center of Blessed City. There was a large hall lined with guards wearing golden armors. At the forefront was a striking throne that shone with a purple light. A person was sitting on this throne looking at the admirals kneeling down below the steps. A feminine voice rang out in the large hall, "I want a thorough report about all the events surrounding that dungeon. By the end of the day, I expect to be briefed with all the information about that hunter as well." The voice paused after this was heard before continuing, "Treat the hunter very carefully, he might just be what we have been waiting for." On the throne was a figure fully covered from head to toe. A royal mask was hiding the face and an exquisitely defined crown lay atop their head. A man whose body was crackling with lightning was just transferring out of a rank B dungeon when his phone began blowing up. He pulled the phone out in annoyance as he read to see just who would dare to bother him so much. There were multiple texts and missed calls from people he didn't want to talk to all, but the things he was reading were giving him a shock. "Get back to base soon, Admiral X. What is your connection to the rising hunter of Star City? Admiral XX. Call me back. Now." Admiral Triple X. Nothing he was reading from the texts was making sense. A name kept popping up that he didn't recognize, Noah Osmont. He was busy clearing dungeons and didn't even get the news of the deathmatch he inadvertently caused this same day. After reading some more and seeing a lot of the questions were revolving about the event a few days ago where he handed the winner of an impromptu match a rank A skill, the name and person came together, the lightning was sparking out in an unstable manner the more he read on about what had just occurred. He was in shock as he thought, my impulsiveness actually led to something good. An incident had occurred that caused shock waves to spread not just throughout the Empire, but to the many allied countries in the United Federation. The news leaked out the moment it began spreading, other countries soon learning of this momentous affair, delegates were assembled and tensions rose. The excitement was palpitating. Everyone could feel it. A change was coming. Chapter 39, What Are You? I was looking at a glowing crystal after finishing the talk with an excited Vice Admiral over what had just occurred. After the implosion of the dungeon monolith, there were many hunter soldiers that were badly injured, and I was able to see the versatility of my recently learned skill, Guardian's Light, when I directed this skill to the injured soldiers. Whether it was a light scratch or deep wounds, they all began to heal in a few seconds before becoming as good as new. A few guards that were near death were also stabilized and brought back to health in a few seconds. The next hour after that was the most tiring time I had gone through these past few days. The first point was the only thing that was left behind as the dungeon disappeared. Information about its name was the only thing I could observe, everything else was unreadable. Plain crystal, email protected, a plain crystal. What are you and how can you be used? I had tried putting in energy, crushing it, absorbing it, nothing had changed. Something even more pressing along with this was the episode where I had an excruciating headache, and whether I was hallucinating or not, I clearly saw the words, "move faster." I gave some thought to these new developments as I realized I might be in the middle of something much greater than what I knew. When I spent the hour discussing with Vice Admiral Magner about everything that had occurred, this was the only thing on my mind. I told Magner I needed some time to think, and here I was staring at this crystal while thinking about those words. Among the many possible hypotheses I had, one of the more likely ones was that there was a correlation between what I have become able to do, the blank, focus, and now all of that was somehow weaved into whatever sent me that message while my head was splitting apart the moment I caused a dungeon to disappear. When the cracks spread throughout, it wasn't the normal dungeon break where monsters broke out, the entire monolith was just completely gone. My mind had already ascertained that it was around 40 times I had cleared the dungeon before the light blue color became thinner and thinner, eventually exploding after. This meant as long as dungeons were cleared a specific number of times under a very short duration, there was a possibility of breaking them. I knew something like this was huge, as it would put me in the middle of this taking a leading role for the time to come. Nobody could clear dungeons as many times as me without tiring out. Unless many hunters formed tens of teams to target one dungeon, they wouldn't be able to match my rate. I was questioning why lower-ranked dungeons had not disappeared like this before, and came to the conclusion that different ranks of dungeons would require to be cleared a different number of times rapidly before the monolith would implode. There were 3 rank B dungeons in Star City, and they were being cleared maybe 3 or 4 times a day by teams of hunters. Lower-ranked dungeons in core defense cities like this one would be cleared in faster rates, with rank C being approximately 10 to 20 times, rank D 30 times, rank E 40, and rank F more than 50 times each day as there were more and more hunters each level down. These numbers were only normal for core defense cities, and would be even lower for the cities in the outer perimeter of the empire that had very few dungeons. An example was how Outer Bank X City only had its rank C dungeon cleared once every few days, but none of these lower-ranked dungeons had disappeared. Meaning they required to be cleared even more times in a day before a case similar to Mangrove Swamp could repeat itself. This was only a theory and had to be tested. I had cleared this rank B dungeon so rapidly that it could not keep standing. Many questions came after that which made my head buzz. I took a deep breath as I stopped thinking for a bit. I would understand everything in time. What I needed to focus on now was simply what the words in my head said. Move faster. I already thought my rapid progress was monstrous, but I had to move at a much faster rate. I was planning how to start testing some of my thoughts when a light knock was heard. Sigh, didn't I tell them not to bother me for now? I stayed quiet and kept on thinking. But I soon heard the door clicking open and footsteps coming inside. You all really couldn't wait? I was about to berate the figure that was intruding in my living quarters but was stunned when I saw who it was. A sweet voice rang out mischievously as a woman wearing a red dress with a head full of golden hair came in. You really are full of surprises, aren't you? Elizabeth was trotting in like she owned the place, which might not be too far off as whatever access she had allowed her to enter my room with no problems. I looked at her calmly and replied, I don't even know what happened myself. These words weren't completely false as there was a lot I didn't know. The hunter that seemed to be in her late 20s or early 30s smiled and looked around the room as she said, I would love to get a better idea about what happened. May I accompany you for a discussion tonight? I looked at the woman whose every word she spoke seemed to have multiple meanings. I looked at the tight red dress she was wearing and the head full of golden hair. I continued to be alert so that I wouldn't be taken in by her pace and smiled. Sure. I'll bite. Magner was not able to get a wink of sleep the entire night. He had spent a majority of it deflecting powerhouses from getting near a certain man and being grilled with questions. He wasn't fully successful though, as someone had still slid through. He thought of a certain hunter as he shook his head and thought about all the collection of hunters that were staying in his base. He had been excited just like everyone else at the new development and was waiting to see how things would play out from here. Dungeons could be permanently erased. This was naturally good news, but it prompted another question that he didn't want to think about. Should they all be permanently erased? Should only some be erased and a manageable few left behind? Magner was thinking of all the resources that came out of dungeons as these ideas clashed in his mind. Things got even more hectic as people from Blessed City appeared, making him feel like he was walking on eggshells. He tried putting all of this aside as he neared the quarters of a now famous man and knocked. A moment passed before the door opened and a half-dressed man looked out. His upper body seemed packed with muscles as the abdominal muscles were so pronounced that it almost seemed they were fake. In the room, slender long legs of someone could be made out. Dr. A.P. over the bed. Magner looked at this and gave a smile, choosing his next words carefully. Sir, we'll be holding a forum with representatives from major cities to discuss the new developments and how to move forward from here. He couldn't bring himself to talk to the man the same way he had been doing before. He was doing too many inconceivable things. The man seemed to shake his head before he spoke. I'll be out in a moment. Chapter 40, How to Destroy a Dungeon. I was standing at the front of a room where a long oval table was situated, with many new faces sitting and expectantly waiting. Nobody in the room spoke when I walked in, and even now more people were taking their seats in a hushed manner. The Vice Admiral led me to a chair to the front of the room and stood behind me. I could see some familiar faces in the crowd that I recognized, one of them being the man that inadvertently propelled the sequence of actions these past few days, Lightning Hand. When he met my gaze, he gave me that same boisterous smile and laughed. The moment it seemed like everyone was there, buzzing voices rang out as the discussions began. The whole process took an entire hour and was filled with many boring arguments and discussions, but the core things to take out were the same. Much of the discussion revolved around the repeatability of erasing a dungeon, and whether we should be actively erasing them at all. Sparks began to fly when these comments rose. As for some, it was common sense to destroy the dungeons that could release monsters anytime if they weren't regularly cleared. I didn't speak fully about my power, but people could make inferences about it after knowing the process that was required to completely destroy the rank B dungeon. I recalled the words that were urging me to move faster before I rose up from my seat, quieting the many voices in the room. I looked around me as I said, I'll be moving to confirm everything with another rank B dungeon. Once the process is clear, we will know how to proceed from here on out. I wanted to take a more active role in the world around me after seeing everything that was happening. My first step in doing that was to replicate what I did yesterday. There was still an army of monsters approaching from the barrens, and who knows what else is lurking out there. I didn't know how much time I had before I was thrown into something else, so I was going to move fast. I left the conference room to start acting on my plans as soon as everything wrapped up. Elizabeth was already up and moving, making it clear she wanted to come along. Having this rank A hunter with me would not be a bad idea, as it would provide another cover for how expansive my strength that allowed me to clear a rank B dungeon more than 40 times in a day was. The next target was one of the 2 remaining rank B dungeons in Star City, Lion's Den. Magner and other officials moved to watch the development outside the monolith as we dived. Lightning Hand and other rank A hunters that had arrived in Star City were going to test the same thing by forming multiple teams to clear the 3rd dungeon in the city, Bullish Arena. Multiple rank A hunters formed more than 10 teams that were filled with rank Bs in the city, and the groups moved in on the dungeons. The ones heading to Lion's Den would be me, Elizabeth, and a few other teams, while the rest would go towards Bullish Arena. The goal was to meet the number of times I cleared the now extinct Mangrove Swamp, and see if it was applicable to the rest of rank B dungeons. After this was understood, the tests would be expanded for the other ranks of dungeons. I was able to see the power of another rank A hunter firsthand as Liz summoned the humongous eagle the moment we were transferred into Lion's Den. The eagle had flawlessly shining dark feathers that were as sharp as knives and piercing claws that brought fear onto the monsters that began appearing. We were located in a bleak grassland environment where multiple large lions were circling us. The eagle's imposing air was holding some of them back as the woman atop the eagle laughed in that alluring tone and commanded the eagle to move forward, its outspread wings acting as sharp blades that decimated everything in sight. I wasn't going to be left behind as my figure flew to the other groups of lions that were soon blasted away with an even stronger, frigid impermanence. That was now boosted by 2 new cold-specific support skills I obtained from the military inventory: Greater Cold Penetration, ignore the enemy's resistance as cold skills deal increased damage, and Cold Fire, cold-type skills attach freezing flames onto the enemy, made the already damaging skill even more destructive as any beast in its range of attack would be turned into meat and bones. With the cold spreading into the surroundings and attaching onto nearby beasts, blue flames could be seen spreading to any beasts that were in the blast area as they screamed out painfully before their bodies were frozen cold. Lion's Den was an expansive space of shrubs and grassland with dens on lions here and there. We had to fly around for more than 30 minutes blasting away hordes of lions before we were faced with the impossibly large titan that had a glorious lion's mane flowing in the wind. Liz looked at me as her lips twisted up in a mischievous smile and said, "He's all yours, let's see how fast you can take it down." She seemed to be enjoying herself as she gave me a thumbs up while lying on her stomach atop the flying eagle to watch the show. I looked at this figure as I recalled memories from last night before I quickly shook myself out of it and focused on the matter at hand. The lion instinctively felt the danger when I neared and moved back, barely evading the epicenter of the casted, frigid impermanence, as the freezing flames in the periphery jumped on its body. It stopped to let out a roar of pain, but it would be the last time the huge jaws opened as another, frigid impermanence, bloomed explosively from its head, cutting short the roar and blasting chunks of meat and brain matter into the ground. I ignored the cheerful sounds of clapping behind me as I picked up the core and item that dropped from the boss. We repeated this dungeon multiple times until a few hours later, on our 28th dungeon run, something occurred. Throughout the runs, Liz had done nothing but summon the huge eagle that did all the work in dismembering the monsters that I began looking favorably to getting a powerful summoning skill of my own in the future so I could just sit back and watch someone else do the work for me. Her eagle would have been out of commission after the first few dungeon runs as its body was littered with injuries. If it wasn't for me casting Guardian's Light. After every dive thereafter, the huge eagle would have had to be desummoned and summoned again to be back in top shape. That summoning process took more than half of all energy reserves Elizabeth had. So she would usually dive into rank B dungeons a few times a day before calling it quits. She stopped being surprised at my constant casting of spells after the first few dungeon runs as her cheerful expression became more complicated. I wasn't too worried at showing some level of my power as I was confident in myself to withstand many of the things that could come at me, and I had to stop hiding if I wanted to move further into the future. The change that was occurring currently on our 28th dungeon run was our surroundings literally cracking as if they were glass. The lions in the den in front of us were disappearing as if they were dust as a green light spread out to cover the eagle and us as we disappeared from the dungeon halfway through. We were transferred to the outside world where we could see the imposing monolith with cracks all over. Anyone that was remotely close to the monolith moved back as many people got the chance to witness the destruction of another dungeon for the first time in history. It looks like the other teams were doing well enough to clear the dungeon more than 12 times after my team was on our 28th run. The team that finished the dungeon for the 40th time was the trigger that caused the instability where any remaining teams in the dungeon were ejected out and the eventual destruction we just witnessed. This was working proof that the theory was correct. Dungeons could be destroyed. I listened to the triumphant sounds around me as I turned my head to the woman beside me. We were both standing on top of her black eagle as the monolith exploded. I was surprised to find tears dropping from her crystal clear eyes as she watched the sight. She turned to me and talked in a serious expression for the first time since I met her. "You didn't expect to see me cry so soon." She was wiping away the tears that kept on falling as she continued, "I don't know if you understand the full significance of what we are doing, but for many of us, it is liberation." She looked forward at the sight of hunters hugging one another and said, "I have watched countless people die before me as I was forced to keep on going into these dungeons day in and day out. I felt like I would go crazy if I had to keep on doing this for the years to come. The only way I could cope without breaking down was to put on a happy face and keep on going." She looked back at me as she said the next words. "So thank you for making something like this happen. Thank you, and please do not stop." I watched the sight of the sorrowful girl in front of me as she tried to form a smile on her sad face before I let out a sigh and brought her head to my chest, making sure to remove the rough, scale armor, and place it into one of the storage rings beforehand. I didn't particularly have strong feelings of attachment towards this person as I had only met her for a few days now. Even the one night we spent together, I attributed it to just a fling from the growing interest around me. She was much more alluring than many of the women I had come across recently, but I always felt like she was putting up a face, so I kept my emotions out of it. Her words repeated in my head as she sobbed. Liberation. I already made up my mind long ago for what I was doing. There were too many things I didn't know, and much more that I didn't understand. Even without her reminder, I would not be stopping any time soon. Chapter 41, Entering a New Phase. With the destruction of Lion's Den, a new chapter was opening for humans and hunters that had been playing a game of catch-up with constantly increasing dungeons. Magner and a few of the officials that watched the implosion of the dungeon firsthand were broadcasting what they were watching to someplace, and others were making phone calls. After Elizabeth had collected herself, I went to the center of the destroyed monolith and picked up another crystal that looked exactly the same as the one I already had, even to the unreadable mess of words. In the 27 successful times we dived in Lion's Den, we received many rank B, item S and skill S, but there was no luck in anything rank A dropping. I was able to find another useful skill to add to my collection while busily running around that was called Critical Strike. When active, skills cast thereafter have a chance to deal double the damage. I didn't know the percentage chance of a critical strike occurring while this was active, but I was looking forward to seeing just how much I could continue to increase my damage output. I was going to look through the rest of the skills when we had some time later and choose the ones to exchange with the military. After completely destroying another rank B dungeon, there was only one more left in Star City. We went toward this last dungeon called Bullish Arena, where even more squads led by rank A hunters were repeatedly diving in. When we arrived, we were met with another empty space where a monolith used to stand, with hunters cheering in the clearing. My mind grew calm at this sight. It seemed like we were finally heading in the right direction. Things would get better from here. in an unknown location, a being Dr. A.P.Ed in black was overlooking multiple transparent screens that showed complex data. The being had a sharp horn protruding from the center of its head, giving its humanoid appearance an imposing look. It noticed a change on one of the screens that quickly grabbed its attention, making a motion to the underling sitting right behind the screen using a glistening three-point tipped weapon. What happened there? The aide behind the screen shot to attention and replied, "We began losing some of the major connections that were already established on Planet 90X in close succession." The sharp-horned being looked at the screen as his eyes flashed with a piercing light as he read the data on this target and asked the aide, "How many pieces do we have on standby?" There was a ruffling of some documents before a reply came. "We currently have the optimum volume ready for the descent on the next planned target." A second passed as the sharp-horned man seemed to think, before a decisive command came out, "Divert the entire volume towards Planet 90X." A shocked expression rose on the aide's face when it heard this, and asked to make sure. "Sir, is that necessary? We will be extremely restricted in our actions towards that target should anything change in the future, and redirecting this much traffic would use a lot of essence." There was a momentary silence as the screens of data in the room fluctuated, before the commanding voice came out once again. "It is abnormal to start losing connections at this stage, and in rapid succession at that. Abnormalities have to be fully eliminated. I do not want any possibility of hope for those backward natives. Do it while also accelerating the release process." A serious nod came from the aide as they adjusted parameters and redirected the coordinates. Directions were soon passed down as pieces moved into their respective positions. At another location not too far from them, there was a huge field that held beasts of all shapes and sizes as far as the eyes could see. There was an eerie quietness at the sight of these countless beasts as multiple small crystals in the field began emanating light barriers that sectioned them off into multiple groups. In a short period of time, everything was assembled and ready to go. With a nod from the aide, the sharp-horned man crossed his legs and sat down while closing his eyes, seemingly putting in all his focus for what was about to happen. I was watching the cheerful hunters when I suddenly felt a change. Even though I was still high in the sky, it felt as if the earth was vibrating. The vibrations only increased as seconds passed and everyone caught on and looked around them. The earth was shaking, the air was shaking, and a strange energy filled the surroundings. An old memory resurfaced in my mind as my face began to drain of all color. This was what happened a year ago. Extreme unease began settling in as I recalled what I felt back then and what I was feeling now. It felt much stronger. The faces of hunters soon turned into despair as they saw a familiar light cover the entirety of their sight, and explosions followed right after. Boom! 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 As if nails were being hammered onto a board. Multiple monoliths smashed into the ground and took root. Noises and screams began to be heard as multiple impacts were felt around the city, with a huge one very near to where we are. I opened my eyes in shock to find another dungeon monolith more than 2 times bigger than the ones I had been clearing smashed down onto the area of the dungeon that the hunter squads just destroyed. Some hunters that were still standing nearby were crushed, not even getting a second to let out dying screams. The impact blasted away those that were near as the new dungeon monolith stood erect and proud. Shock soon turned into despair when hunters got their bearings and saw the bloody sight in front of them. As well as the continuous screams that began resounding from the city, the most terrifying thing of all was the fact that the huge monolith that had just struck down was blinking red. Elizabeth had slumped down on top of the Black Eagle, her eyes showing pits of despair as she looked at the monolith ahead of us. My heart was about to lurch out of my chest as I looked at this monolith and observed the area around me. I was flying high up and had a good view of the city, but I couldn't believe what I saw. Monoliths that seemed to represent rank B dungeons had increased by more than 6, and besides this much larger monolith that appeared near us, there was another one just like it on the periphery of the city. Thoughts began to churn in my head as I didn't even know where to move to. The blinking red monolith near us began vibrating, not even giving a second of rest. I snapped out of my stupor and rushed towards the monolith with my right hand outstretched, hoping to make it in time before what was about to happen. My speed increased as I passed the hunters that were despondently looking forward on the ground as my arms neared the monolith. Boom! I was knocked back by a huge impact while I watched with shock as the monolith in front of me began to bloom like a flower. Terrifying beasts soon began to fill the surroundings as one even larger grew out. Roar, a gruntle roar resounded out as a beast shining in white fur popped out. It had the general outline of a gorilla, yet its size defied normal conventions. Its piercing eyes opened and looked around as its mouth curled upwards and sharp teeth could be seen. There were hundreds of beasts all around that looked toward this white gorilla that held a devilish smile on its face. Its smart eyes darted around as it looked at the hunters surrounded by beasts and roared out once more. This roar acted like a signal as the beasts jumped to the nearest hunter they could find. My eyes felt like they were seeing blood as I found my body to already be rushing towards the huge titan. Its dark eyes met mine, and its figure soon disappeared from the ground. Danger sense began ringing as I turned my direction to the sky. Only to be met with the newly appeared titan smashing its huge palm towards me. PAH. Chapter 42, Death and Destruction. It felt like I couldn't breathe as my figure was forced down to the ground like a missile. Boom. The impact stole the air from my lungs as I felt multiple parts of my body ache in excruciating pain. I had no time to think as I saw the gorilla now diving down with a fist outstretched. My body was covered in a golden glow as I cast Guardian's Light, and pulled away from the deep pit, the fist smashing down missing me by a second. I wasted no time as I retaliated, casting Frigid Impermanence multiple times towards the huge beast. It seemed to instinctively evade the 5-meter cold blasts as the first two hit air, with only the third catching it while it was dodging and making contact. Roar, it called out with a furious expression as its left hand had deep red gashes with a blue freezing flame dancing on it. Fury took control of me as I kept on hearing the screams around me as more and more, Frigid Impermanence, was cast towards the huge gorilla. It was able to evade less and less after the first hit, the cold flames permeating in its bones as more of the skills smashed onto its body. The fur and skin that seemed to provide it tremendous defense were tattered and bleeding, its smiling expression completely gone as it looked at me in fear. My only response was more freezing blasts that smashed its body further down into the ground. I only watched as its body become more and more mangled. And soon enough there was no sound coming from the beast. The area around it was still decimated from the cold explosions, but as it cleared I saw a shining, skill book, and glistening, core, S on the ground. I dived down to grab what I saw as I began turning my attention to the hunters fighting the slightly smaller beasts in the background. I checked the information on the skill book as I began casting, Doombolt, multiple times towards the monsters clashing with the hunters. It was a rank A skill called, Instant Transfer, move to any location you can see in an instant. It was a very straightforward skill that I learned right away while furiously flying across the skies and continuing to shoot down red lighting to any monsters I saw. I couldn't cast Frigid Impermanence, as they would destroy the surrounding hunters too, and could only strike down with the highest damage single target skill I held. Elizabeth was already on the move along with other rank A hunters that had been clearing the rank B dungeon. They had been taking down the monsters while saving as many lower-level hunters and soldiers they could. I saw a hunter about to be eaten at a far-off distance where I definitely wouldn't make it there by flying. Instant Transfer was used for the first time as my body disappeared and reappeared next to the man about to have his head devoured. My defense skills knocked the monster back as another red streak of lightning struck its chest and blew it away. The hunter thanked me while roughly breathing and I disappeared once more for another location, moving across the battlefield and taking down as many of the beasts as I could. There were mixtures of gorillas, apes, and orangutans that were 3 meters in size running around the field. Their numbers quickly dwindled as they were taken down by rank A hunters, with rank B hunters putting up a fight as well. The area was soon coming to a standstill as mostly hunters remained, many injured and dead as they looked around them in fear and anguish. Friends they were talking to just a moment ago lay dead in their surroundings. After blasting remaining monsters with Doombolt, I flew around casting Guardian's Light to all the hunters that were badly injured and still breathing. All reservations were out the window. I cast as many skills as I could, minimizing much of the damage. I already saw the looks of hope and wonder from the gazes of high-ranked hunters as I finished healing the people in the surrounding. I took a second to stop in the air as I looked into the city where smoke could be seen and explosions continued to resound. The battle was still going on there, and even more casualties were occurring. I looked at the hunters below me that were either almost out of energy or looking towards the city in anger. I was already flying towards the center of the city as my voice rang out powerfully while using war cry, snap out of it and stick together. Save as many as you can. My words trailed behind me as I rushed towards the city even faster, with my brain quickly churning and giving me the idea to use Eagle Eye, in conjunction with instant transfer. My eyes focused and moved to a position a bit over a mile away in the city where hunters were about to be overwhelmed by monsters, and my figure quickly disappeared from my current position as instant transfer was used. Magner was looking at the sight in front of him with fear and trepidation. Just minutes after they watched the complete breakdown of the monolith that used to be Lion's Den, the world began shaking, and it happened again, the same as before. Dungeons appeared. The newly appeared dungeons quickly flashed red and a dungeon break occurred. Monsters rushed out and he was now fighting on the front lines while trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Pull back, he was screaming commands towards his soldiers as he saw them being overwhelmed. A large number of rank B monsters were running amok, with a huge titan up front being held back by a rank A hunter that stayed behind. Apprehension continued to grow in his heart as he saw more and more soldiers fall. His own power wasn't enough to protect those he cared for. Screams continued to ring out as blood and gore followed from the claws or teeth of the beasts. His breathing got rougher as he felt the low energy that remained in his body. He spent the majority of his time in the office, never exerting himself this much before. He looked at the despondent faces of his soldiers that were pushed far back, trying their best to hold on. No, he wouldn't let it end like this. Find a chance to break through. He screamed out another command as he moved to the front of the defense line and his body blazed in a colorful light. He absorbed the blows of two monsters as he grabbed a soldier and threw them to the back. He would save as many as he could with the strength he had left. Thunk, he then felt a deep impact as something heavy pierced the armor wrapping his chest, and a metallic taste filled his lips. His soldiers screamed and tried to move in, but could come no closer as his body was surrounded by monsters. The defense line pushed further back. Magner looked at the distorted face of the beast that had its arm in his chest as memories of a different time flashed through his mind. He felt his body slump onto the ground as the beast pulled out the hand piercing his chest and formed it into a fist before smashing down again. Memories and expectations of hope for the powerful hunter that had gone towards the other side of the city some time back were repeating in his head as his clear eyes began closing. The fist rushing down was abruptly stopped as golden swords, red lightning, and a golden light began descending from the skies. His eyes that were about to shut opened a bit more for the last time as he saw the hazy figure of a man materializing above them. Relief passed through him as he hoped this wasn't an illusion, and his eyes snapped shut. The lightning and sword struck down to meet the monsters, and the light went towards him. The golden light began descending on his body, but his eyes stayed shut. A second. A third. A fourth light descended down, but his eyes remained closed. The destructive lightning and golden swords had reached their target on time, but the golden light did not. A frenzied howl rang out in the surrounding as more golden swords and lightning flew at the bounteous groups of monsters that still surrounded the hunters. Chapter 43, Dissolution. In the capital of the Blessed Empire, a fast-paced battle was taking place between a burly man holding a sharp spear and a large armadillo-like beast that moved at a speed not matching its body size. Around them lay shattered buildings in flames, with a huge mansion standing majestically in the background. Beasts of all shapes and sizes were abundant in the surroundings as they fought with hunters to their last breath. The ferocity of the fights around the burly hunter and armadillo was at another level. The sharp spear in the man's hand shone a white light as it expanded to 5 meters and struck down on the hard armor of the beast. Crack, a horrid sound was heard as the hard shell broke and meat flew out. The attacks weren't over as the man rose up before bringing his shining spear down once more, nailing the armadillo to the ground. An instant later, an exquisite battle armor along with Core S appeared beside the huge beast. The man bent down and grabbed the battle armor, fitting it on his body as if it were meant for him. He stood proud with an impassive expression as he looked at the battles happening around him. The grand building behind him had been protected, and would stay that way until his last breath. There were too many important people bunkered down in that place. His figure vibrated as the muscles wrapping all over his body like steel cables constricted. Only a flash could be seen as he moved and cut down any monsters that neared. He was the most famous hunter known around the world. He was Steel Mikhail. In one of the allied countries of the United Federation, a man with glistening dark hair had his katana stabbed into the skull of a beast. All around him was a bloody mess of bodies and bones. The hunters that survived the dungeon breaks were looking at this man fearfully as he yawned and pulled the katana up. He looked to the distance and saw another titan that was rampaging. A dark light shone from his body as he suddenly began to grow larger, until reaching 5 meters in height. He pushed on the ground with a disinterested expression as he flew towards the titan with the katana in hand. His large figure was wrapped in the dark light as it streaked across the sky. This was the most powerful rank A hunter in all the countries of the United Federation, the Dark Sword, Kazuhiko. Rage was bubbling throughout every inch of my body as Doom Bolt S and Smite S continued to be repeatedly cast. Light upon light of my greatest rank A healing skill went down towards the body of a person I had grown familiar with these past few days, and yet nothing changed. I looked at the relieved expression apparent on Magnar's face as I shook my head in sadness and disappointment. Just a second longer and I rose up with complex feelings as the soldiers that were freed from the beast's relentless attack circled Magnar's body. There was sorrow in the air as people collected themselves. But I didn't have the time to stay. I tried to put the matter behind me for now and keep on moving. Even seconds were precious, and I couldn't waste them wallowing. There were many more scenes in the city repeating just like this. My body disappeared from this location and I continued scouring throughout the city, helping other hunters that were about to be overwhelmed and saving as many normal humans as I could. With the advent of explosions and destruction, most people had stayed in their buildings or gone underground to fearfully hide, hoping all the monsters would be gone when they came out. Some were lucky, others were killed as buildings collapsed from the beasts, because many of the monoliths that appeared and had dungeon breaks were rank B. Their bosses weren't too much of a hassle for me to take down. In a few minutes, I was transferring in and out all over the city, following explosions and screams as I took down the bosses and smaller beasts, giving hunters defending the city some breathing room. All they saw was a figure flash by, red lightning and golden swords descending, as well as a golden light that healed those badly injured. A moment later that figure was gone. This process carried on for another half an hour, with hunters more effectively working together to move people away from the battlefield while protecting themselves from beasts. With a majority of the rank B bosses taken down, I rose high above the city to check what was happening and which areas needed the most support. On the south side of the city, the huge wall erected to protect it was broken down and I could see droves of beasts rushing out, with a huge titan standing beside the path where the monsters were leaving from. Danger Sense was letting me know that this beast was of the same caliber as the huge white gorilla. I defeated one, and I can definitely defeat another. My mind was still blazing with anger as I continued to use instant transfer, with eagle eyes, and moved closer and closer to where the monsters were leaving the city. Sharp eyes seemed to have noticed me as the titan looked up and their body grew to become even larger. It had the shape of something that had long gone extinct and could only be learned about in history. It had large strong legs and tiny arms that were still multiple times bigger than me, while boasting a gargantuan head that held rows of sharp teeth. It seemed to resemble very closely the archaic Tyrannosaurus rex. An intelligent light flashed through its eyes as its large legs acted like a spring, pushing it off the ground and its open jaws nearing me in an instant. Instant transfer was quickly cast as I escaped before the jaws could snap down. I reappeared where its body used to be as I began spamming frigid impermanence. The large body wasn't able to dodge in the air, and 2 blasts hit it before it reached the ground. It moved at extreme speeds as it ignored the freezing flames on its body and zigzagged towards me. Evading the skills as if it knew where they would land before they were cast. The moment it neared me again I disappeared into the sky, its terrifying teeth biting nothing but air. It let out another frustrated roar as it didn't jump this time around, its large jaws opening as a red light began to condense and palpitate in the center of its mouth. Oh, fucku. I didn't let it complete its skill as another cold blast smashed onto its face, interrupting whatever it was trying to do and causing a huge explosion. The beasts that continued to leave through the broken wall in the city were not looking back, as if they were possessed or heeding a command. The huge Tyrannosaurus rex had its gigantic head mangled. A few of its teeth shattered on the ground. It would get no respite from me as, Doom Bolt, and, Frigid Impermanence, smashed onto its injured body. Each strike of red lighting left deep gashes and each explosive cold blast left freezing flames with entire areas of its body missing. Its tremendous life force could not continue supporting it as it slumped down and was finally killed. Core S and another rank A skill book dropped, the skill being Infernal Purge. Searing flames descend from the skies in an area of 5 meters. I learned the skill without a thought and looked to the monsters completely ignoring me and rushing out of the city. There was much less noise and explosions as hunters continued to bring order to the city with the deaths of the titans. The only beasts roaming free being stranglers left behind. I tested Infernal Purge for the first time towards the tens of monsters still rushing out the city. Dark red flames manifested in the skies and rushed down, melting anything they came in contact with. I didn't care who was commanding the monsters to leave the city, I would just kill as many as I could. Chapter 44, Reverence. I floated in the middle of the broken wall leading to the desolate barrens that the monsters continued to rush to. Infernal Purge, and, Frigid Impermanence, continued to fall onto them, but not a single one turned around to face me as they escaped with all their might. Things began settling down until only 1 or 2 could be observed running here and there, with most of them already deep in the barrens. I couldn't leave the city now as I didn't know what else would occur, and there were still rank B dungeons that were red and nearing another dungeon break. Movements could be heard behind me as hunters began appearing, the first one being Elizabeth. She stood on her injured eagle that was licking the wounds all over its body as she looked at me with a complicated expression. Elizabeth approached from behind as she said, "The city is gradually being stabilized, with some teams already clearing the dungeons in the high-risk category that haven't had a dungeon break." She was looking at me differently and speaking in a much more reserved tone than usual. I nodded as she continued, "We're trying to get in contact with other cities of the Empire, but we don't have an estimate of deaths and which cities are still standing." She held back the pain as she said this, and I thought about her new tone towards me and the looks I had been receiving. Ever since I had begun moving around the city destroying the monsters relentlessly, people began looking at me differently. This was even more so for the rank A hunters and higher-ups that saw my power firsthand when I handled the Titan and its minions from the rank A dungeon break. I took the change with a calm mind as there were too many things to think about for me to worry about what other people were thinking. We waited at the portion of the destroyed wall until more hunters came and were stationed to rebuild and protect the hole leading out into the barrens, and we went back into the city. In the military sector, there was significant damage done to many areas, but there was still functionality as people in their respective positions got things going again. I knew nothing besides being a hunter. So I continued to fly over the city while using eagle eyes to catch anything I missed, for rank B dungeon monoliths were now in the city, with 2 in the high-risk category shining red, and 2 shining orange. There were already teams set up and clearing the 2 that were high risk, but they were still red. I thought for a bit and chose to quickly clear them a few times so that another dungeon break doesn't occur if the clear rate was too slow. In the next 2 hours, I dived into each of the 2 high-risk category dungeons 3 times before their color changed to light orange, gaining more core S and skill S. Nothing disastrous had happened while I was going in and out of the dungeon. Once there were no dungeons that would have any immediate dungeon breaks, I went back to the military sector where there would be a debriefing. I ignored the thankful and reverent looks from the soldiers and hunters that I had either healed or saved and went into a huge conference room. Finding the only open seat at the front center of the room, with everyone else waiting, I sighed and sat down as the debriefing began. The discussion was somber this time around. We had lost much of the connections with surrounding cities and were not able to get in touch even with Blessed City. The consensus was that this occurred throughout the world, and we didn't know the extent of the damage yet. But one thing was clear, there were now many more monsters roaming the desolate barrens. It would be much more dangerous to pass through from one city to another, with not much hope for the people stationed on guard posts along the roads leading to and from the cities. The next step was what we would do from here. When we got to this point, the room quieted and many people turned in my direction. This was what I was thinking about how to deal with before coming here. In the cities, those who held the most power would be the ones in high positions and have a large influence on the direction and lives of all the people living in it. Currently, they had seen with their own eyes that I was the strongest. And by a large gap at that, so more influence was pushed onto me. I knew my strengths and weaknesses though, and leading people was not something I was confident in. I thought for a bit and said, all I can do is hunt down the beasts, so I will rely on the help and ideas from everyone else on matters I am not knowledgeable on. The hunters in the conference room nodded as they waited for my opinion about what we would do from now on. I continued, the first thing is information. We need to find out which cities are still with us, and which cities still need a helping hand that haven't already been overwhelmed. The officials in the room nodded as they began moving around busily. The issues after that were logistics about the city, its people, food and water, and many more things I didn't know or have an ounce of knowledge on that I left to the relevant departments to take care of. After the direction was decided and the officials began to act, I went towards the melancholic Elizabeth who was standing in the corner of the conference room. I looked at the sight of this person that I didn't know how to feel about and said, "Are you doing all right?" She looked at me and put a smile on her face as she replied, "Yeah. I just thought we were close to being done, but it looks like things are just beginning." I looked at the tired woman that seemed to be trying her best. She had lost another friend today, someone she knew much longer than I did. Magnar's face flashed in my thoughts as I observed the sad expression on her face and replied, "Get some rest, it'll be a new day tomorrow." She nodded her head as she looked around the room and went towards the living quarters. No other thoughts passed through my mind as I went out of the building and flew to the skies of the city once more. I looked to the destroyed buildings and people that were moving about and mourning for the losses of those they knew. My thoughts moved to something I didn't want to imagine right now, which was the people of Outer Bank X. With the highest ranker there being rank B. That I shuddered as I thought at the possible number of deaths that had occurred there and in other similar cities. I continued to fly higher and higher up until the building seemed tiny and the outline of the city could be viewed fully by me. I would wait for the information to come out after what remains of the military acts to move their drones and other things to obtain intel, but I could still move myself and be ready for whatever might occur. The immediate surrounding of the city's walls were clear, and I couldn't see much else in the darkness this high up even with eagle eyes. But I instinctively felt that there was something in that darkness. I stayed in the air, watching and waiting for dawn to break to see what was waiting for us in this darkness. Chapter 45, Raining Flames. I floated in the night sky as thoughts continued to churn in my mind. Hours went by as nothing out of the ordinary happened. When the light began to appear on the horizon, I had made a monumental decision for my actions from here on out. The cover of the night was pulled away as the walled city and desolate barrens revealed themselves to me. Far from the city, there were many moving dots that made for a terrifying sight. At the forefront of these dots were three large titans that moved around menacingly. More and more beasts were coming from all around to join this larger crowd as the dots kept on increasing. The scene reminded me of the pictures of the horde of beasts with the large turtle in the middle that were also making its way towards the Empire. Albeit the sight in front was at a smaller scale, the monumental decision I had made while I was floating in the night sky this past night was to start moving independently. As great as it was to mix around with others, it was also limiting me. I was planning on going all over the Empire to clear out the dungeons and beasts that have popped out, before going ahead and facing the incoming horde of enemies after. This was me moving faster. I would start with the collection of beasts amassing themselves around this city first. My eyes were on the three moving titans whose figures became even clearer with the sun breaking through the horizon. One was a large bear with claws drenched in black. Another was an Arctic fox with white flowing fur, and the last was a white panda hoisting a sizable tree trunk on its back. I began acting while staying in the skies, starting off with multiple casts of Infernal Purge. The dark red flames that were terrifyingly hot rushed down towards the gathering of beasts below. Elizabeth was watching an alarming image of collections of monsters outside the city. What alarmed her the most was the droves of flames that were now falling down and burning everything on sight. She had not been able to get a wink of sleep last night, and she doubted anyone would have. They had received signals about the gathering of beasts outside the city a few hours ago and were already moving the tired hunters to fight as soon as dawn broke. She came to the forefront at the destroyed portion of the wall, only for the sight in front of her to present itself. The dark flames were the first thing she saw. When she looked to where they were coming from, she saw the hazy figure of a man she soon recognized in the sky. Her mind was much calmer as she saw this, and she thought about the incomprehensible power that Noah seemed to have. She had thought he was a better than average rank A and chose to let loose with him for a night just to forget about the grimness she had been dealing with all this while. It was a great time, but she felt like she really couldn't approach this man that same way again. He just seemed too strong and intimidating currently. Becoming a different person overnight, she also knew herself and she didn't think she was the type of woman that deserved someone like him. Looking at the destruction he was bringing down on beasts that they would have to spend hours fighting, she knew someone like him wouldn't stay in one place for too long. A person of his caliber deserved somebody that wasn't damaged, and was meant for much greater things. A sad expression passed by her face as she depreciatingly thought about this. She thought of the attack yesterday as she watched the monsters outside the city howl as flames kept on falling onto them and melting their ranks clean through. That attack had occurred the moment they began destroying dungeons. Anger rose in her as she thought about this. That attack was deliberate. Their enemy was much stronger than they were, and they knew nothing about them. She looked to the skies once more as she hoped. She just hoped they now had someone just as strong that would stand by their side. She was planning on staying in Star City for quite a while to take care of things that might fall apart because of the absence of a great friend of hers. He had saved her once in the past and owed a great deal to him, and yet she wasn't even there when he died. Her wrathful heart was getting some relief as she watched 3 titans angrily rushing around the other beasts avoiding flames. They had tried jumping to reach the target in the sky. But this resulted in even more gruesome injuries as patches of their body were melted from the continued rushing flames. Elizabeth looked at this ridiculous sight of 3 rank A bosses that effectively could not do a single thing to the man in the skies and thought maybe, just maybe, they would be alright. The monsters began dispersing as they couldn't deal with the attacks coming down, and this was when another attack was introduced. Circular explosive blasts of cold elements wrecked the area where the monsters were in, blowing them to smithereens and only leaving behind blue flames. With the combination of flames and these cold blasts, a majority of the beasts were destroyed or sent running. The 3 titans did not make it out alive as their bodies lay burnt and frozen in the chaotic barrens. She, along with the other hunters placed on the broken walls, looked up to the figure in the sky in reverence and fear. He hadn't come down even once, but the horde of beasts lay dead around him. After watching the unbelievable show of the decimation of beasts, hope rose in the hearts of many as they looked to the future. Communications were properly established and they were able to get a better grasp of the situation around them. The Empire's capital was damaged, but still standing because of the strength of Steel Mikhail. Other cities that had rank A hunters and a multitude of rank Bs were able to bring things under control. But the deaths were in the millions for many cities, with others completely destroyed. News from the United Federation was just as grim, with some countries destroyed and others turning lawless. People from all sides were living in fear as this scene from some time ago repeated itself. Something even more disastrous was a new threat that had just appeared. Besides the large horde of beasts coming towards the Empire, another had formed and was targeting the United Federation. This horde had something that made many people tremble in fear. It was a mythical beast they hadn't seen before, a dragon. News from those that saw this beast and were still alive said it had come out of a monolith larger than any of the currently dock. Meant ones, and that it spelled destruction for the entire world. When the images were first seen, the officials did not want to believe it. The dragon was not carrying out indiscriminate destruction, but occupied a few countries and declared himself king. Any hunters that dared to defy him would be killed without question. Something even more startling was that this was the first beast that was able to communicate with the humans, making commands and reformations that the occupied countries had to follow. This threat was something they did not know how they could possibly deal with. Leaders were panicking with no options in sight as at this sudden development. Were their lands about to be taken over by foreign invaders? Amidst all of this, a new hero was rising above the destruction to bring a semblance of hope towards the people. Because of him, one particular city in the Empire faced the lowest number of casualties. He was a versatile mage that fought in the front lines, tirelessly casting skill after skill with boundless energy. He was the peak rank A hunter known as Noah Osmont. Chapter 46, Unshackled. I observed the burning lands beneath me as the screams of beasts rang out. Whatever plans the three titans had to besiege the city were out of the window as every beast in their ranks fell, and eventually they themselves met their end. My defenses were a notch below these rank A bosses, as can be seen by how the first one I took down yesterday broke a few bones with a slap. My offensive skills could not be matched though, as the damage of rank A skills that were further boosted by support skills ravaged their defenses after just one attack. I floated down to the burning ground to pick up the core S similar to yesterday. Many of them were rank A cores as the beasts came from a rank A dungeon break. I left lower level cores aside when I was flying through the city yesterday, only grabbing and absorbing the higher ranked ones when I stood guard in the sky the last few hours. With the death of many beasts here, as well as the large piles of cores I could see besides the 3 dead titans, I should be able to absorb enough until I reach the cap of 300 for my attributes. With the skills that provided additional attributes, mine had already broken through to the next rank after A. What was this rank? Maybe I'd be the pioneer to find out. Besides the cores, I found 2 rank A skills and an item from the 3 bosses, the 2 skills being, Spear of Destiny, dark energy manifests in the form of a spear that aims at the hearts of your enemies, and, Ultra Regeneration, as long as your heart beats and your brain is still functioning. You will not meet death. The item was a purple armor that looked extremely sturdy called, Armament of the Commander. I learned the skills and equipped the armor, enjoying the new feeling of safety after the hard material covered the entirety of my body. I went back towards the city after that and met many hunters that were prepared for a fight that was finished. I nodded at Elizabeth and went back with her into the military sector to listen to the updates they had received so far. The news was grim, with many deaths and some cities that couldn't be reached. A monster that exceeded rank A had taken over countries in the United Federation, and the threat of the horde of beasts with the terrifyingly large turtle that was most likely of the same rank as the one appearing in the United Federation had its horde increased in size and was accelerating towards the Empire. I listened to all of these pieces of information and knew what I would be doing from now on. There was no time to waste, so I used my newly formed influence in the city to get many things in order. The first thing was to procure more storage rings, and I was able to find 2 more rank B and 3 rank C rings from the military inventory, bringing my total collection of storage rings to 5 rank C, and 3 rank B. Half of these rings would be filled with food and daily necessities as I was planning to leave the city, roam the barrens, and give aid to any other existing cities while going towards the monster horde heading towards us. Specialized hunters from the Empire would be doing this within the next few days. But I would move out first. This responsibility did not feel that heavy on me, as the strength I had more than made up for it. I knew that my focus was blank for a reason, and it wasn't to waste it away just clearing dungeons in cities and being entertained. I made this clear to the rankers that were standing atop this city, and their expressions turned somber as they heard. Elizabeth looked at me and spoke, "We will reinforce and meet you at the outer perimeters of the Empire as things are being settled. The information shows that the horde will reach the outer perimeters in around a week." She spoke with conviction, looking straight into my eyes for the first time in a while. I nodded at her and moved along to secure other matters before I began moving. I knew the remaining hunters wouldn't sit still as their empire faced this enemy, but I also didn't want to see more deaths. They would make their own choices though, and I couldn't change that. They would focus on stabilizing the surrounding cities and making sure no more dungeon breaks occur. The consensus seemed to be that destroying dungeons completely was good, but it was to be regulated. They were horrific designs that brought them much death and pain, but they also allowed for more people to grow stronger when they were repeatedly cleared. Some would be destroyed, while others that can be comfortably cleared would be left behind. It took an entire 3 hours after this until I was ready to leave. During that time I had chosen more rank B skills from the military inventory and the ones that had dropped that I hadn't learned yet. The newly gained skills mostly augmented my damage and defense further. They were, Greater Flame Penetration, Burning Soul, and Elementalist, that respectively reduced the flame resistance of enemies, seared their core with flames and caused more damage when using element-based skills. Hard Body, Diamond Skin, and Elemental Mirror, all boosted my defenses even further. making my body seem out of this world with the colors and textures if I had not been keeping active skills like stealth and shadow veil that hid all the iridescent colors and effects. The remaining time was spent stuffing the storage rings with all sorts of meals that I had prepared, from the steaks I liked to non-perishable foods that could last me more than 2 weeks. After that was the somber military burial for the death of many soldiers and vice admirals across the city that put their lives on the line. One particular soldier being honored was Vice Admiral Magner, his death causing a large gap that would not be filled any time soon. Once all of this was done and I was ready to go, I was met with a row of soldiers and hunters sending me off. I would meet them all again soon enough when they begin moving towards the beast horde, and didn't know who would be lucky to come out alive from that fight. Elizabeth stood at the forefront while I flew away, only telling me to be safe and wait for them before facing off against the enemy. I couldn't begin to understand what she was thinking, and I myself didn't have the luxury of getting emotionally sidetracked right now. Who knows, maybe after everything was over I would put in the time. I flew away from Star City and went towards the desolate barrens where monsters roamed free. Dungeons didn't only appear in cities, and they would be all over the land. The ones appearing outside of cities would have dungeon breaks and allow monsters to roam free. There were specialized hunter squads made to regularly hunt down monsters in the barrens before they made their way to the walled-off cities. I would be acting as a one-man squad this time around and take down anything I come across. The ultimate goal at the end of this journey was the death and loot from the ridiculously huge turtle in the middle of hundreds of thousands of beasts. All I had with me were rank A skills that were boosted multiple times with support skills being kept active at all times. Would they be enough to take down something a level higher? Chapter 47, A Terrible Beast. Hunters all over the Empire were bracing themselves for a fight that determined their future. A horde of beasts was on their way, and admirals scrambled to get their regiments in order after the latest attack that left many dead and injured. Enough hunters had to be moved to face the oncoming threat while also leaving enough behind to clear the newly appeared dungeons around the cities. There were enemies all around, with not enough people on hand. Higher-ups of the Empire had slightly less despondent thoughts as intel regarding a particularly powerful hunter made its way to the top. The hunter had faced crowds of monsters that were about to besiege Star City and took them all down single-handedly. With the addition of top hunters like Steel Mikhail, they felt like they could still come out of this predicament in one piece. Commands were quickly given as pieces began being moved. They were tired and fearful, but they would not give in. They would fight until their last breath if they had to. Cities gradually became stabilized as hunters began moving to the periphery of the Empire to meet the coming enemy. The United Federation was in a dire state after the recent attacks. 3 of its countries had already fallen into the hands of a powerful black dragon that killed anyone that defied it. The terror of this dragon was just beginning as it began making movements. It had many underlings beneath it that looked like a mixture of humans and lizards, as well as smaller reptiles that looked similar to it but had no wings. The black dragon's first movement made many despair, as it commanded the human hunters that healed under its strength to form into a force that attacked the surrounding countries. It had many beasts under its command to use, but it was mostly using humans to fight other humans for its dominion. Scenes of hunters facing each other in battles had already started, causing a sense of defeat from any parties that came out alive in these battles. Both were fighting to defend the lives of the people in their countries, with one side trying to protect the millions that were already subjugated under the Black Dragon's forces. Any dissent from them could cause the death of millions of people with just a word from the terrible beast. Leaders in the Blessed Empire were observing this situation while providing support to the United Federation for the first time in a while. Resources were spread thin as hunters had to be sent towards an impending horde to the south, others to remain to protect the Empire itself, and some to be sent towards the United Federation. If the countries there all fell under the command of the Black Dragon, the Empire would be next. The Dark Sword, Kazuhiko, was feeling a different emotion for the first time in a while. It wasn't the usual apathy and disinterest that he felt even after the apocalypse occurred. He had naturally awakened and risen to become the most powerful hunter of the United Federation as time passed. He had cleared dungeons, faced Ranka Titans, and done everything his teenage mind had ever dreamed of. But he was quickly bored again. Even after dungeons appeared en masse again, the Rank A bosses from the dungeon breaks quickly fell under his sword, but now, something different was occurring. His blood boiled as he saw the images of the huge black dragon that was making its way to the center of the United Federation. He felt like this huge beast would be a sufficient opponent for him, but he also knew his limitations. Even though he was a battle junkie, he still wanted to keep his life. The beast they were going against was a rank above his, with thousands of beasts surrounding it. This was why he was leading the hunters of the Federation that would be standing against the Black Dragon and his forces. He looked down on the humans that submitted to the beast's power. Where was their pride for them to stand down so easily? A man should fight to their last breath. Even if the entire team he was leading was to be overpowered, he would not submit under the rule of beasts. He didn't want that possibility though, as he wanted to live longer and fight many more grand battles, so he was waiting. He waited for the hunters around the nation to gather and band together. He waited for the reinforcements from the neighboring empire. He waited for all the pieces to be moved in place before he faced off against the huge beast and its army. His heart was pounding as he stared at the image of the dragon. He couldn't wait for the battle to start. Steel Mikhail laid his trusted spear down as he absorbed the information he was receiving. Their blessed empire had born another powerful hunter called Noah Osmont. The information put him on top of the charts just from the exploits he had done so far. He thought about the described scene where this hunter stood against droves of beasts and took down 3 rank A bosses all by himself. Would he be able to do something similar? He required the help of other hunters stationed in the capital to take down the rank A bosses that had appeared because of multiple dungeon breaks. He had mages healing him and other hunters contributing to keep them busy while he dealt killing blows. Yet Noah seemed to be doing the work of multiple hunters all by himself. He withstood the attacks of a titan and came out alive, used highly offensive spells to take it down while also healing injured hunters he came across. He was truly powerful. Mikhail wasn't feeling any form of jealousy or envy from his title as the strongest hunter of the empire going to someone else. He loved the land he was in and would do anything for it. Having stronger hunters was naturally a good thing. They had already received news that Noah was making his way towards the monster horde south of the empire. This showed the man's confidence in his strength. The empire was also continuing to send its forces and resources to the outer perimeters to meet the beasts and reinforce this hunter. The majority of the high-ranking hunters would either be going in the same direction as Noah or towards the United Federation to help with the newly risen threat that would point itself towards the empire the moment it was left to run rampant. He would stay in the capital as its protector. He and a few other hunters would clear the rank A dungeon here, and the newly appeared ones in surrounding cities so that no dungeon breaks would continue occurring. He would be the last line of defense for the millions of people living in the empire. That was his role. He was the protector. Chapter 48, Destroyed Cities. Scenes of something you wished were only in your nightmares were making themselves prevalent as I flew across the skies of the desolate barrens. A semblance of society lay destroyed on the ground, with patches of monsters roaming free. Many of these monsters were either being led by a titan, or you could occasionally find a few traveling alone. Many of them were cleared after the appearance of dungeons the first time, with the occasional teams being sent whenever a dungeon appeared and a dungeon break occurred in the barren lands. After the stabilization of the cities, more hunting squads that handled these monsters would have to be sent out so that they don't form into larger groups and begin targeting the walled-off cities. I had passed by 2 cities so far, cities that I had seen while driving to Star City not too long ago. Their serene atmosphere was broken as you could see destroyed buildings and smoke, but they were still standing. There were significantly more casualties in other cities that were not lucky enough to have strong hunters stationed. I was forcing myself to not prioritize a city that I couldn't keep out of my mind, as there were more cities near me where I could save more people in time. I would move at the fastest pace towards the place I awakened in, Outer Bank X. The 2 cities I passed were still trying to clear any monsters running around inside, with a few patches of monsters slowly getting together outside the city walls. I began with the inside of the cities and sniped the monsters with Doom Bolt. Hunters would be chasing the beasts only to see of a flash of lightning and a charred corpse right after, looking to the skies to see my figure flashing away with instant transfer to my next target. When I was met with any titans grouping monsters together, I cast Spear of Destiny towards them. A dark palpitating spear more than twice my size would form and strike down towards these large beasts, nailing them to the ground. Rank B bosses required 2 or 3 hits of this spear that always aimed at their chest before a bloody hole appeared, where their hearts used to be ruptured. Rank A bosses required well over multiple casts of Spear of Destiny. As they instinctively felt the deadly spears headings towards them and either tried to evade or block. After their arms became a mess of flesh and bones and their mobility was reduced, the dark spears dug through the tight chest muscles until they reached their hearts. I only came across 2 other Rank A bosses, adding to my collection another Rank A skill and item. The skill was, Arc Lightning, a terrifying lightning that chains onto other nearby enemies strikes down, and the item was, Fairy's Wings. This was the first item I found that wasn't a generic armor or weapon, but its effectiveness was low when it came to me. When equipped, it looked like white glowing wings of light spread out from my back. The wings allowed you to float as long as mana was supplied, and having them on increased your maneuverability and speed in the air. I didn't need the floating function because of flight, but I would have them on for the boost they provide while I was flying. My speed became even faster, allowing me to reach the 3rd city today before night fell. This city was even more desolate than the last 2, with a majority of it in ruins and hunters still holding off monsters. I tried Arc Lightning for the first time here and watched a streak of blue lightning pierce into one monster, and then it continued flying and chaining towards multiple others. In larger groups of monsters, the skill was able to chain more than 8 times to take down multiple beasts. I flew around this city and cast Guardian's Light towards the injured. My figure that was flying through the skies releasing golden lights while having glowing wings outstretched behind only made me stand out even more. The city and its surrounding area was cleared of monsters in no time, and I chose to spend the night here as I realized I couldn't hunt effectively at night with the low visibility. When I took the journey to Star City last time, it had taken us the entire day from Outer Bank X to get there. Yet now, I was only halfway through to Outer Bank X as I worked to take down groups of monsters and aid the struggling cities I came across. At the same time I was clearing any dungeons that were high risk so that another dungeon break didn't occur. After seeing the state of most hunters in the city, I also gave out the many Rank B skill books, items, and cores I didn't have need of to raise multiple Rank B hunters in the past 3 cities that could effectively handle the new dungeons that arose. I would reach Outer Bank X tomorrow, but my head was aching from what I might see when I get there. More than a day had passed since dungeons appeared en masse again. If a city was faced with strong monsters, its outcome would already be decided by now. I hoped for the best, but I prepared myself for the more than likely scenario of destruction that I might see tomorrow. I wanted to keep to myself tonight, so after flying around this 3rd city and healing any that were badly injured, I found a destroyed building to get into to sleep for the night. I went into a high-rise building that was badly damaged and found an enclosed room to stay in where I took out some of the food in my storage rings and finally ate something today while thinking about the future. Early in the morning when dawn broke, I rose from the destroyed building and continued my way towards Outer Bank X. There was a long distance with only the barrens to look at before I reached the next city. The CLU.S. tours of monsters were becoming more frequent as I went further out of the Empire, leaving me with a heavy heart as more of my conjectures were turning out to be true. The groups of beasts in the barrens were only met with death as dark flames. Explosive cold blasts, or chaining lightning decimated their ranks. I was releasing all of my anger onto them, but it seemed to be ever so increasing. I passed through another city that I recalled was right before Outer Bank X, and the sight did not bode well for what I would be seeing from now on. All around me was carnage, with beasts running rampant and very few survivors in sight. I looked at the city below me in anger and sadness as the bloody sight laid itself bare. Lightning rained down as it chained from beast to beast, destroying anything it came across as my rage continued to build up. I was angry at the beasts, but I was also angry at myself and many others in the Empire. The most powerful hunters were stationed and concentrated in the cities further inland. It seemed only natural as they held higher-ranked dungeons and they were required to clear them. Even I left Outer Bank X to go to a core defense city that held higher-ranking dungeons. But this natural thing meant there were very few powerful hunters in the outer cities of the Empire. Nobody had ever expected dungeons to appear en masse again, but they did. With these cities having a few rank B hunters and many more lower ranking ones, how could they handle it if a rank A dungeon appeared and a dungeon break occurred, unless they were lucky enough for more powerful hunters to naturally awaken and take the lead in defending them? Some cities faced complete destruction. Similar to the first advent of the apocalypse, many deaths will occur throughout the world until those truly powerful begin to fully mobilize. The only sliver of hope was people hiding in underground bunkers as the monsters roamed above them, only left to wait for a chance of survival. I looked at the destroyed city while taking down the beasts in the most excruciating ways possible, hoping many people were able to hide themselves and bunker down in some of the purposefully created shelters. Chapter 49, Rage Against an Unknown Enemy. The process didn't take too long as extremely terrifying rank A skills rained down on the beasts until all that was left was charred or mangled bodies. I repeatedly used War Cry while flying across the skies to see if there were any people lucky enough to evade the rampage of the beasts. I already observed some underground structures broken through and the people huddled inside killed, but expected some to be luckier in such a large city. A few hunters and people began rising out minutes after I began using War Cry, fear and despair on their faces as they looked at the city they used to know. The city was very large and widespread with collections of people far apart. So I gave them all a singular message. The path towards the inner cities of the Empire was cleared, and they should start making their way there. I continued to increase the number of Core S, Skill Book S, and Item S from the many bosses I had been taking down on the way here, so I used my gut and chose people and hunters that seemed to hold another emotion besides fear for the beasts that did this to them. I looked for any people with rage on their faces and handed out many of the cores, skills, and items that were useless to me. This would strengthen them and make them strive to do even more. I spent a few hours in this city, trying to quickly wrap up the rescue and strengthen process so I could head towards Outer Bank X. I flew with apprehension towards the old city I used to live in as I knew I would be subjected to a similar scene. I reached the broken walls of Outer Bank X after another hour of killing groups of beasts roaming the barrens, and even though I was prepared for the scenes of destruction, I still felt a pain in my chest. Similar to the city before, monsters roamed free with many people brutally dead across the city. My heart felt the growing rage that I had nowhere to aim to besides the mindless beasts that continued their destruction. I wanted to find those responsible for this. I wanted to find the enemy that continued to play with us and the lives of billions. But they were nowhere to be found. Only mindless beasts continuing their destruction. I repeated what I did in the previous city with a heavy heart as the monsters fell to a variety of my destructive skills as I looked for any survivors in the city. The process repeated itself similarly, with thousands of people being lucky enough to hide in underground bunkers all over the city and not be found by the pursuing beasts. None of the hunters I knew in this city were anywhere to be found. The confident face of the female hunter that spoke without regard passed through my mind. She was nowhere to be found. I flew around the city as I located the destroyed structure of the dilapidated apartment I used to live in. The building was half destroyed with no signs of life. Where my lodging used to be was now just air, with rubble on the ground being all that was left of it. Emptiness that I didn't think I could feel pervaded my body as I took my time and watched this scene. I had watched so many of these scenes of death and misery that I thought I couldn't get any more enraged, but I was wrong. I reined in my emotions as I passed out skill books, items, and cores to the many people remaining alive in the city while telling a similar message as before, for them to head towards the standing cities of the Empire. I rose to the skies and looked at the destroyed Outer Bank X for the last time as I moved even faster, making it my goal to comb through the periphery of the Empire and destroy as many groups of beasts as I could. Another day passed and I was able to pass by a few hunter groups led by rank A hunters that were carrying out a similar mission to mine. It took a few days for the hunters to stabilize their cities and start sending out more squads to purge the beasts populating the barrens and give aid to other cities. I could also see regiments of soldiers in huge lines of trucks carrying supplies heading straight to the defense line where the collision with the horde of monsters would soon occur. I helped any hunters and people that required aid while giving out skill books to awaken even more hunters that still had the will to fight. I was killing so many monsters of lower ranks that the many rings I had were nearly filling up, making me very generous in giving away the resources I held. I would give more than half away whenever I came across regiments of soldiers led by vice admirals or admirals. They would be putting their lives on the line soon enough, strengthening their ranks before this fight would still be beneficial. The blessed empire was large, with many cities populating it, but I wasn't moving alone in the empire. The cities and people that could be saved were saved in the next few days, with more and more hunters congregating to the last defense line getting ready for the brutal fight. I was able to take down 5 more rank A bosses while moving these past few days, providing me with an abundance of cores that brought my attributes all the way to 304, vitality, and strength, even without putting the attributes from the support skills into account. The rank A, focus, attributes were given to the military as I still had no use for them, the blank attribute not changing the slightest no matter how many I absorbed. 3 skills and 2 items also dropped from these rank A bosses, the skills being, Void Slash, cut the area in front of you with a swing of your sword, Expansion, burn your energy to expand your body to its limits, and Pain Resistance, the perception of pain in your body is dulled. I learned the Expansion and Pain Resistance in a blink and put away Void Slash that I wouldn't be using for now. I could use both of the items, one being a rank A storage ring and the other was Emperor's Boots, granting me a boost in speed that further enhanced my already fast flight. The time was quickly approaching as the horde neared the empire, and I went towards the defense line to meet the coming enemies head-on while trying to minimize the deaths of hunters as much as possible. They had erected a wall and trenches that stretched for miles left and right where many hunter soldiers were stationed. The empire was preparing for this horde for a while now, and the sudden appearance of new dungeons and beasts had only damaged parts of the defense line that were repaired as soon as the hunters took back control. I placed the colorful, fairy's wings, into my ring as I flew towards one of the command centers. My figure put the already tense hunters on high alert. But ecstatic expressions rose on their faces as soon as they saw it was me. I had been moving across the empire rapidly these past few days, becoming widely known as more and more of the hunters I saved moved around. I had also met with the military regiments multiple times and provided them with the loot that was filling my rings, making many of the hunters in the military excited when I neared. I landed on top of the wall lined up with soldiers as I looked out to the wide expanse of barrens before us. A horde of hundreds of thousands of beasts would soon be upon us from this quiet stretch of land. Chapter 50, Collision between opposing forces. As hunters prepared to face the monsters with the moving landmass of a turtle at the lead in the Blessed Empire, other hunters were banding together to stand against the tyranny of the Black Dragon in the United Federation. With the continued aid from the Empire, a coalition of forces was created consisting of hunters from each of the nearby countries and the Empire. The person leading this coalition of hunters was the Dark Sword, Kazuhiko. His power was renowned in the United Federation and he was among the strongest hunters to take the lead against the terror of the dragon. The Black Dragon continued to propagate its forces, increasing its influence towards the surrounding countries in the span of the week. The hunters from the overtaken countries had no choice but to listen to the commands of the beast that held the lives of their loved ones in its hands. The beast would not act a majority of the time, staying behind the ranks of its crowds of monsters and only stepping in whenever a powerful hunter was making a stand. Its power was destructive and nobody could stand against it. The combination of the Dark Sword, along with other peak rank A hunters was what the forces were hoping to stand against the power of the dragon. Only time will tell, as the two forces neared one another. A collision between the coalition of hunters and beasts was imminent, on the defense line at the outer periphery of the Empire. A hunter was holding a long staff as he looked at the scene around him. To his left and right were rows of hunters holding mage staffs similar to his and even more holding exquisite bows in their hands. Below him were even more hunters holding a variety of shields, swords, and other close combat weapons. They were ready to put their lives on the line for the beasts that were coming. His hand that was holding the staff was trembling as he began to feel the ground beneath him to do the same. Dust was quickly rising on the horizon, signaling the coming of the monsters. The trembling hunter turned his head towards one of the command centers where he could see the powerful hunters of the Empire congregating. Standing on the lead of these hunters was a man with dark hair and a radiant fair complexion. His body donned an ethereal purple armor that vaunted strength. He stood at the forefront, overlooking the walls and the people with an expression that seemed to give off conviction. the trembling weapon in the hunter's hand settled just a little at this scene. He knew this hunter that assured the fears of many of the people here. His regiment was about to be overtaken by a pack of beasts led by a rank 8 titan on their way here, and this man appeared out of nowhere with powerful skills that took care of the beasts that were about to take their lives as if it was nothing. It was this strength that gave many hunters hope of seeing the next day in one piece. The dust on the horizon continued to grow larger as more small dots could be seen with the naked eye. As time passed, the small dots could be seen getting larger and larger at every step. The hunters were prepared, those with long-ranged weapons and spells protected on top of the makeshift walls, with hunters hoisting large shields and broadswords moving forward to meet the incoming enemy. The horde of beasts was becoming clear in the eyes of the hunters as a conglomeration of all types of beasts became apparent. From apes to lions, all the way to extremely oversized poisonous toads, they were all rushing towards them with eyes filled with bloodl.u.s.t. Their hearts became firm as they prepared to clash with the waves of monsters. Noah Osmond, the hunter that many people were placing their hopes on, rose in the air as the beasts neared. Other hunters with flying summons also filled the skies as a huge black eagle could be seen not too far away. A famous hunter was also seen with their signature white Pegasus, and even more hunters with bats or other winged beasts appeared. Skills were prepared as everybody felt their energy bubbling at full capacity. Much of the horde was now visible, and to the far back was a hideously misshapen turtle that had green pulsating spikes poking out of its hard shell. Its size seemed larger than 20 meters as it took world-shaking steps towards the crowd of humans in front of it. Each of its steps shaking the land, Noah acted first as a cry rang out from him, invigorating the hunters all around and easing their fears. His hand rose to the skies as a long staff appeared pointing forward. Multiple 5-meter circles came to light in the air, dark red flames spurting out towards the incoming beasts as Infernal Purge was cast. The circles increased exponentially as time passed, making the skies above the beasts look hellish as the flames flew down towards them. Hunters saw this destructive power coming from their side and cheered, their spirits lifted as they prepared skills of their own. Boom! 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 Chaos had begun as the flames reached down and burnt everything they touched. At the same time, blue streaks of lightning were shooting down, traveling through ranks of monsters as if they were connected by a rope. Arc lightning was also being continuously cast towards the coming beasts as they began falling in droves from the skills of just one hunter. Roar! A thundering sound was heard as the titan of a turtle spread its wide jaws open, and a green pillar of energy shot out towards the hunter causing such destruction. Zoom! The green pillar of energy hit the air as hunters scrambled to move aside, Noah's figure disappearing from where it was and appearing even closer to the horde of beasts as other skills were cast. Immense dark spears began to form around him as Spear of Destiny was also used. When a drastic change occurred, an alarmed expression rose from Noah's face as people began to feel another source of power that wasn't coming from the turtle come to light. Something shot through the skies at extreme speeds towards the figure of Noah, smashing into him in less than a second. Boom! It felt like the skies had cracked as multiple defense skills were destroyed. Noah's body was knocked quite a distance back as it came to stabilize in the air. A grisly wound was on his body as only a mass of wriggling flesh could be seen protruding from his right shoulder. His entire right arm was gone. A pained expression rose from him as multiple golden lights began to descend and Ultra Regeneration was cast multiple times. The beast that had appeared in front of Noah had a humanoid appearance, but with wings and a stinger that shone in a piercing light coming from its body. It seemed like a grotesque mixture of a humanoid mosquito as it raised its sharp stinger upwards in an unnatural manner and licked the blood and flesh coming off of it. It was only 2 meters in size, but its power felt no less than the turtle moving on the ground.